Chapter 2369. 3 times is enough, Your Excellency, it's best not to be overbearing. Huang Fuidao said. Aha, if you don't agree then we'll leave. However, the martial god giants haven't been repaired yet. If there's a battle and the martial god giants can't move, then you'll be delaying the military situation. If the Great Azure Divine Dynasty blames you, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Qian Taiji said as he waved the feather fan in his hand. He was pressuring the generals. In reality, he didn't dare to be too arrogant. However, to be able to see Lin Ling kneel was enough. Get lost, brat. Don't let me see you alone. Otherwise I'll definitely kill you. You want my people to kneel now? All of you scram. Seeing Qian Taiji's impudence, the Demon Destroyer General couldn't bear it anymore and directly chased them away. A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. Of course, the Martial God Battalion soldiers were the same. Their eyes were all red. On the other side, General Qinghong sneered. Then let's go. What's the big deal? He'd like to see how the Martial God Battalion would answer to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. As he thought of that, he wanted to leave with his army. However, at that moment, a lazy voice sounded. It was Feng Wuhan. You're all from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's army. I don't have time to care about the matters between you. I also don't have time to watch you quarrel. Now, is anyone kneeling? If not, I'll leave. At that moment, Feng Wuhan finally opened his eyes. His expression was extremely impatient. However, when his gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Lin Ling, his eyes narrowed. That black-robed youth seemed somewhat familiar. Compared to his surprise, Lin Ling's expression was very cold. He didn't expect Qian Taiji to be so excessive. He said indifferently, looks like you didn't eat enough paper last time. Now, let's see if it's me kneeling or you kneeling. His voice turned cold. Everyone who knew him knew that Lin Ling was a little angry at this moment. However, his words undoubtedly stunned the people from the Martial God Battalion. Deputy General Lin Ling was still so arrogant at this time? He was courting death. He was definitely courting death. Great, you even dare to provoke the world spiritist invited by the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Martial Gods Battalion, oh Martial Gods Battalion, are you trying to rebel? Master, don't bother with these people, they will regret it. Qian Taiji definitely wouldn't miss such an opportunity. He flattered him while reprimanding him. Unfortunately, he did not see that Wind Without Trace's face had become distorted. There was even fear and panic. If he remembered correctly, that brat had once caused him to suffer a great loss. After that, he found out that the ancestor Dragon Granny had set her eyes on that brat, and had even invited him to the 3 great academies. The ancestor Dragon Granny was not only someone from the 3 great academies, she was also a powerful world spiritist. How could he provoke someone she had set her eyes on? Taking a step back, the mission list of that brat from back then still made him feel amazed. That brat seemed to be a world spiritist too. Kneel down now. Feng Wuhan said quickly. His tone was anxious, but Qian Taichi couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect his master to be angry. Lin Ling was going to suffer. However, just as he was about to speak, a palm suddenly slapped him on the back of his head, knocking him to the ground. Kneel down right now. With a bang, Qian Taichi was smashed to the ground. His face was filled with disbelief. His master was angry, but was he venting his anger on him? Seeing that, the soldiers of the 2 armies opened their mouths wide. Master, what are you doing? Master. Qian Taichi felt extremely wronged as he whispered. However, Wind Without Trace completely ignored him. He jogged to Lin Ling, bowed respectfully and said, So Senior is here. Please don't blame me for not noticing Senior here. Master. He bowed deeply and saluted. This. Master. The 2 armies were silent. Even some of the soldiers holding the flags dropped them to the ground in shock. At that moment, even the warhorses didn't dare to make a sound. Although Wind Without Trace's cultivation wasn't high, because of his identity as a world spiritist, he didn't even put a general in his eyes. But now, this insufferably arrogant green-robed world spiritist was currying favor with Lin Ling like a pug. Moreover, he was even calling Lin Ling Senior. This was simply an endless night's talk. Lin Ling's expression didn't change. He was still indifferent. Your disciple seemed to be very arrogant earlier. Ha! My disciple? Ha! Wind Without Trace's expression changed drastically. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Qian Taichi. He slapped him again. Who gave you the courage to call me your master? I don't have a disciple like you. Get lost. Scram. Master you? Scram. Qian Taichi was smashed to the ground again. He was even more confused. Because of Lin Ling's words, he couldn't become Wind Without Trace's disciple? One must know that a world spiritist must be brought in by a master. Wind Without Trace was a green-robed world spiritist recognized by the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Not only was it beneficial for him, but it was also beneficial for Tating Commandery. He had even boasted in Tating Commandery that he had already become Wind Without Trace's disciple. At that time the entire commandery was congratulating him. His father was also proud. Now that he was chased away, how could he report back? He would probably be laughed at to death. Master, give me another chance. Yes. Qian Taichi quickly got up and grabbed Wind Without Trace's leg. Bang. However, Wind Without Trace sent him flying with a kick. He cut off all ties and said straightforwardly, "Get lost. It's fine if you want to die, but don't drag me down. If you come closer to me, I'll kill you." Yes. Hearing Wind Without Trace's ruthless words, both armies were dumbfounded. The four generals also stared at Lin Ling. They felt that it was earth-shattering. You were very arrogant before. You actually wanted our martial god battalion to bow. However, Lin Ling's expression was still cold. Senior, I didn't recognize you. As the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty. Wind Without Trace said with a terrified expression. Then he ruthlessly slapped himself a few times. Look at my eyes. I really deserve to be hit. I'll hit. Yes. He knew very well that as long as he still wanted to cultivate as a world spiritist, he couldn't offend Ancestor Dragon Granny. Therefore he couldn't afford to offend this young man. Slap, slap, slap. The crisp slaps were even louder than the war drums, causing the martial god battalion to be speechless. They felt as if they were dreaming. As for Huang Fuidao and the other two generals, they were all stunned. Although they knew that Lin Ling was very mysterious, making a green-robed world spiritist slap his own face and flatter him like a dog was not something that could be done with strength. Something must have happened between them which caused Wind Without Trace to be very afraid of Lin Ling. However, the world spiritist who was arrogant and had his eyes above his head was now slapping his own face. This scene made them feel that it was very unreal. Senior, the ignorant are not guilty. Look at the martial god giant. I'll repair it for you for free. Slap. Wind Without Trace carefully looked at Lin Ling. He was afraid that Lin Ling was still angry. Do I need your help? Slap. However, Lin Ling's expression was still not good. This little guy. The hearts of Huang Fuidao and the others fiercely trembled. Right now, Lin Ling could completely let him repair the martial god giant, but who knew that Lin Ling would actually disdain him? Moreover, his tone was still cold. Subconsciously, they were also afraid that Wind Without Trace would be angered and leave. After all, an arrogant attitude could be used once, but it couldn't be used thrice. Chapter 2370. Translator, Naoibo Studio. See the guests out. Master Feng Wuhan, this brat is too arrogant. He's not giving you any face at all. At this moment, Qian Taichi got up. He hated Lin Ling to the bone. However, he believed that Master Feng Wuhan had been bewitched by Lin Ling. If Lin Ling continued to neglect him, he would definitely offend Master Feng Wuhan. Grandmaster Feng Wuhan, you might have mistaken him for someone else. This kid has never even been to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. He's not as powerful as you think. Green Rainbow General also opened his mouth to speak. At this moment, he was certain that Feng Wuhan had definitely mistaken him for someone else. Don't listen to their nonsense. Grandmaster Feng Wuhan, please take action. Huang Fuidao and the others hurriedly said. They were afraid that Feng Wuhan would be so dissension. If that happened, it would be over. Voices rang out one after another. However, Feng Wuhan's expression was indifferent and he did not say a word. Earlier, when Lin Ling refused to let him repair the martial god giant, he was indeed very anxious. However, he suddenly recalled what had happened in the everlasting market and now he suddenly understood. I won't repair the giant martial god. Feng Wuhan said calmly. What? Why don't you fix it? The expressions of Huang Fuidao and the others changed dramatically. It seemed that Lin Ling had thoroughly angered Feng Wuhan. Aha, Grandmaster Feng Wuhan, it seems like you've understood. I was just talking about a small soldier. How could a grandmaster like you bow to him personally? Grandmaster must have mistaken me for someone else. General Qinghong couldn't help but laugh. Qian Taichi was also elated and almost roared at the sky. Previously he had been utterly humiliated, but now Master Feng Wuhan had finally changed his mind. He wanted to see what Lin Ling would say next. After Huang Fuidao and the others sighed, they started to look for Lin Ling. If there weren't so many people here, they would have told Lin Ling that Lin Ling should have been more polite. I didn't repair it because Senior has already done it. However, just as their gazes moved, Grandmaster Feng Wuhan spoke. His words were like thunder, silencing the entire army. The truth was that Feng Wuhan had come to a sudden realization because he knew that Lin Ling didn't need him to repair the martial god giant, because Lin Ling could do it himself. At practically the same time, numerous gazes started to search for Lin Ling. Only then did they notice that Lin Ling had arrived before the martial god giant. His hands moved repeatedly, causing numerous mysterious barriers to float out and be slapped onto the martial god giant. Ka. The giant who had fallen to the ground slowly got up. That terrifying aura caused the two armies to fall into silence. That guy knows how to use spirit formations. Huang Fuidao and the others were so shocked that they almost fell to the ground. One must know that in the martial god battalion, there were actually many people who knew spirit formations. However, they only knew a little about it. At most, they would only be able to use black cloak or white cloak. It was already very good to be able to use blue cloak. Therefore, they had sought the help of Wind Without Trace because he was a green robe. As the saying went, if a robe was less than blue, then calling oneself a boundary master would be futile. Only green-robed world spiritist would be able to enter the eyes of the various powers. Yet now, their martial god battalion had actually concealed a green-robed world spiritist. That boy is so young, how could he be a green-robed world spiritist? That great General Cyan Rainbow also cried out in alarm. However, that was not the end of it. Strands of multicolored flames floated out dazzlingly. Chi. Once the flames appeared, the martial god giant's left leg began to burn. There was a scar there. This time the flames were used to heal the wound on the left leg. With the burning of the flames and the numerous mysterious barriers, the wound on the left leg rapidly healed. What sort of flames are those? This time even Wind Without Trace was astonished. He had guessed that the mysterious youth would definitely have some ability. However, he had never imagined that the youth would actually possess such flames. After all, the majority of world spiritists were fire, lightning and light attribute world spiritists. Using those talents to forge spirit formations would allow them to achieve twice the results with half the effort. As for that mysterious youth, he was clearly a fire attribute world spiritist. However, the mysteriousness of his flames caused even Wind Without Trace to feel extremely envious. At that moment, Wind Without Trace was clearly unnecessary. There was no need for him to personally take care of the martial god giant. The two armies stared at the black-robed youth. At that moment, the youth was like a dazzling star that emitted boundless radiance. Falling flowers, flowing water and the others were secretly excited. It seemed that they had still underestimated their lord's mysteriousness. It's done. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's voice floated out. It's done? The two armies spoke at the same time. So fast? They had thought that the restoration would take at least 3 months. However, only an incense stick's worth of time had passed. Senior, is it really done? Wind Without Trace flew over and exclaimed in disbelief. It's just a puppet. How much time do you want to waste? I don't have that much time. Lin Ling said indifferently. His skill in forging spirit formations was extremely high. He had always been lacking in materials. This time it was just restoration and not forging. How much time would he need to waste? Most importantly, he possessed the space-time flame. The restoration process was 100 times faster. The space-time flame was capable of burning time and space. It naturally had the ability to shorten the time required during the forging process. Even if that's the case, it's still too fast. Wind Without Trace looked at Lin Ling dumbfoundedly. Then, under countless gazes, he knelt down and said, Master, please accept me as your disciple. When he knelt down, the two armies almost knelt down as well. They knelt down in shock. Was this still the arrogant green-robed spirit formation master from before? Moreover, he had come today to restore the martial god giant? He had even come to acknowledge him as his master. As for Chen Taichi, his mouth was wide open. He could not make any sound. He was proud to be able to acknowledge Master Wind Without Trace. However, Master Wind Without Trace had rejected him and instead acknowledged Lin Ling as his master. Then what was he? He was Lin Ling's grand disciple? No, he could not even be considered Lin Ling's grand disciple. Good. That's great. After the shock, Huang Fuidao and the other two old men shouted excitedly. They had never thought that the boy was also a spirit formation master. They had found out too late. They were even more curious about Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling's cultivation speed was fast, and his comprehension of martial techniques was not weak. However, he also knew how to use spirit formations. Could it be that he had 3 heads and 6 arms? He had reached the point of perfection in every field. General Qinghong, I'm sorry for making you come here in vain. Now send the guests out. Then Huang Fuidao looked at General Qinghong and said, earlier they had swallowed their anger, but now they could hold their heads high. Send the guests out. The soldiers of the Martial God Battalion also let out cheerful voices. They had been displeased with the Martial God Battalion for a long time. Haha, you came from afar and didn't even drink a sip of water. Our Martial God Battalion has neglected our guests. Who told them to be trash? We invited them to restore the Martial God Giant, but they failed. How could they have the nerve to stay? That's right. Our Lord Lin Ling is still the best. The soldiers all waved their fists. Without a doubt, the soldiers of the Martial God Battalion were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Chapter 2371. Inquiring Heaven War Drum. Hold on, I want to go to the Inquiring Heaven War Drum. Qian Taichi shouted angrily. He had been humiliated repeatedly today, and he couldn't take it lying down. Moreover, if he went back with his tail between his legs, the soldiers of the God of War Battalion would definitely blame him. That's right, the Marshal of the God of War Battalion has agreed to let us go to the Inquiring Heaven War Drum. General Qinghong also didn't want to leave like a stray dog. Huang Fuidao and the rest had indeed received the order, and they nodded immediately. They naturally couldn't disobey the Marshal's order. You're Lin Ling, right? Do you dare to play with the God of War Battalion? Let's see who can beat the drum better. Qian Taichi stared at Lin Ling as if he wanted to kill Lin Ling. Why are you shouting so loudly? Do you think you can win by shouting loudly? Or are you a toad who wants others to notice you so you croak? How embarrassing. How can you call yourself the #1 genius of the God of War Battalion? The youngest deputy general? Is there no one else in the God of War Battalion? You found a toad to be your deputy general. Lin Ling retorted. He was extremely unhappy with Qian Taichi. Haha, I think there's no one else in the God of War Battalion, but they found a toad to be their deputy general. In fact, I think a frog is more suitable. A lot of mocking laughter came from the God of War Battalion. The God of War Battalion trembled in anger, but they couldn't refute. Don't try to talk back. Of course, the angriest one was undoubtedly Qian Taichi. He tore off a large number of feathers from the feather fan in his hand. He was seething with anger. In fact, his strength and status weren't weak. Unfortunately, he met Lin Ling, otherwise he could still be a little arrogant. You're angry just because someone else said something. You'd better not be a deputy general. However, Lin Ling replied indifferently. Many people in the War God Battalion nodded in agreement. Lin Ling and Qian Taichi were both the #1 geniuses in the battalion. However, it was clear who was more dazzling. I say, Lord Qian Taishu, stop tearing your fan. You've already plucked out all the feathers. You should calm down. Even falling flowers flowing water sword teased him. At this moment, Shantayoshi was suppressing his anger. His face was round. Go to the Heaven Inquiring War Drum. General Green Rainbow also felt that Qian Taichi was embarrassed, so he tried to smooth things over. Then let's go. Huang Fuidao and the others immediately nodded. The two armies immediately merged and advanced into the distance. The heaven-seeking war drum was rumored to have accumulated countless soldier formations. There were 8 trigrams formation, 9 armies formation, white crane flaring wings formation, etc. As for the 81 war drums, after they were beaten, tens of millions of soldiers would appear. It was something that every marshal had to learn. According to the rules of the Martial God Battalion, anyone who could beat 10 war drums would be able to proudly leave the Martial God Battalion. This was a supreme honor. Today, the people from the Martial God Battalion had come to beat the war drums. Obviously, they knew that many people from the Martial God Battalion had failed, so they wanted to use this opportunity to attack the Martial God Battalion and prove that the Martial God Battalion was more powerful. The two armies quickly arrived at a canyon. The canyon was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. From time to time, battle cries could be heard. Above the canyon, lightning flashed like snakes. Above the endless lightning, mysterious clouds drifted. One could vaguely see the war drums beating. This was the heaven-seeking war drum left behind by the predecessors. Lin Ling, if you want to leave the Martial God Battalion, you must beat the heaven-seeking war drum. However, since it's your first time here, there's no need to rush. You'll definitely succeed after some research. Huang Fuidao appeared beside Lin Ling and gave him some pointers. Lin Ling nodded. In fact, his main goal here was to beat the war drums and leave the Martial God Battalion. Dong dong dong. At the same time, the soundless sound of the war drums resounded. It was transmitted to everyone's hearts. making them feel as though they were being summoned by the war drums to prepare for battle. However, in reality the war drums were silent. It was the momentum of the war drums that affected the army. These drums actually have souls. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. Through his eyes of time he saw that every drum represented an army of millions. It represented a supreme military formation with an imposing aura. "I'll go first." At this moment the chess boy spoke. He was good at chess and had been here twice. Therefore he was familiar with the heaven-seeking war drum. "Go Commander Chess, go for it." Many people from the Martial God Battalion cheered immediately. They were looking forward to the chess boy beating the war drums. "It's moving." At this moment someone exclaimed. The chess boy shot into the clouds and disappeared without a trace. He was looking for the first drum. One had to know that there were 81 drums here. They were hidden very well and had to be beaten according to order. Otherwise they would fail. The war drums weren't static. Every 15 minutes they would undergo earth-shattering changes. He'll definitely fail. Many soldiers from the Martial God Battalion mocked. They were here to trample on the battlefield. Naturally, they didn't want the Martial God Battalion to return victorious. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Many people from the Martial God Battalion refused to be outdone. Dong dong dong. At this moment, the war drums resounded. "We did it." Huang Fuidao and the others laughed when they heard the drums. The first drum was beaten. Dong dong dong. However, their surprise didn't end there. The second drum was beaten and it was even louder this time. If these drum beats were to be played in the myriad of worlds, it would be enough to shatter a world. Especially Lin Ling's world, a single drum could cause the world to collapse. Dong dong dong. The third drum followed closely behind. "Nice." The soldiers of the Martial God Battalion cheered. As the saying goes, one can do it in one go. The chess boy had beaten the drums 3 times in a row. Dong dong dong. However, the deafening sound resounded once more. The fourth drum was beaten. The fifth drum. At this moment, the soldiers of the Martial God Battalion became nervous. Were they going to fail again? They could only watch as the commander of the Martial God Battalion bullied them. "Calm down." However, Qian Taichi waved his fan and spoke indifferently. His tone was filled with confidence. However, the feathers on his fan were sparse at this moment, and it was slightly comical. Of course, his confidence wasn't without reason. After the fifth drum, the drum beats in the clouds disappeared. In the next moment, a figure fell from the clouds and smashed into the canyon. It was the chess boy. He had clearly failed. Ka. At the same time, thousands of lightning bolts appeared, forming a huge electric net below the chess boy. If the chess boy fell again he would definitely be in danger. "Oh no!" Many people shouted. However, at this moment, a sword beam shot out at lightning speed. It pierced through the chess boy's armor and stabbed him into the canyon wall, preventing him from falling any further. Furthermore, the sword had pierced through the chess boy's clothes, leaving him completely unscathed. "Thank you, Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword." The chess boy wiped his sweat and looked at the side of the canyon. The one who attacked was Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword. "How lucky." Qian Taichi smiled disdainfully when he saw this. He looked at the army of the Martial God Battalion and said, "Let me tell you, don't think you'll be fine after failing. When you fall from the clouds, the lightning will seriously injure you. The weak will be killed immediately." Chapter 2372. Taisui Charm Drum Scroll. Lord Qian Taiji, aren't you too shameless? The drum hasn't been sounded yet and you're already affecting our morale. Falling Flowers Flowing Water immediately said. Anyone could see that Qian Taiji was trying to affect everyone's mentality. His methods were despicable. "Then go ahead if you're not afraid of death. I won't stop you anyway." Qian Taiji smiled indifferently. Falling Flowers Flowing Water didn't say anything else. He looked at Lin Ling and said, "Lord Lin Ling, the heaven-seeking war drum has a pattern. I've been here twice so I'm familiar with it. I hope it can be of help to you." He knew that it was Lin Ling's first time here. Obviously, no first-time visitors could succeed. Therefore, he wanted to give Lin Ling some help. "Go ahead." Lin Ling nodded and smiled. "Lin Ling, pay more attention. Look at the changes in the clouds. It's like a formation. As long as you find the key to the formation, you'll be able to find the first drum. Of course, if your soul power reaches level 800 and shrouds the entire heaven-seeking cloud, you'll be able to reveal the heaven-seeking war drum even faster." Huang Fuidao also gave Lin Ling some pointers. Soul power? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. His soul power had reached level 1000. As for seeing through the heaven-seeking war drum, Although any martial arts would be blocked by the clouds, his 10,000 elephant demonic eyes could see through everything. "Come on, Commander Falling Flowers Flowing Water." At this moment, cheers came from the martial god battalion. Dong dong dong. Falling Flowers Flowing Water had been here twice, so he quickly sounded the first drum. However, he was a little slow for the second drum. Compared to Chess Boy, Falling Flowers Flowing Water was obviously more cautious. "As a soldier you're so timid. It seems like you won't achieve anything great." Qian Taiji immediately commented on Falling Flowers Flowing Water's cautiousness. Instantly, many people in the martial god battalion glared at him. However, although Falling Flowers Flowing Water was cautious, it had its benefits. Unknowingly he had sounded the fifth drum, surpassing Chess Boy. Everyone in the martial god battalion was even more excited as they clenched their fists. Dong dong dong. After a while the sixth drum sounded. Good, looks like the Falling Flowers Flowing Water sword didn't waste 2 years. This year's results are obviously better than last year's. Many of the Grand Commanders laughed. The more they came, the more advantage they would have. However, after the sixth drum, the misty clouds became even quieter. Falling Flowers Flowing Water sword did not seem to be confident enough. In fact, this was indeed the case. The seventh drum, Falling Flowers and Flowing Water sword, was nowhere to be found. His eyes were filled with drums and he didn't know which drum to hit. Fight. Blossoming Flowing Water sword roared. He couldn't let the God of War battalion kill him. Dong dong dong. However, in the next moment the sound of the drums reverberated. The seventh drum shook the heavens and earth. On both sides of the canyon, everyone cried out in alarm. However, Blossoming Flowing Water sword could only bitterly smile, because the previous drum was a mistake. It could only be said that his luck was not bad. And after that he had no clue at all. Alas. Blossoming Flowing Water sword sighed and appeared above the canyon. He had given up. If this continued he would definitely be injured. Not bad. However, many people in the God of War battalion were still happy for him. The seventh drum was already a very good result. As for the God of War battalion, Qianteichi shook his head in disdain. Many people saw his contemptuous expression, but they didn't care about his disdainful smile. At this moment Lin Ling's eyes flashed and he wanted to give it a try. When the Chess Boy and Blossoming Flowing Water sword saw this, they hurriedly told Lin Ling their experiences. After all, this was Lin Ling's first time here. During this process no one hit the drums. Obviously, everyone's confidence wasn't very strong. However, just as Lin Ling was about to go out, a figure suddenly moved faster than him. "Let me show you what a war drum is." A suave figure passed through everyone's eyes. Was Qianteichi. It had to be said that this time, he had completely swept away the embarrassing situation from before. He appeared to be graceful and extremely confident. However, it was undeniable that the person who proposed to hit the drums this time was Qianteichi. Therefore he dared to come here because he had absolute confidence. In an instant, many people in the God of War battalion turned serious. The three generals also narrowed their eyes and looked at General Green Rainbow. Indeed, he revealed an unfathomable smile. And that was indeed the case. Qianteichi struck. The drums shook the sky. The deafening sound continued to resound. The first drum. The second drum. The third drum. The fourth drum. This crazy guy hit the drums 5 times in a row. He overtook the Chess Boy in an instant. "Master Qianteichi, go for it. Go." The God of War battalion immediately became excited as if they had won the battle. Hee, the God of War battalion's heaven-seeking war drum? Even General Green Rainbow let out a satisfied sound. Of course, his voice was filled with contempt for the God of War battalion. Dong dong dong. Following this, the sixth beat of the drum could be heard. "He's catching up to me." Clench. Blossoming Flowing Water sword immediately clenched his fist. The sixth drum was coming. Was Qianteichi going to be like him? Impossible. This was Qianteichi's first time here. He couldn't possibly surpass him. Dong dong dong. However, when the drums sounded, his face turned pale. The morale of the God of War battalion also plummeted. When the seventh drum sounded, it would be the same as Blossoming Flowing Water sword. In that case, the God of War battalion would be inferior. After all, it was Qianteichi's first time here. Qianteichi hasn't come out yet. Is he going to sound the eighth drum? Many people exclaimed in shock, finding it unbelievable. He can't possibly succeed. The Chess Boy and the rest clenched their fists and shook their heads. Qianteichi had already sounded the drums 7 times in a row. That was already a miracle. It was impossible for him to surpass blossoming flowing water sword. The eighth drum was very difficult to sound. It was said that once it was sounded, there would be a change in the world. Dong dong dong. However, the more they were afraid of something, the thing they were afraid of would quietly arrive. In the sky, thousands of soldiers and horses appeared, slaughtering the world. That ancient aura shook the world. The eighth drum sounded. Could it be the Tai Sui charm drum? Huang Fuidao and the rest had ugly expressions. They didn't believe that Qianteiqi's first time here would go so smoothly. There must be something hidden. They guessed that it was the Tai Sui charm drum. It was an extremely ancient drum formation. It was said that the heaven-seeking war drum was set up with this formation. Therefore, if Qianteiqi had studied the Tai Sui charm drum, then it was naturally possible for him to sound the eighth drum. Damn it! Qianteiqi had indeed come prepared. The heaven-seeking war drum belongs to the God of War Battalion, but our God of War Battalion has sounded the eighth drum. Doesn't the God of War Battalion feel embarrassed? General Qinghong took the opportunity to raise his eyebrows. Behind him, the God of War Battalion was also roaring. Dong dong dong. However, just as he finished speaking, another drum sounded. An even more terrifying phenomenon appeared in the sky. Countless divine beasts stomped on the ground, destroying the world. The ninth drum sounded. So it's the ninth drum. General Qinghong immediately corrected. The God of War Battalion fell into a dead silence. All the soldiers' faces were extremely pale. At the same time, a figure shot out from the clouds in front. It was Qianteiqi. He didn't dare to sound the 10th drum. After all, if he failed, he would be struck by lightning. He didn't dare to take the risk. Chapter 2373. One's glory, all's glory. As expected, the God of War Battalion cheered as he walked over like an undefeatable God of War. The heaven-seeking war drum of the Martial God Battalion? Qianteiqi looked at the Martial God Battalion with disdain. He had beaten the drum 9 times, which was enough for him to redeem himself. He had gotten back all the face he had lost for the God of War Battalion. Moreover, he had definitely become the hero of the God of War Battalion. At this moment, the entire canyon was filled with the cheers of the God of War Battalion. The Martial God Battalion was very quiet. They were inferior and could only endure the humiliation. As for the 3 generals, they were smiling bitterly in their hearts. However, they still pretended to be calm on the surface. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly shot into the clouds ahead. Lin Ling had made his move. He had gone to beat the drum without saying anything. In fact, after continuous observation, the heaven-seeking war drum was just SOSO to Lin Ling. His soul power was terrifying and had already shrouded the entire cloud layer. His all-encompassing demonic eyes were even more demonic as he had seen through the rhythm of the drum. This guy. The 3 generals had no idea of Lin Ling's confidence. They immediately smiled helplessly. It's Lord Lin Ling. He has also joined the battle. Perhaps he will create a miracle. I think it will be difficult. After all, this is Lord Lin Ling's first time here. He isn't familiar with the heaven-seeking war drum at all. He doesn't even know how big the clouds are. But this is also the first time that Qianteiqi has been here. Didn't he also beat the drum? This is different. Haven't you heard that Qianteiqi seems to have obtained some Tai Sui scroll? That's why he is familiar with this place. This Qianteiqi is too much. He has clearly done his homework. This isn't his first time here. At this moment, Lin Ling had undoubtedly attracted countless gazes. Many people were discussing him. As for the God of War Battalion, disdainful voices sounded. After all, they had also heard that this was Lin Ling's first time here. This obviously wouldn't have any effect. I think he might not even be able to beat 5 drums. Qianteiqi waved his fan and said as he walked. General Qinghong nodded. Perhaps, but to be able to beat 4 drums on his first time here is not bad. Lord, how about we make a bet? I think he can beat 5 drums at most. You really like to surprise people. Alright, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll play with you. I'll bet 4 drums. The 2 of them spoke one after another. Sir, let's bet. Many soldiers from the war battalion joined the war camp Barak also. They didn't think Lin Ling would win at all. However, their arrogant bet infuriated everyone in the Martial God Battalion. However, just as everyone was discussing spiritedly, the sound of drums rang out in the sky. Dong dong dong. The first drum the war. Many people in the Martial God Battalion were pleasantly surprised. Lord Lin Ling's speed was so fast. But before they had time to be surprised, the second drum followed. The of the war of if chess boy was said to be a spurt of energy, falling flowers flowing water was said to be overly cautious, and Qian Tai was said to be smooth, then Lin Ling was said to be a bolt of lightning. This was because the speed at which he struck the drums was like he was walking in his own backyard. It exceeded everyone before him. Gradually the fifth drum sounded. He surpassed me on his first try? I'm good at chess. Chess boy's indifferent expression was now filled with astonishment. Can you compare with Lord? Falling flowers flowing water immediately retorted, but he was also shocked. Following that, the sixth and seventh drums sounded simultaneously. 2 drums at the same time? Could it be that Lin Ling had an avatar technique? Miracle, it's a miracle. Huang Fuidao and the other 2 great generals exclaimed. They had never seen anyone strike 2 drums at the same time. Furthermore, he managed to strike the 7th drum on his first try. It was a miracle. As for the God of War battalion, everyone forgot about the bet as they stared intently at the sky. Qian Tai was even more so. He even forgot to wave his fan as he said with a frown, "It's impossible for him to strike the 8th drum." In fact, even the people from the God of War battalion did not believe that Lin Ling could strike the 8th drum. After all, this required a powerful array formation skill. Furthermore, one needed to know the location of every drum and understand the rhythm of each drum. Qian Tai had studied the Tai Sui charm drum for 3 years before he became slightly familiar with it. It was even more impossible for Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's figure appeared faintly amidst the clouds. He was walking in the clouds. His pace wasn't fast, but it attracted everyone's attention. The short period of time he took to walk felt as long as the end of time. This fellow? The 3 great generals were clearly more nervous than Lin Ling. The weight was too unbearable. They constantly shouted in their hearts. Would Lin Ling succeed on the 8th drum? Finally, Lin Ling's footsteps came to a stop. They could vaguely see that Lin Ling was standing under an ancient drum. He will definitely fail. Qian Tai was also very nervous as he gritted his teeth and said. However, just as he finished speaking, a strange phenomenon appeared. An army of thousands was pressing down. The 8th drum was successfully sounded. Dong dong dong. The sound spread throughout the world, but it shocked everyone's heart. Everyone's eyes lit up. There was only passion in their eyes. However, Lin Ling's figure quickly disappeared. Instead, a strange phenomenon of divine beasts marching out appeared. Dong dong dong. Qilin, Phoenix, and Azure Dragon came from afar. These divine beasts seemed to have received the call of the God of War battalion and were about to march out. The 9th drum was sounded. Bah! The fan in Qian Tai's hand fell to the ground. His face froze as if he had seen a ghost. Dong dong dong. However, the scene of 10 drums shaking the heavens suddenly appeared. In the sky, an army of thousands of divine beasts was marching out. The 10th drum was actually sounded by Lin Ling. Boom! The drum beats were like endless thunder that smashed into everyone's heart. Could it be that this fellow has already seen through the heaven-seeking war drum? His soul power has reached level 800? Huang Fuidao exclaimed. With a powerful soul power, he could find the war drum faster than others. He had always thought that Lin Ling's cultivation was powerful. However, who knew that his barrier was also powerful and his soul power was even more terrifying? For so many years, the God of War battalion has wanted to sound the heaven-seeking war drum. Unfortunately, in history, only 5 people have succeeded. Those 5 people also spent a lot of time, but this is his first time here. The first miracle of the God of War battalion has been created by him. The first person to use the heaven-seeking war drum. The other 2 generals also spoke one after another. As for General Qinghong's side, they were speechless. They had wanted to show off in front of the God of War battalion, but in the end they had become supporting characters. And Lin Ling now had the absolute qualifications to leave the God of War battalion. This was an endless glory. Lord Lin Ling. Over at the God of War battalion, crazy voices exploded. Xian Yuangur Jianghu martial god, and the others' beautiful eyes were moist. Lin Ling had indeed not disappointed them. As for Gong Yangjiang and the others, they clenched their fists and were extremely excited. One's glory, one's loss, all's loss. They were from the God of War battalion, so naturally, they did not want to see the God of War battalion being trampled on by others. Chapter 2374. Moving forward bravely, Master Huangfu, can I leave the martial god battalion after you sound the drums? At this moment, Lin Ling's voice suddenly came from the clouds. Yes. Huang Fuidao replied proudly. His face was full of a happy smile as if he saw a junior making him proud. When the others leave, do they have to sound the drums 10 times? Lin Ling's voice came again. This is a military rule and it cannot be changed. All right, I will sound the drums for my men. However, Lin Ling's next sentence shocked the entire army. What did Lin Ling mean? At this moment, Lin Ling retracted his gaze and looked at the drums in the clouds. He sensed that each drum had a soul, and each of them was a huge soul made of steel. Each drum represented a life and a world. The true purpose of the ancient drums was to record history. In those distant years, warriors fought in the myriad of worlds to protect their country. In the ancient era, demons rose and the myriad of worlds fell into chaos. A sword, a saber, and a world of clarity. Lin Ling even saw his hometown, which used to be chaotic. The sea turned to dust and the lightning dried up. It was a barren land. Later, warriors came and decided everything. No one knew about this. Even though Lin Ling was so familiar with the rainforest's sacred ground, he did not know. At this moment, his left eye seemed to understand those drums. Dong. He stood in front of a huge ancient drum and hit it with his fist. Dong dong. His speed was not fast, but it was steady and powerful. With each hit, the heaven-seeking war drum hidden in the clouds also echoed. That's right, it was the echo. The echo made the other drums sound as well. Dong dong dong. Gradually the clouds dispersed. 81 drums floated in the sky, like the most ancient military formation. What? Seeing this scene, the three generals' faces changed dramatically. It was the first time they saw the true body of the heaven-seeking war drum. At this moment, the two armies were silent. Suddenly, a terrifying thought arose in their minds. Was Lin Ling going to sound the 81 drums at once? That was impossible. And that seemed to be the case. This was because Lin Ling's hand had stopped. His brows were furrowed as if he had entered some kind of mental bottleneck. He couldn't figure it out. It was as if the drum was a natural barrier, and if it was struck again, it would be beyond redemption. Lin Ling immediately fell into deep thought. His hand stopped in midair. However, his gaze was fixated on the distance as he listened to the drumbeats. It was as if he had seen his entire life. That blind young man from Gu Yen sect, he used all his strength and gradually eliminated all the disciples of Gu Yen sect, standing at the peak of Gu Yen sect. He then saw the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, where the youth eliminated all the experts and decided the future of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He saw the 7 profound martial house, he saw the rainforest holy land. That's right, it was elimination. On the path of martial arts, countless geniuses wanted to reach the end. In this process, the strong preyed on the weak and the strong washed away the sand. Therefore you cannot be weak. You can only fight on like a strong man. You can only eliminate them. Only then will you be able to go further. The winner is king. Perhaps in the future you will also be eliminated by others, but at least you have worked hard, fought hard, and that is enough. Who in the heavens can understand me? 10,000 miles of worry, star confinement lock. How many times can one fight in life? If I eliminate too many people, I am too dazzling and cause the envy of the heavens and earth, then let the heavens punish me. I am still me and I will still eliminate all of them. Lin Ling's pupils became firm. If the world calls me a demon, then so what if I am a demon? His hand moved. At this moment he didn't hesitate. Dong dong dong. The war drums were struck once again. Life was like a drum. Since it had been struck, then it would continue to be struck and use the drum to question the heavens. Dong dong dong. The frenzied drumbeats resounded, and the momentum was magnificent. Moreover, an endless army appeared. These were the souls of the soldiers of the past. The drumbeats seemed to strike the souls of the soldiers of the martial god camp for millions of years, calling them to battle. At this moment, 81 drums resonated. With Lin Ling's drum as the center, a deafening sound rang out as if asking the heavens. This was because Lin Ling had struck 81 drums in one go. The sound of 81 drums sounding at the same time hadn't been heard for 100,000 years. The drumbeats made everyone's blood boil. They wanted to protect their country, grab their weapons and kill all enemies. This sound was like a bugle call for battle, urging them to charge forward bravely. This was also Lin Ling's martial heart. Since he had chosen to eliminate others, then he would charge forward bravely. 81 drums resonated. The three generals were incomparably excited. They didn't expect Lin Ling to strike 81 drums at the same time. As for the martial god camp, although the soldiers weren't in the same camp as Lin Ling, they couldn't wait to follow Lord Lin Ling into battle. This made Green Rainbow General and Chen Tai-chi turn deathly pale. This was because the momentum of the army had affected the soldiers. This was a kind of army that charged forward bravely, and even their soldiers were affected. Shameful, shameful. The soldiers of the martial god camp were affected by the soldiers of the martial god camp. Wasn't this shameful? At the same time, in a small bamboo pavilion of the martial god camp, a cultured and refined man was playing chess. However, at this moment, his body trembled as he looked into the distance in disbelief. The drums that have disappeared for 100,000 years have reappeared. Boom. This Lin Ling is really mysterious. Dong dong dong. Above the majestic canyon, the drumbeats spread throughout the world for a long time. Lin Ling, come and see me quickly. Amidst the drumbeats, a smiling voice drifted over from the distance. It's the voice of Martial Sacred Flame Violent Tiger. Huang Fui Dao and the other two generals' expressions changed drastically. Even Green Rainbow General's pupils constricted. Lin Ling had actually been personally invited by Primeval. The drumbeats that hadn't appeared for 100,000 years had indeed shaken the world. Dong dong dong. At this moment, Lin Ling was still striking the drums. The knot in his heart seemed to have been broken at this moment. This made his heart feel very smooth and his thoughts were clear. At this moment, his soul power was also crazily increasing, and it gradually reached the realm of 1,300 steps. It must be known that martial artists would have a knot in their heart, and it would eventually become a repressed thought. Perhaps a martial arts movement was not suitable, and this would cause them to ponder for a long time, causing them to not be able to eat well. Or perhaps they had killed too many people, causing them to hesitate. All of these would affect the mentality of a martial artist. Only when one's thoughts were clear could they see the boundless sky. At this moment, Lin Ling had broken through the knot in his heart, and that was to bravely move forward. The 81st drum has been sounded. Lords, can I take Meng Meng and leave the martial god camp? After a long time, Lin Ling retracted his gaze and looked at the canyon. His voice was filled with endless heroism. Yes. The three generals said word by word. Thank you. Lin Ling's lips curled into a brilliant smile. His body moved and he shot into the distance. He was going to see the marshal. Countless gazes looked at the black-robed figure, and deep within their eyes, there was only deep admiration. As expected of Lin Ling. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others said solemnly. It was Lin Ling's first time here, but he had struck the 81st drum. This miracle would definitely be recorded in the annals of the martial god camp. Chapter 2375. Meet the martial dong dong dong. As Lin Ling left, the drumming gradually died down. However, the cheers from the martial gods battalion grew louder. They raised their weapons and cheered. Compared to them, the martial gods battalion was very quiet. They did not expect that Chen Taichi would still lose to Lin Ling despite using the Tai Sui enchanted drum. This made them too ashamed to face anyone. I told you you're just a toad. Amidst the cheers, the falling flowers flowing water sword's voice drifted out. The sword pointed at Chen Taichi. Me. Chen Taichi wanted to refute, but he had no reason to. He could only grit his teeth in anger. Lin Ling. Everything was because of Lin Ling. Why was Lin Ling so much more powerful than him when they were all the top geniuses of their respective battalions? He was unwilling to accept this. He was even jealous. Great General Qing Hong, the war drums of the martial gods battalion are not for you to beat. The three great generals also spoke up at this moment. Didn't they bet on Lord Lin Ling? Now someone has won the bet. Many people from the martial gods battalion also spoke up. Great General Qing Hong was silent. The martial gods battalion was even more silent. They were clearly too ashamed to face anyone. Send the guests off. Huang Fui Dao finally said. He was cold, disdainful and mocking. Let's go. Great General Qing Hong did not dare to stay. He would only be embarrassing himself if he stayed. Even so, he knew that it would not be long before the great Azure Divine Dynasty's army camp would become a laughing stock. Haha. The mocking laughter from the martial gods battalion grew louder. At this moment Lin Ling was still moving forward. A voice pointed him in a direction. It led him through the chaos of the universe and into a mysterious secret realm. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. It seemed to be a part of the chaos of the universe. A small island floated in the middle. There was a large amount of green bamboo on the island. What a good place. Lin Ling thought to himself. He landed on the island. There was a small bamboo pavilion there. A middle-aged man in a green robe sat there. His long hair flowed casually and he looked very lazy. This is Martial Holy Fiery Tiger? Looking at the middle-aged man, Lin Ling couldn't help but be somewhat astonished. He thought that the marshal would definitely be a majestic man in armor. Who would have thought that martial holy fiery tiger would look more like a scholar? Hee, my name is Jianghu, you can just call me Lord Qi. At this moment, the man looked at Lin Ling and laughed. This made Lin Ling also laugh and walk into the bamboo pavilion. He was neither haughty nor humble, calm and collected. Even Jianghu couldn't help but take a few more glances at him because he thought that Lin Ling would be very terrified. Haha, why do I feel like you're more like an adult? Then Jianghu shook his head and smiled. He looked very approachable. Lord Qi, this is an elegant place. Wouldn't being too serious disturb the elegance of this place? Lin Ling sat down and smiled. Not bad, you're right. Jianghu nodded thoughtfully. Then he set up the chessboard and said, Come, let's play a game. Lin Ling's expression didn't change. He just did as he was told. The two of them began to move the chessboard. Lin Ling's chess skills could only be considered average. Naturally, he wasn't Jianghu's opponent. However, Lin Ling realized that this lord was advancing step by step and was using a large number of chess pieces to trap him. What a powerful move. Lin Ling could only keep retreating to avoid the sharp edge. However, the other party was aggressive and had a terrifying view of the overall situation. It formed a situation where a large army was pressing down on him. In this way, Lin Ling was in danger. The two of them seemed to be playing a casual game of chess, but a murderous aura quietly filled the air. The green bamboos around them were buzzing. If falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were here, just the aura alone would be enough to make them vomit 3 liters of blood. The seemingly elegant bamboo pavilion was, in fact, filled with terrifying murderous intent. Lin Ling's chess pieces kept retreating to avoid the sharp edge. However, gradually he couldn't dodge anymore and could only admit defeat. You've lost. Enough. Almost at the same time, Jianghu said indifferently. That's not necessarily true. Sigh. However, Lin Ling shook his head. He still persisted and used every single chess piece to meet force with force. Even if he was swallowed up, he still had to fight back. He obviously had the idea of perishing together with his opponent. Of course, fighting to the death like this wouldn't have any effect. All his chess pieces would be killed. Jianghu's gaze flickered when he saw this. In truth, even if Lin Ling admitted defeat, he wouldn't go bankrupt. However, Lin Ling was actually fighting with his life on the line and insisted on fighting to the death. This guy would rather die than submit. You've clearly lost. Why are you still fighting to the death? Finally, Jianghu raised his head and looked at Lin Ling with great curiosity. In his mind, Lin Ling hadn't even cultivated for 1,000 years. At this age he was like a teenager. However, he realized that this junior didn't fear him at all. It was as if they were of the same generation. Moreover, his way of doing things was also unique. Blindly enduring won't change anything. If I lose, I die. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. Instead of admitting defeat, why not fight to the death? Lin Ling replied with a smile. His words were simple, but they contained his heart of martial arts. Lin Ling couldn't admit defeat in front of an enemy, endure humiliation, and secretly cultivate in order to take revenge in the future. His heart of martial arts was like a war drum, courageously moving forward. He would rather die than submit. Just like when you beat the Ask the Heavens war drum. Since you've made your choice, then bravely move forward. Jianghu seemed to understand Lin Ling's temperament. Once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. Lin Ling nodded. Not bad at all. A smile finally appeared on Jianghu's face. A long time ago he had heard from Huangfu Dao and the others that Lin Ling was a soldier who didn't know his place. Now that he had met Lin Ling today, he realized that his reputation wasn't undeserved. Of course, there was nothing wrong with being unruly and unwilling to submit to others. However, the prerequisite was that one must have the corresponding capital. Otherwise, one would be too arrogant to see oneself clearly. Therefore, he had been secretly observing Lin Ling. But in the end, he discovered that Lin Ling had the capital to be arrogant. His cultivation speed was very fast and he was an expert in barriers. Even his soul power had reached an unimaginable level. This guy was simply the best successor of the martial god barracks. He was also the most monstrous freak that the martial god barracks had seen in many years. You can leave the martial god barracks and go to the 3 great academies. I'll approve it. The martial god barracks martial seal will be yours. Jianghu stood up and said. After the previous game of chess he finally got to know Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling was a person who would rather die than live in dishonor. Thank you, sir. Lin Ling hurriedly bowed. In reality, he wasn't very interested in the martial seal. However, he didn't want to refuse Jianghu. After all, the martial god barracks had treated him very well. You must have started cultivating your soul power when you were young. Your foundation is very solid. However, don't slack off. In the future, you'll discover that the benefits of soul power are more than you can imagine. Jianghu said again. I'm well aware of that. How could Lin Ling not understand? In reality, his primal chaos divine technique was closely related to soul power. Without soul power, it would be difficult for him to enter a new world. Go. I hope to hear your name in the 3 great academies. Jianghu stared at Lin Ling indifferently. His eyes shone with anticipation. That was because Lin Ling was the next marshal of the martial god barracks. He was very satisfied with the results of the examination. Chapter 2376. Lin Ling setting off for battle. I won't let you down. Lin Ling said his goodbyes and turned to leave. If you feel like you can't stay here anymore, you can come back. Just as Lin Ling turned around, Red Jade Tiger suddenly said. This made Lin Ling's heart feel warm. He nodded and strode forward. Let me ask you, who do you think I am? Seeing Lin Ling leave, Red Jade Tiger suddenly asked curiously. This was because Lin Ling didn't feel excited or scared when he saw him. It was too strange. I think of you as a comrade. Lin Ling paused his steps and smiled. Then he disappeared into the bamboo forest. Comrade, haha, what a great comrade. Red Jade Tiger muttered to himself and then laughed loudly. In the entire martial god battalion, only Lin Ling had the guts to do so. However, if Lin Ling wasn't special, how could he be qualified to take the marshal's seal? What a proud guy. Go, the martial god battalion will send you off. Red Jade Tiger sat down again and played 2 roles. He played chess with himself. The bamboo forest swayed quietly and a terrifying murderous intent filled the air once again. An illusionary image of a jade tiger that seemed to be made of glass also appeared in the sky above the bamboo forest. At this moment, Lin Ling had already left. Although he had only met the marshal once, he had a good impression of him. As for why he wasn't scared, it was because he was Li Xiaoyao. That night, the martial god battalion was extremely lively. It was as if they had won a battle. However, to be able to make the martial god battalion lose face and leave, this was indeed a great victory. After Lin Ling exchanged pleasantries with everyone, he was ready to leave. He had beaten 81 drums and could take 8 people with him. Among them were Xian Yuange, Lin Xian, Falling Flower, Flowing Water Sword, Gong Yang Jiang, Tang Yue, Qi Tong, and Di Bimo. As for Sword Immortal, Tsang Tian and the others, they stayed in the martial god battalion. After all, they weren't qualified to go to the 3 academies. After Lin Ling and the others left, the martial god battalion suddenly let out a deafening sound of cannons. 3,000 martial god cannons were fired at the same time. Under the night sky, it was exceptionally shocking. From afar, the cannons flew across the sky like bright fireworks. The martial god battalion is sending us off. On top of a mountain range, Gong Yangjiang's group excitedly stopped because this was an endless honor. In the history of the martial god battalion, who had the qualifications to send them to battle. Lin Ling also looked at the fireworks under the night sky. His heart was moved. His life in the military was over. However, this place left him with good memories. It was very beautiful, very iron-blooded, and very manly. Then Lin Ling pouted and turned to leave. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. Of course, they also knew that Lin Ling was just talking. In fact, Lin Ling's heart must be rippling. What a stubborn brat. Xian Yuange cursed like a little witch. However, her eyes were a little moist. In the short time she had spent in the martial god battalion, she had sensed an indescribable emotion. It was protection. The martial god battalion was protecting them as they grew up, allowing them to spread their wings and soar. Let's go. Life is full of regrets. In the distance, the handsome blue-robed young man spoke and asked everyone to follow him. Lin Ling's goal was the Resplendent Academy. That was because Yu and the others were waiting for him there. There was also the 5-year battle with Yi Xiaoshu. It was time to fulfill his promise. Most importantly, he could learn more about the heavenly court by entering the 3 academies. Everyone hurried along. Along the way there was endless laughter. However, when they passed through a dense forest, misfortune befell them. Ka. In the dense forest, a large number of armored people appeared. They seemed to have been lying in ambush for a long time. They were the soldiers of the martial god battalion. Haha, you're finally here. Lin Ling, do you regret it? The person leading them was Chen Taichi. At this moment, his face was a little twisted as he appeared in front of Lin Ling and the others. He had led an army to the martial god battalion and boasted that he would definitely show off the martial god battalion's might. Who knew that he would lose face several times in a row? Now, the martial god battalion no longer regarded him as the number one genius. All of this was caused by Lin Ling. Therefore, how could he let Lin Ling go? Qian Taichi, you dare to attack us? This is forcing our two armies to fight. Seeing that the entire forest was surrounded, Falling Flowers Flowing Water knew that it was troublesome. Therefore he immediately spoke. He wanted to use this to make Qian Taichi wary. However, Lin Ling shook his head. Qian Taichi had shed all pretense of cordiality. He would not let this matter rest. Sure enough, Qian Taichi squinted his eyes and smiled faintly. You must be joking. Do you think that you can force our two armies to fight? What a joke. Brothers, don't you agree? At the end of his sentence, he laughed wildly. Ah, are these people idiots? Who would know if you killed them without anyone noticing? Sir Lin Ling, aren't you very arrogant? Now we want you to kneel down. There are two beauties here. Sir, you must reward us when you're tired of them. The surrounding soldiers all sneered. Of course. Qian Taichi's face was extremely cold. He was like a demonic beast under the night sky, choosing its prey to devour. Sir, what should we do? At this moment, the chess boy hurriedly looked at Lin Ling. After all, there were too many of them. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to be moved. On his handsome face, his eyes were filled with a cold light. Qian Taichi is at the third stage of the World King realm. Moreover, there are 3 senior commanders over there. They are all at the first stage of the World King realm. With so many people, our chances of escaping are only 60%. Falling Flowers Flowing Water immediately said. Sir, can I use money to solve this? Gong Yangjiang even wanted to use money to move the other party. Haha. However, the surrounding soldiers sneered even louder. At this moment, these soldiers didn't seem like soldiers at all. Instead, they seemed like bandits who killed people like flies. If we kill you, your money will be ours. A tall and sturdy soldier sinisterly laughed. Hearing this, Gong Yangjiang was fuming with anger. I know you want to fight to the death. But let me tell you, stop dreaming. Come out, senior apprentice brother Mai. At this time, Qian Taichi sneered. He knew that he wasn't Lin Ling's match. After all, he had proven himself not too long ago. But he was already prepared. It's these pieces of trash? Behind the army, a young man walked out. He was playing with a flame in his hand. It was a green flame that was like a firefly. It was extremely dazzling. As soon as this flame appeared, the world seemed to be illuminated. Pressure. An extremely terrifying pressure. His talent was at least a 7th grade mystic body. Sir Mai, it's these pieces of trash. Looking at the young man, everyone immediately let out sounds of worship. 5th stage of the World King realm? Lin Ling also stared at that person. He didn't expect Qian Taichi to find such a powerhouse. It seemed that he was well prepared. Your eyesight is not bad. Now, do you want to die or do you want me to kill you? Of course, the woman doesn't have to die. Chapter 2377. Mai Yan First Battle 5th level of World King Realm. Moreover, his talent isn't weak. Sir, it seems that we are in trouble. Sigh. Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword and the others looked even more solemn. Not to mention the army around them, that young man alone could kill them. After all, their talent was only between the 3rd level of Shen body. You are indeed in trouble because I am the last generation candidate from Resplendent Academy. My name is Mai Yan. The young man said expressionlessly. What? Sir. These words made Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword and the others feel even more uneasy. They were obviously no match for the disciples of the 3 great academies. Their last glimmer of hope was shattered at this moment. Qian Taichi, kill them and I will take 100,000 divine crystals. Sigh. Mai Yan ignored Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword and the others surprised because he was used to it. He had come here for the money. Hearing this, Qian Taichi nodded and sneered. Well, I will kill the strongest first. You come and fight with me. If you are still alive after 3 moves, I will let you go. Mai Yan didn't want to talk nonsense. He pointed at Lin Ling and said. He could see that Lin Ling was the strongest in this group. At this moment, Shen Yuange and the others were worried. They wished they could block in front of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling also took a step forward. Sure, but our battle will have to go somewhere else. Do you dare? Sigh. Provocation? It's a little stupid, but it will work. Sigh. Mai Yan didn't refuse and nodded. Lin Ling, he is a 5th level of World King. Sigh. Shen Yuange was even more worried and pulled Lin Ling's hand. Don't worry. Wait for me here. Sigh. Lin Ling smiled and then strode forward. Before I come back, kill them. After all, I am too lazy to kill trash like them. Ma Yin followed Lin Ling and left behind a sentence. In fact, he was willing to leave with Lin Ling because he was lazy. He left Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword and the others to Chen Taichi and the others. Lin Ling, be careful. We will hold on. Shen Yuanger's eyes were still filled with worry. But if Lin Ling wanted to fight a 5th-level World King powerhouse, she didn't want Lin Ling to worry about them. You won't have to wait long. I'll be back with his head. Lin Ling smiled as he looked at Shen Yuanger, then disappeared into the forest. Haha, you're about to die, yet you still dare to speak such arrogant words. I look forward to seeing Sir Mai bring back Lin Ling's head. Hearing his words, the surrounding army laughed maniacally without a doubt. Even Chen Taiji shook his head in disdain. This was because he knew that Lin Ling was only at the 2nd level of the World King realm and Ma Yin was at the 5th level of the World King realm. Most importantly, he came from Resplendent Academy. Compared to him, Lin Ling was nothing more than a grain of rice. Swoosh. At this time, in the pitch-black night, 2 figures were flying forwards, one in front and one behind. Behind them, Ma Yin stood atop green flames, lazily following. His steps were like the brightest stars in the night sky. You still haven't found your burial ground? Yes. His words were filled with confidence. Of course, he had the ability to back up his confidence. After all, he came from Resplendent Academy. In the younger generation of Blue Province, besides those from the other 2 great academies, he didn't fear anyone else. As for the 2nd level of the World King realm Lin Ling? What a joke. Even if Lin Ling was at the 6th level of the World King realm, he still wouldn't fear him. Those from Resplendent Academy were the representatives of those who could jump realms to fight. In front of them, Lin Ling didn't say a word. His eyes finally fell on a volcano in the distance. Then he shot towards the volcano, landing at its base and quietly waiting for his opponent to arrive. A 5th-level World King. This was the strongest martial artist Lin Ling had fought so far. Bang! Almost at the same time, Ma Yin followed closely behind. The green flames on his body illuminated the bottom of the cave. After landing on the ground, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "Not a bad burial ground. You have a good eye. Whether it's my burial ground or yours, we still don't know." On the other side, Lin Ling indifferently stood there. His expression was as calm as an ancient well, without a single change. What shameless boasting. You didn't tell me you wanted me to come here just to spout nonsense like this, did you? In truth, I have no idea where your confidence comes from. Ma Yin couldn't help but sneer. He had seen arrogant people before, but he had never seen someone as arrogant as this. However, he quickly restrained his laughter. This was because the handsome youth in front of him was cold and indifferent. His aura was like a sword, like a flame, like an immovable king. This icy aura caused Ma Yan's heart to beat faster. This fellow was actually quite a good seedling. Let me give you a word of advice. You had best use your full strength. If you don't die within 3 moves, then you can leave here alive. Lin Ling carried the tyrannical song sword on his back and said indifferently. He knew that his opponent was difficult to deal with. After all, being able to enter the Resplendent Academy was proof of his strength. Therefore, Lin Ling couldn't rely on conventional means to fight. He had to use his trump card. I should be the one saying this, but there's one thing that both of us agree on. Don't waste time. At this time, green flames flew out like locusts. The combination of cold and hot caused Ma Yan's face to turn green and extremely cold. Moon-bearing immortal bug flame. All the flames fell into his palm. He took a step forward and clenched his fists, slamming them towards Lin Ling. Rumble. The entire volcano suddenly shook. The moon-bearing immortal bug flame came from the moon-bearing world. It was a strange flame that was born in the universe. When it was born, it incinerated more than 10 worlds nearby. Only a powerful world could bear this flame. Ma Yin cultivated bitterly in the Resplendent Academy for many years and finally bought this flame by chance. From then on, he soared into the sky. A 7th-grade flame isn't something that you can understand. The sound of insects could be heard. The green flames quickly appeared in front of Lin Ling like a demonic ghost flame. At this moment, Lin Ling's long hair was blown up by the wind. His handsome face was still cold, but wisps of colorful flames were rising in his second dantian. This was the reason why he invited him to this battle. He didn't want to expose his trump card to everyone. Space-time flame. A mysterious flame appeared in his palm. It was as if he had walked out of the flame. A powerful aura also spread out. Suddenly, the moon-bearing immortal bug flame was blown up. It was actually blown away. This sudden change caused Ma Yan's eyes to flicker. However, he had already made his move. Obviously, he couldn't let it go. Bang. Ma Yan's palm arrived and collided with Lin Ling's palm. Rumble. The two flames collided violently, forming a huge flame barrier that occupied the bottom of the volcano. Pop, pop, pop. Almost at the same time, a terrifying flame shockwave surged up. The entrance of the volcano was flooded. Rocks were constantly falling, but they were burned to ashes before they could fall into the cave. The collision of the two flames was terrifying. Whoosh. However, in the next moment, a figure flew out from the flames. Was Ma Yan. You're also a fire-type martial artist. Exclamations resounded in the cave. Ma Yan was very surprised. He was the one who was at a disadvantage in their first confrontation? You're not the only one who knows how to play with fire. Chapter 2378. The spacetime steel sealed everything. Impossible. I have a 7th grade Shen body. Why am I the one at a disadvantage? Could it be that you have an 8th grade Shen body? Ma Yan slammed into the rock wall at the bottom of the cave. His exclamation grew louder. It seemed that he had underestimated the young man. What made him angry was that he was from the Resplendent Academy, but he only had a 7th grade Shen body. His opponent was from the countryside, but he had a flame that was not weaker than his. It was too unfair. Not 8th grade but 9th grade. Lin Ling said indifferently. Colorful flames appeared in his palm, making him look like he was holding a taboo. He shot it at Ma Yan. He took the initiative to attack. Bastard. Ma Yan shouted angrily. He did not expect that killing an ant would be so troublesome. Fortunately, he still had an advantage, which was his cultivation level. In addition, he had a 2nd grade Shen body martial art. Dazzling Mystic Silk Dagger. He opened his mouth and shot out a large amount of green flames. The flames turned into something that looked like a worm or a dagger. They quickly pierced through the bottom of the cave. The void was also pierced through. It was terrifying. Kid, you're still too inexperienced. At the same time, Ma Yan said coldly. He did not believe that the young man was so powerful. Is that so? However, Lin Ling's body suddenly erupted with a fiery pillar of light. It was colorful and caused the surrounding void to distort. The flame daggers that pierced through the void could not get close to Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling had burned the void, causing spatial distortions. For example, if an arrow was shot in a straight line, it would seem like it was going to hit the target. However, due to spatial distortions, the target would appear to be close, but in fact it would be very far away. This was the power of the spacetime flame. Bang. Then Lin Ling walked through the countless green flames at a steady pace. It was as if he had entered the rhythm of the universe. Who are you? Ma Yan's heart roared. What kind of freak is this? He quickly retracted the flames around him and condensed them into a giant dagger. He then shot it at Lin Ling. Since martial arts were useless, then he would use his cultivation level to suppress him. He would definitely be able to defeat that mysterious young man. It was just that his imagination was too perfect. Didn't you say you were going to kill me? Now you're asking me who I am? Don't you think it's ironic? The speed of the green flame dagger was as fast as lightning, but Lin Ling's attack was also very fast. He gathered time and space and then slapped out with his right hand. Bang bang bang. The dagger was immediately blocked by the colorful flames, and the two were equally matched. This kid's talent is definitely at the 9th level. Ma Yan felt more and more pressure. Lin Ling's cultivation level was so much lower than his, but his flames were ineffective against him. This meant that Lin Ling's talent far surpassed his. If a 2nd stage World King was like this, then what about a 5th stage World King? Obviously he would definitely lose at that time. He finally understood why this young man was so confident. It turned out that he was hiding such a terrifying technique. You can't kill me, so we can only tie. How about we stop here? Ma Yan knew it wasn't good to fight for a long time. Even so, this was a great humiliation to him. But in truth, if he left this time, he would definitely ask an even stronger senior apprentice brother to kill Lin Ling. This was because if a genius like Lin Ling didn't die, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. I refuse. However, Lin Ling coldly shook his head. You can't kill me at all. If we continue to drag this out, it will only be disadvantageous to you because your world essence isn't as thick as mine. Ma Yan narrowed his eyes as he stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling actually wanted to kill him? What a joke. In truth, if he knew that Lin Ling had 2 dantians, he wouldn't be able to laugh. Of course, Lin Ling didn't want to fight a long battle because he didn't have the time. You are very lucky. After I obtained that thing, you were the first one to see it. After Lin Ling began to retract the space-time, Ma Yan was stunned. That young man gave up? This made him nod in satisfaction. This is the right choice. After all, I am from Resplendent Academy and have defeated countless geniuses in the myriad worlds. I am also somewhat famous in the academy. Although your talent is not bad, you are still a little weak if you want to defeat me, your senior apprentice brother. Did I say I won't kill you? However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling indifferently retorted, causing Ma Yan's pupils to narrow. That young man still wanted to kill him? This caused him to shout angrily, "Do you know what you are saying?" He didn't believe that Lin Ling had the strength to kill him at all. He didn't believe it at all. Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't want to waste time talking nonsense because Ma Yan would know. An indescribable aura spread out from his body. The bottom of the volcano cave was silent, so silent that it was terrifying. It was as if the aura of the ancient era had occupied the entire cave. Shocked. Ma Yan was shocked. He didn't understand why he was shocked, but now he really wanted to escape. What did you do? He didn't expect that with his high cultivation level, he would be afraid of that young man. That young man was simply a combination of the god of slaughter and the god of flames. All of a sudden he saw Lin Ling's right eye. That eye contained a fatal demonic power. He saw time, space, and finally an ancient stone tablet. That mysterious stone tablet was motionless, but it was the ruler of the universe, emitting a silent aura. Run. Ma Yan didn't dare to say anything. He shot toward the hole in the sky. His heart was pounding violently because he was completely afraid. He was more afraid than when he met the second-generation disciples of Resplendent Academy. Too slow. However, Lin Ling's right eye was still looking at Ma Yan, and it was locked onto him. His eyes became multicolored and it was extremely demonic. This was the first time he used the space-time divine steel. Rumble. At the mouth of the volcano cave, the void suddenly exploded, forming countless cracks. A huge stone tablet suddenly appeared, and as if it had passed through space, it sealed the entrance and smashed down. Ma Yan had nowhere to run. "No, Your Excellency, spare me, please spare me, I'm from Resplendent Academy, you can't kill me." Ma Yan's eyes narrowed when he sensed the terrifying aura. In his eyes, there was only a huge black stone tablet in front of him. The stone tablet was engraved with mysterious runes that sealed all of his vitality. At this moment he was filled with regret. He shouldn't have agreed to Chen Taiji's request to kill Lin Ling because only death awaited him. "Chen Taiji, you've set me up." Ma Yan roared in his heart. He hated Chen Taiji to death. Unfortunately, he had wronged Chen Taiji because Chen Taiji didn't know that Lin Ling was hiding such a terrifying trump card. There's always someone better than you. You're from Resplendent Academy, but that doesn't mean that people from other places can't defeat you. Below the cave, Lin Ling looked up at the sky and said indifferently, "My brother is a second-generation disciple of Resplendent Academy. If you kill me, you won't be able to live. Don't make a mistake." Ma Yan was getting more and more panicked. He was looking for any chance to survive. Unfortunately, it was useless. "Mistake? You're not qualified." Chapter 2379. The game was over. Bang. The ancient volcano instantly collapsed. Dust and dirt flew into the air, spreading millions of miles away. A fifth-level World King powerhouse couldn't block the space and time divine steel. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Then multicolored flames appeared, burning down the entire volcano and causing lava to shoot into the skies. And from the endless flames, a slender figure walked out. As if he were born from the flames behind him turned into a vortex that rapidly vanished into his body. He was Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's current strength, it was difficult for him to control the space and time divine steel. Even so, he could barely use it once. As for its power, it was as if the heavens were falling apart. The world essence in my two Danshians was instantly consumed. Lin Ling's helpless voice echoed out from the pitch-black night. However, after killing Ma Yan, he had also absorbed his opponent's flames, causing his space and time flames to rise once more. "I already said that this is where you will be buried." Soon Lin Ling disappeared into the night. And at this time in the ancient forest, the battle was extremely fierce. Shouts of killing shot into the skies. "Haha, there was a violent explosion just now. I can see the fierce flames now. It looks like Lin Ling has been burned alive." Atop a broken ancient tree, Chen Taiji was sitting there. He drank wine, his voice filled with excitement. Lin Ling should be regretting his actions right now. Indeed, if he dared to disgrace Chen Taiji, then the only fate left for him was death. Sir died. Falling flower, flowing water, and the others paled. But they also believed Qian Taiji's words. This was because the explosions in the distance were intense and there were flames soaring into the skies. If they weren't wrong, then Ma Yin was a fire attribute martial artist. Thus Lin Ling should have been killed. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had died before he could even begin. My man won't die. Only Shen Yuange still believed in her own opinion. Of course, this was a blind trust. Of course. But her trust seemed to have paid off. In the pitch-black forest, a chuckle sounded out. Although the sound was light, it was as if it came from the 9 nether hells. Suddenly all the fighting stopped. From the dense forest, a slender figure slowly walked out. His face was pale and his long hair was tied behind his head. His entire being exuded the aura of a dragon and tiger. If this wasn't Lin Ling, who else could it be? You're not dead. The flagon in Qian Taiji's hand fell to the ground. He almost fell from the tree. How was this possible? Lord Lin Ling. Falling flowers, flowing water soared, and the others were overjoyed. Lord Lin Ling was indeed powerful. The surrounding soldiers also stopped killing as if they had seen a ghost. But soon Qian Taichi roared, Lord Mai, are you there? Where are you? In his opinion, Lin Ling must have escaped back here, so as long as he called Lord Mai over, Lin Ling would definitely die. No need to call him. He's already dead. However, Lin Ling said expressionlessly. With a wave of his right hand, a head was thrown out by Lin Ling. It landed on the ground and rolled. Although the head was burned until it was a little blurry, one could still make out Ma Yan's facial features. At this moment, the forest became even more silent. Plop. Qian Taiji fell from the tree with a look of disbelief. You killed Lord Mai? He's a 5th level world king and he's from the Resplendent Academy. So what? The game is over. Everyone here will die. Lin Ling strode forward. His figure became clearer in the darkness. A thick murderous aura emanated from his body. Plop. His words made Qian Taiji and the others' hearts tremble. They were afraid. They couldn't understand how Lord Mai had failed. One had to know that Lord Mai was the last generation's candidate disciple of the Resplendent Academy. To them, such a person was an invincible existence. But now, his invincibility had been broken. If they hadn't seen Lin Ling arrive with their own eyes, they would have thought that they were dreaming. At this moment, Qian Taiji looked at Lin Ling as if he was looking at a demon king from hell. He finally knew the gap between him and Lin Ling. He had come for revenge today, but he had come to seek death. Spare me, Lord Lin Ling, spare me. It's a misunderstanding between us. It's a misunderstanding. He knelt down and kept kowtowing. In fact, if he fought with Lin Ling now, even if Lin Ling could kill him, it would take a lot of time. This was because Lin Ling had exhausted all of his world essence by the time and space divine steel. However, he was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. He was completely frightened. Plop. The other soldiers also knelt down and kept kowtowing. A shocking scene appeared in the forest. Everyone knelt down and begged for mercy. It was a shocking scene. My lord, you're so powerful. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others exclaimed. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, they probably wouldn't be able to escape death today. Lin Ling continued to walk forward and arrived in front of Qian Taiji. He looked down at Qian Taiji and said, the #1 genius of the God of War Battalion, Qian Taiji. If you were a little tougher, I might have thought more highly of you. However, you only know how to beg like a dog. You've disappointed me. I can't compare to you, Lord Lin Ling, spare me. Qian Taiji felt extremely humiliated. However, his life was more important. Raise your head and look at me. Lin Ling shook his head. He had experienced so many ups and downs since he started learning martial arts. Naturally, he wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. If he didn't remove the roots, there would be endless trouble in the future. Raise my head? At this moment, Qian Taiji's heart trembled. He slowly raised his head. He wanted to see if Lin Ling would let him go. Raise your head to kill. However, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. His sword slashed across Qian Taiji's neck. Qian Taiji finally understood the meaning of raising his head. He stared at Lin Ling and wanted to say something. Unfortunately, nothing was left and he fell on his back. Plop. After he fell, the hearts of the surrounding soldiers trembled. Lord Lin Ling, spare us. We're all under Lord Qian Taiji's orders. We're innocent. The soldiers begged for mercy. They regretted it so much. Kill them all. However, Lin Ling said mercilessly. No matter who ordered these soldiers, they did want to kill him. Since they took this path, they must pay the corresponding price. No. The soldiers cried out in horror. At this moment they hated Chen Taiji because the latter had harmed them. Go to hell. When you wanted to kill us, I didn't see you begging for mercy. Falling Blossom Flowing Water and the others coldly said and attacked. As for Lin Ling, he walked towards Shen Yuange. He held onto Shen Yuange's hand and strode away, leaving the forest. After Falling Blossom Flowing Water and the others left, blood flowed through the forest like a river. All of the soldiers had been annihilated. Let's go. I hope we don't meet any more fellows who seek death. Lin Ling smiled as he looked at his surroundings. Then he strode away. Lord Lin Ling can actually kill a 5th-level World King powerhouse, and one that came from Resplendent Academy. If so, then Lord Lin Ling's strength is enough to enter Resplendent Academy. Chapter 2380. Translator. Naoibo Studio Greater Qingzhou. After coming out of the forest, the group headed towards the direction of Qingzhou. Traveling under the night sky was quite a different experience. As they got closer and closer to Qingzhou, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Li Xiaoyao had been to Qingzhou in the past. He wondered how it was now. However, there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Qingzhou. Even though Lin Ling had obtained Li Xiaoyao's inheritance, he still planned to start from scratch. After all, rice had to be eaten bite by bite. Gradually, specks of light began to appear in front of him. Upon closer inspection, it was the light emitted by countless buildings. The huge city of Qingzhou. So big. It was Shen Yuange's first time here, so he couldn't help but exclaim. Tang Yue, Gong Yangjiang, and the others had obviously been here before, but even so, there was still shock on their faces. The city was so big that one couldn't see the end of it. It was like a huge mountain that stretched endlessly. All the buildings were built along the mountain, and the great Azure Divine Dynasty was at the top of the mountain. Most importantly, the majestic mountain was really huge. There were colorful clouds flowing in the sky. There was Dragon Chi, Emperor Chi, Thunder Chi, and so on. It was like the universe was in chaos. Because there were too many experts, they gathered together and formed a powerful aura. Could be said that this city was the core of Azure Prefecture. This was also the place that every powerhouse from the myriad worlds yearned for the most. Lin Ling, how big is this city? Shen Yuange surveyed the entire city, but he still couldn't see the end of it. For example, the Shen Peng, Shen Yuan, Shen Huang, the Ghost Realm, the Devil Realm, and the God Realm can't even compare to 1/10 of this place. Lin Ling said with a smile. His soul power and 10,000 mammoth devil eyes couldn't see through the great Azure Prefecture. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuange sucked in a breath of cold air. A giant city was already bigger than their hometown. How terrifying. There are as many experts here as there are hairs on a cow. The weak can't survive here. Lin Ling spoke again. His heart was filled with excitement because the stronger the world, the more he liked it. Only in this way could he become even stronger. Let's go. After that, Lin Ling led the group forward. Even though the great Qingzhou seemed close, it would take a very long time to fly there. Gradually, as everyone landed on the ground, they felt that the ancient city in the distance was even more magnificent. Bronze walls that were nearly 1,000 miles high carried with them a sacred and dignified aura that blocked out weak martial artists. And above the city walls, gates opened and powerful martial artists had the qualifications to enter. Through the city gates, one could see that there were magnificent mountains, ancient lakes, and even oceans. It's really the work of the gods. Shen Yuange couldn't help but sigh. She also noticed that the wind blowing out of the city gate was very comfortable, and the spiritual energy was extremely rich. It seemed to be the ancient spiritual energy of the chaos of the universe. This is one of the 9 origins of universal chaos. Lin Ling said indifferently. He already knew that the land of the 9 prefectures hid countless secrets. If he could obtain these secrets, he would be able to dominate the entire universe. According to legend, this land gave birth to countless miracles. Some people were burned to death by the sunlight, but they lived on with the help of the sunlight, forming a powerful talent. There were also people who died sitting on the ground and turned into stone statues. After thousands of years, they broke out of the stone statues and were born again. All kinds of mythical events would appear here. In fact, this place was also related to Tao. The so-called Tao was actually the martial Tao and the heavenly Tao. Those who obtained Tao were the same age as universal chaos. This was also the realm that all martial artists pursued their entire lives. Unfortunately, Tao was too elusive. Even Li Xiaoyao had only just touched the threshold. Shaking his head, Lin Ling collected his thoughts. He didn't know what Tao was. However, when his strength reached a certain level, the truth would be revealed. Enter the city. Lin Ling took a big step forward and walked toward the ancient city. The city gate had a mysterious light screen that prevented weak martial artists from entering, but Lin Ling and the rest were obviously not weak, so they could enter easily. After entering the city, all kinds of noises were heard. The streets were filled with martial artists. It was already night time, but there was still a sea of people. This showed how attractive Qingzhou was. That's the demon tribe. Xian Yuanger's beautiful eyes twinkled. Miss Xian Yuan, please lower your voice. This place belongs to the First Ring City. People from all walks of life can easily attract trouble. Lin Xianxin, who was beside her, reminded her. He had been to many places and naturally knew the rules of this city. Lord Lin, that person is already looking over. At this moment, Xian Yuanger frowned. Lin Xianxin nodded and took a step forward. He stood in front of Xian Yuanger like a guard. In the distance, the 2-meter-tall bull-headed man thought for a while and ignored them. Seeing this, Lin Xianxin let out a sigh of relief. He then looked at Lin Ling and smiled. He was no longer a citizen of Tating Prefecture, so he treated Lin Ling as an adult. Qingzhou is very big. Every region has different rules. For example, this First Ring City is the outermost region of Qingzhou, so the rules are more chaotic. Lin Xianxin explained. There are so many strong martial artists in Qingzhou. Does no one care? Xian Yuanger was puzzled. Hee Sister you have to know that this place is very big. Those strong martial artists can't control everything. Tang Yue said. Xian Yuanger nodded in understanding. Indeed, this place was very big. Those strong martial artists couldn't control everything. She might as well let him do as he pleased. She only needed to prohibit martial arts in certain areas. The people here are not from the human tribe. After all, the martial artists here come from thousands of worlds, so there are all kinds of races. Lin Ling said at this time. He didn't care about the Minotaur from before. If this Minotaur wanted to die, then he would help him. Luckily, this Minotaur was smart. As the group walked down the street, they saw many different races. There were ghost races and even half-beast races. Moreover, most of them were at the World King realm. Their auras were terrifying. How strong. If there are so many powerhouses in First Ring City, then what about Second Ring City? Falling flowers, flowing water clenched his fists, wishing he could become stronger. With our current strength, we don't have the qualifications to enter Second Ring City. So, don't even think about it. Moreover, although there are many World King powerhouses here, not all of them are fierce. Lin Ling comforted him. There were indeed many powerhouses here, but Lin Ling also had many cards in his hands. He was confident that he could kill a 5th-stage World King. This meant that he didn't fear at least half of the people here. Of course, Lin Ling didn't want to stir up any trouble since this was his first time here. And as they walked forwards, road signs began to appear in front of them. They pointed to 3 academies: Heavenly Saint Academy, Radiant Academy, and Blue Soaring Academy. And beneath the giant road sign, 3 old men were sitting there like statues. Beneath them were 3 lotuses, and above their heads was the demon-subduing tree. These 2 were extremely precious treasures. Lin Ling never imagined that they would be used for cultivation. To Radiant Academy. Lin Ling looked around and then walked towards one of the road signs. Sir, do you have an invitation card? Beneath one of the 3 lotuses, an old man opened his eyes. His pupils were like lightning, as if they could see through a person's soul. Lin Ling nodded. The jade card of the Martial God Battalion appeared in his hand. Chapter 2381. Geniuses are as common as clouds. Lin Ling, 700 years of cultivation, Martial God Camp Deputy General. You come from the Northern Lands, 2nd-level World King realm. Not bad, you can obtain a spot. The old man stared at Lin Ling, a bit surprised. To them, cultivating for 700 years was a very short period of time. They could be considered part of the younger generation. But, to cultivate for 700 years and reach the 2nd level of the World King realm, this strength was quite good. It has been a long time since a genius has been born in the Northern Lands. For you to represent the Northern Lands is quite amazing. I look forward to you becoming a candidate for the last generation of Radiant Academy. The old man faintly smiled, causing Lin Ling to nod. Thank you, senior. He discovered that this old man was very strong, having reached the true divinity realm. Moreover, his body exuded the aura of 10,000 worlds. It was clear that he had been to 10,000 worlds, including his hometown. However, this old man's status was too high and he was too lazy to care about anything that happened in his hometown. As for Lin Ling, when he was in the rainforest Holy Land, his strength was limited, so he hadn't been able to sense this old man's arrival. Traveling through 10,000 worlds. This was a strength that left one envious. After all, 10,000 worlds were so large. To travel through every world wasn't something that just anyone could do. But this also proved that this old man was very old. You all can also enter. Then the old man said. The others also had a jade card from the martial god camp. They clearly had the qualifications to enter. Everyone walked down the path. Behind them, the juniors also walked towards the old man. Moreover, they all looked at Lin Ling with envy. My lord, we are also going to Radiant Academy. Someone respectfully said. The 3 great academies were extremely sacred places of the Great Blue Prefecture. They were the places that all martial artists yearned for the most. Thus no one didn't want to enter. After all, only by entering the 3 great academies could one enter places like Second Ring City. This was an endless glory. Do you have an invitation? The old man lightly said, his face kind. My lord, we don't have an invitation, but we are also at the World King realm. We should be able to enter. Someone said with a flattering smile. Sorry, you cannot enter without an invitation. The old man smiled and refused. What? They aren't stronger than us, but if they can enter, why can't we? That's right, I fear those brats won't be able to block a single move from me. Radiant Academy is too unfair. The others echoed. Calm. They didn't have any background, so they couldn't enter. But they were obviously unwilling. They have served in the Martial Gods Battalion and made contributions to Qing Province. That's why they are qualified. Young man, let me give you a piece of advice. If you want to obtain something, you have to pay the price. Don't look at others' glory without seeing their contributions. The old man was still smiling. His words made a lot of sense. Lin Ling, Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword, and the others had served in the Martial God Battalion. These contributions could not be erased. They had paid a price. Bullshit, the Martial God world speaks based on strength. Their strength is not as good as ours, they are trash, so they are not qualified. Senior, why don't you let them come out and fight with us? The winner will be qualified. Some people were even more unwilling to accept this and erupted with a powerful aura. Why don't we force our way in and capture those people? The others also shouted angrily. The old man was still smiling as he shook his head and said, Alas, you see, their cultivation levels aren't high, but that doesn't mean they aren't strong. As for you, mysterious green lotuses suddenly appeared under the feet of those people. Then they merged together and a terrifying aura spread out. Bang! The most arrogant person was directly turned into powder and became a lotus seed. The others were the same. Mercy, mercy, we won't go in. The remaining people hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. They thought that the old man was easy to bully, but who knew that they would be killed the moment the old man attacked? Idiots! Behind them, more and more people arrived one after another. At this moment they sneered disdainfully. Regardless of the strength of those people, if they were recognized they would definitely be invited. Since they dared to snatch their spots, the Resplendent Academy would definitely take action. Moreover, this was the Resplendent Academy. If they were arrogant here, they would not pay for it even if they had 9 lives. At this moment, on the main road, Lin Ling and the others also noticed what was happening behind them. They shook their heads and smiled. If one could enter the Resplendent Academy with strength, they would not have joined the Martial God Battalion. On the path of martial arts, most of the time, one had to take one step at a time. It was possible to soar to the heavens once, but rarely twice. Are we that weak? Lin Ling smiled and looked at the several people beside him. Hearing this, Falling Flowers and Flowing Water shook their heads. Lord Lin Ling had killed a disciple of the Resplendent Academy, so how could he be weak? At the very least, they could be sure that Lin Ling was no weaker than an ordinary disciple of the Resplendent Academy. And at the end of the main road, there seemed to be an ancient city. The people that appeared here were all very young and their strength was not weak. TSK, that is Shin Tianfei of the Origin World. He also has the qualifications. Suddenly, Di Balo looked at a person in front of him. This person was thin and had long purple hair. He seemed unruly. Then, Di Balo saw the confusion in everyone's eyes. He explained, Before I went to the Martial God Battalion, I came into contact with that fellow. He was very strong. Later, I heard that he joined the Demon Sealing faction. I don't know how he managed to obtain a spot, but he also came to participate in the assessment. 3rd level World King Realm, that's a higher boundary than all of us. The chess boy frowned. Besides Lin Ling, everyone else was at the first level of the World King realm. Moreover, this was the result of painstakingly cultivating in the Martial God Battalion. Before this, they were only at the Martial Emperor realm. A high boundary doesn't mean you are strong. For instance, talent, martial arts, and weapons can make up for the difference in boundary. Lin Ling comforted them, making them feel less nervous. In truth, the juniors that appeared all around were extremely strong. Third-level World Kings weren't rare, and there were even fourth-level World Kings. This place could be called a place where geniuses were as common as clouds. If the Resplendent Academy was like this, then what about the other two great academies? This proved that Azure Province was indeed a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It's Yu Linglong. Heavens, she has reached the 5th level of the World King realm. At this time, falling flowers and flowing water shouted out loud. Following his gaze, everyone saw a woman in a golden uniform walking in front of them. She was like a goddess of war, every move she made tugging at the hearts of the entire street. There were even many youths that revealed looks of adoration. Unfortunately, the distance between them and this woman was too great. She was a proud daughter of heaven with both strength and beauty. Thus they could only look up to her. That is the Moonlight Swordsman, Gong Yangjiang said. Then he looked at falling flowers and flowing water. You should know him. I know him. His master is the same as my master, one of the 10 great sword immortals of Azure Province. Falling flowers and flowing water nodded, but his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Your strength is inferior to his. Lin Ling also stared ahead. He saw a youth in a white robe with 2 swords hanging from his waist. His robe was embroidered with maple leaves and his face was pale, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. He gave off a delicate beauty, and this sort of beauty was fatal to some women. All around the street, some young women also cried out in alarm. Chapter 2382. Blue Enchantress Falling Blossom Flowing Water looked a little lonely. Although he was also a disciple of the top 10 sword celestials of Qingzhou, he was obviously not as good as them. The path of martial arts is long. We don't know who will be the winner. Don't lose your confidence. Lin Ling said lightly. Falling Blossom Flowing Water smiled and nodded heavily. At the same time, the white-robed swordsman also looked at Falling Blossom Flowing Water with disdain. Obviously he recognized Falling Blossom Flowing Water. Then he walked forward slowly. On the other side Yu Linglong also looked over. Of course it was just a glance. In her heart, Lin Ling and his group were not worthy of her attention. In this assessment she needed to be careful of the other geniuses. Let's go. Lin Ling did not say much and led the group forward. On the street apparently no one paid attention to them. Even if they did, it was because of Shen Yuan Ge and Tang Yue. Those guys are lucky to have such beautiful companions. Should we go and snatch them? The assessment is about to start. Don't mess around. When you become a candidate of the last generation, you can do whatever you want. But that girl looks familiar. She seems to be the little princess of Square Commandery. Are you kidding? Would a little princess be someone's follower? You must be seeing things. Around the street, some people sat cross-legged and adjusted their states. Some people were bored and whispered in each other's ears. Lin Ling and his group entered a random inn and prepared to rest. It was not yet dawn, but the inn was already full of people. After Lin Ling and his group entered, many people's eyes lit up. A few people at a table could not help but laugh. Tang Yue over here. A girl in a blue dress waved at Tang Yue. Tang Yue, the little princess of Square Commandery? Many people's faces changed. Square Commandery was one of the 4 commanderies in Qingzhou. It was an ally of the Great Qing dynasty and was extremely famous. Sister Enchantress. Tang Yue's beautiful eyes also lit up as she stared at a woman at the table. That woman was wearing a blue cheongsam. She sat with her legs crossed, revealing her fair jade-like legs that reached all the way to the bottom. She was extremely attractive. Of course, after a glance, the crowd did not dare to look any more, because they had heard of that girl who looked like an enchantress. It was said that she was the Blue Enchantress. According to the rumor, she was Enchantress. Flying Dragon Organization. Flying Dragon Organization. Flying Dragon. Had Flying Dragon organizations. So Lin Ling, I saw a friend. I'll head over first. Tang Yue. Tang Yue. Tang Tang. Lin Tang Yue. Was Tang Yue. Tang Yue's Chen Yu. Cloud Blossom Chas. Who is that guy? You actually have to go through his request? As Tang Yue walked over, the Blue Enchantress cried out in alarm. Her lips were blue and she looked very charming. My immediate superior. If I didn't listen to his orders, then the Martial God Battalion would not have given me an invitation and given me a spot. Tang Yue shrugged her shoulders. In any case, he is a very cocky man. So that's how it is. With your status, how could you listen to his orders? But that's fine. Once you enter Radiant Academy, you don't need to care about him. This sort of man who relies on his status to be arrogant is simply despicable. The Blue Enchantress disdainfully said. In truth, he isn't that bad. Tang Yue whispered. Of course, the Blue Enchantress didn't take her words to heart. In her mind, this youth was only at the second level of the World King realm. He wasn't worth mentioning at all. In fact, as she saw Lin Ling's stern face and his demeanor as if he were an adult, she felt very unhappy. If it weren't for the fact that she didn't want to make things difficult for Tang Yue, she really would have taught this man a lesson. After all, Tang Yue was a little princess. When had she ever been someone's subordinate? It seems that your life in the military has changed you a lot. You aren't as unruly as before. The Blue Enchantress said. How could that be? I wasn't unruly before either. Tang Yue sniffled as she replied. She began to reminisce with the others around her. As the others talked, they also looked at Lin Ling with disdain. They thought that Lin Ling was only using his status to make Tang Yue listen to him. At this time, Lin Ling and the others found a table and sat down. They called out for food and wine as they waited for the academy's examination to begin. As falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were chatting, Lin Ling's soul force quietly gushed out, probing his surroundings. As he had guessed, there were many powerhouses hidden in the surroundings. These powerhouses could easily kill him. As for the younger generation that came to take the examination, he didn't fear them at all. Isn't this Ram River? At this time, a sharp voice suddenly sounded out. At some unknown time, several figures had entered the inn. There were tall and sturdy minotaurs and even crocodiles. They were led by a blonde youth as they slowly walked forwards. Look at that youth's robes. They have the Yuan character embroidered on them. They are from Great Origin Mansion. The surrounding people's faces changed slightly. Great Origin Mansion was also a place that couldn't be underestimated. Like the Martial God Barracks, it belonged to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Ram River? Could it be that guy? Then many people looked at Lin Ling. As Ram River was the son of Qing State's Fuxing Manor, many people had heard of his name. Ram River's background was obviously not small, but his strength was very weak. This was a well-known fact. It's you, Yuanian. At this time, Ram River raised his head. He recognized the other party. He even had some grudges with the other party. Therefore, when he saw the other party, he knew that things were going to be troublesome. Haha, it's really you. You are the guy who can't beat others, so you throw money at them. The blonde youth laughed mockingly. Someone beside him even imitated Ram River's tone and said, I'm not as strong as others. Can money solve the problem? If money can solve the problem, then it's not a problem. Ah. The others laughed even louder, and even the people in the inn started to jeer. Tang Yue, it's a good thing that you came to sit with us. Otherwise, you would have been humiliated. The Blue Enchantress shook her head and laughed. She looked like she was watching a good show. However, Tang Yue frowned and was a little worried. What do you want? The surrounding people laughed at Ram River, which made Ram River angry. What do I want? I want to tell you that in the Martial God territory, strength is everything. Money is not the most important thing. Now get out of here. I want your table. Yuanian said coldly. He had a grudge against Ram River, but he didn't dare to kill him. Humiliating him would be no problem. Do you think I will leave just because you asked me to? There are so many inns here. You can find other inns. Ram River said, frowning. What if I don't want to? Yuanian narrowed his eyes and replied in an overbearing manner. Bang. At this time, the sound of a table being slammed was heard. Di Biamo stood up and said coldly, Your Excellency, don't go too far. It's none of your business. Chapter 2383. Bull Demon Refining World. Yuan, and don't be too arrogant. There are many people here that you can't afford to offend. At this time, Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword spoke up. So it's you, Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword, disciple of Qing Province's top 10 sword immortals? But so what? Could it be that your master will come and uphold justice? Moreover, in terms of background, you aren't enough to make me fear you. Yuanian coldly said. What if I'm included? At this time, the chess boy also stood up. Old Chi's disciple. Many people recognized the chess boy. They didn't expect that there would be so many disciples of ancient powerhouses sitting at that table. At this time even Yuan was surprised. Let people off if you can. The assessment is near. We don't want to cause trouble. You can leave now. Seeing Yuan remain silent, Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword thought he was afraid. As these words fell, many people realized that Yuan was about to leave the inn. Too much nonsense. Your master is strong, but that doesn't mean you are strong. Take my fist and don't retreat. Let's leave. However, at this time Yuan sneered. He stepped forward and shot towards Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword. Grand Cardinal Divine Fist. Voila! A strong wind seemed to blow through the inn. All the wine glasses and other objects were clinking. A fist radiating with light attacked the Falling Flower's water sword. This fist seemed to come from 10,000 worlds. In fact, this fist was enough to completely destroy the inn, but Yuan's control over his strength was very strong. He didn't let the excess strength affect the inn. From this, one could see that Yuan wasn't weak. However, no one thought that Yuan would suddenly attack. Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword was the same. He instantly realized that his opponent was at the second stage of the World King realm. Grand Cardinal True Chi, he has a 4th grade profound body. Some of the genius powerhouses in the inn whispered. At this time, Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword didn't have time to draw his sword. His sword was strong. Without a sword, he naturally wasn't his opponent. He punched out, resisting the Grand Cardinal Divine Fist. Ha, you overestimate yourself. Yuan sneered. He wanted to break Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword's right arm so that he couldn't use his sword. Ka. The two fists collided violently. Righteousness exploded, causing Blossoming Flowing Water Sword's face to turn pale. However, at this moment, a palm appeared behind him, giving him a powerful recoil. The pressure instantly decreased. It was Lord Lin Ling. Blossoming Flowing Water Sword was overjoyed. Get lost. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. The aura of a demon god filled the air and rushed out through the arm of the Falling Flower's water sword. Bang. The powerful force sent Yuan flying and smashed into the wall. You've already taken a step back. Scram. After that, Lin Ling's indifferent voice also quietly floated out. The inn instantly fell silent. Many people stared at Lin Ling, their faces solemn. They didn't expect Gong Yangjiang to have such an expert. After all, Yuan had attacked in an instant, while the latter had defended in a hurry. However, he was still able to force the other party back. His strength was quite impressive. Papa. At this moment, Yuan slid down from the wall. His right arm was broken and dripping with blood. He stared at Lin Ling, waiting to devour him. He didn't expect that he would be injured with one punch. After all, his righteousness genuine chi had been cultivated by the righteous heavenly incense for 500 years. It was as strong as yang and invincible. Who are you? He said in a cold voice. Lin Ling of the Martial God Battalion, their leader. Lin Ling sat back down and said lightly. What? This person is the superior of Blossoming Flowing Water Sword? How is that possible? Yes, they are about the same age. I didn't expect Blossoming Flowing Water Sword to be so obedient. It seems to be true because DBMO and the others didn't say anything against it. Many young geniuses exclaimed. Because young people were full of vigor, it was very difficult to convince people of the same age. But now, this young man had done it and he had subdued several people at once. It was hard for people not to be surprised. Xiaomanshan. Yuan stared at Lin Ling and suddenly shouted. Bang. In front of him, a bull-headed giant walked out. His body exuded a rich demonic aura. His voice was low and deep. One more punch. Whoever retreats will get the hell out of here. Bang. As his words fell, he stepped forward again. With each step, his aura climbed higher and higher. If he were placed in the myriad worlds, he would be able to shake a world. His cultivation was at the 3rd stage of the World King realm. Bull Demon World Refining. At this moment, Blue Enchantress frowned. This was an extremely powerful body cultivation method. It could use the world essence in one's body to refine one's body. It was extremely powerful. It was said that when one reached the 9th stage they could transform into a world bull demon. It was as big as a world. That person had obviously only reached the 2nd stage, but he wasn't someone that an ordinary person could resist. Little Princess Tang Yue, your superior is in trouble. Do you need my help? Just say the word and I will help him defeat the bull-headed giant. Then you can show off in front of him. Blue Enchantress said with a smile. She wanted to help Tang Yue. However, Tang Yue shook her head. Let's wait and see. It will be too late. Blue Enchantress was surprised. She discovered that Tang Yue didn't seem to care. And there were two reasons for this. First, Tang Yue wanted that youth to lose face. Secondly, Tang Yue was very confident in that young man. Of course, the first reason was more important. After all, that youth was only at the second stage of the World King realm. There was no doubt that he would be defeated. Bull Demon refining primal chaos. At this time, the bull-headed giant had already attacked. His fist came smashing out, forming the energy of primal chaos. Of course, this was only an illusion. Everything was still world essence. After all, with his strength, he couldn't possess the energy of primal chaos. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire restaurant began to shake, as if a giant was grabbing the restaurant and shaking it. What a terrifying fist. Many people cried out in alarm. The air was swept up in chaos. The fist rushed towards Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he stood up, ignoring the turbulence in the air. His divinity and demon body began to stir. After experiencing the blood of the fish monster, the blood of the silver moon supreme beast, the martial god fruit, and the tempering of the flames of time, just how terrifying was his mortal body. His fist also struck out, a dragon-shaped energy flowed tumbling around it. In the next moment, the two fists collided. A terrifying white light appeared. It was formed by the suppression of the air, causing many people to be unable to see what was happening within the white light. Little Princess Tang Yue, if you don't make a move then it will be too late. Yes. Blue Enchantress immediately cried out. However, Tang Yue waved her hand. Blue Enchantress wanted to say something, but in the next moment, there was a thunderous sound. In the white light, a figure was sent flying backwards, knocking over many tables and chairs before finally flying out of the restaurant. After that terrifying strength disappeared, the crowd finally reacted. That bull-headed giant lost. Yes. It was unknown who said this sentence, but it made the inn even more silent. Chapter 2384. He's a bird man. Those who caused trouble earlier get out. Along with his actions, a cold voice sounded at the same time. Right now, Lin Ling's god devil body had reached 5,000 universe power. In fact, it was a 5th grade Shen body. In terms of physical strength, he really didn't fear anyone. Of course, in terms of Jie Yuan, he also didn't fear anyone. Let's scram. Not far away, Yuanian looked deeply at Lin Ling, his eyes full of fear. But today's matter will not be forgotten. Scram, not leave. Lin Ling had heard this kind of threat many times. He didn't mind it and took a sip of wine. Hearing this, Yuani's pupils constricted. So many young geniuses were watching and he was going to roll out? If that was the case, the Deyuan mansion would be completely disgraced by him. Do you want me to help you? However, Lin Ling's next sentence directly told them to get out, because by the time Lin Ling came to help, they might have to leave lying down. Seeing this, many people in the inn couldn't help but laugh. This guy's strength is so strong. He's definitely above average among the younger generation in this batch of assessment. At this moment, Blue Enchantress's little blue mouth turned into an O. She didn't expect that young man to be so strong. She had underestimated him. Actually, I also want to see him lose face, but I know that it's impossible with those people from before. Tang Yue sighed regretfully. Why do I feel that you don't want him to be embarrassed? Tang Yue, tell me honestly, do you like him? Blue Enchantress laughed strangely and said, however, he's still worthy of praise. Unfortunately, his cultivation is too weak. Moreover, the advantage of his physical strength won't allow him to pass smoothly in this test. You're the one who likes him. I hate his arrogant look. Tang Yue immediately retorted, but she muttered inwardly, his strength isn't his physical body. In truth, even she didn't know where Lin Ling's limits were. In any case, he didn't seem like a second-level world king. And the inn also gradually quieted down. The crowd finally knew why Falling Flowers Flowing Water and the others had submitted to Lin Ling. All geniuses, please gather at the plaza. At this moment, a loud and clear voice came from the sky. The long night was finally over, and the resplendent academy's examination was about to begin. It's about to start. Everyone's spirits were shaken as they walked out of the inn one after another. Lin Ling and the others were the same. Looking at the street, they saw that it was already filled with people. They were all from the younger generation. The men were handsome and otherworldly, and the women were captivating. Every single one of them puffed out their chests and walked forward with high fighting spirit. For the sake of martial arts, they would unleash their full potential. Of course, there was no lack of young masters who were working hard to attract the attention of the beauties around them. There were indeed a lot of women in this assessment. They were dressed in all kinds of clothes. There were cute types, mature types, charming types, and so on. It was no wonder that they were so impulsive. Even Lin Ling couldn't help but be secretly surprised. He didn't expect there to be so many beauties. At this moment, a whistling sound came from the sky. In the distance, a young man in a purple robe stepped onto a white paper crane. He was extremely dazzling. Where did he come from? That paper crane is made of paper, but it can carry people and fly. Xian Yuan-ge exclaimed beside him. It's just a kind of puppet. It can fly after engraving a boundary. But that guy is really in the limelight. Lin Ling curled his lips. Everyone was lining up in an orderly manner, but that young man was flying across the sky. If it wasn't for the limelight, then what was it for? That young man is called White Bird. He's a member of the Heavenly Court. At this moment, a voice came from behind. Tang Yue walked over with Blue Enchantress and the others. Blue Enchantress spoke faintly. White Bird of the Heavenly Court. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and the others had obviously heard of this name, and their expressions became serious. This guy is said to be a bird that turned into a human. Dibayamo said. A bird that turned into a human was similar to a carp that leaped over the dragon's gate. As long as it appeared in the chaos of the universe, it could soar into the sky. If a carp could turn into a dragon, then White Bird could also turn into a human. The geniuses of the martial god realm are really colorful. Xian Yuan-ge felt that it was an eye-opener. He knew that the young man's strength wasn't simple. To put it bluntly, he's a birdman. However, Lin Ling immediately mocked. Because of the Heavenly Court. No matter who that person was, as long as he was a member of the Heavenly Court, then he was Lin Ling's enemy. He appeared so handsome, but you said that he's a birdman. You're jealous of him. Blue Enchantress said disdainfully. She stared at Xian Yuan-ge and said, "What a cute girl. Come, let's get to know each other." Xian Yuan-ge was a little flattered by her friendly attitude. Lin Ling stared at Blue Enchantress. He found that this woman was tall and her strength was unfathomable. However, this woman was brought by Tang Yue, so he didn't pay much attention to her. Dibayamo and the others also secretly stared at her, attracted by her slender legs. Jealous? He's not qualified enough to make me jealous. Just wait, there's a price to pay for being in the limelight. Lin Ling looked at the sky again. His words made Blue Enchantress shake her head. She thought that Lin Ling was definitely jealous. In fact, the young man flying in the sky was indeed very attractive. He was like a dazzling star. On the ground, many girls' eyes were shining. Get down? However, very quickly, a thunderbolt descended from the sky and blasted the paper crane. It burned the paper crane and the White Bird fell to the ground in a sorry state. Everyone has to follow the rules of the Resplendent Academy's examination. At the same time, an old man shouted angrily. Obviously, the White Bird had violated the rules in order to be in the limelight. Sometimes the opposite of being in the limelight is losing face. Lin Ling immediately shrugged his shoulders, making the chess boy and the others laugh. From the perspective of men, they were also very unhappy with the elegant White Bird. You're really vicious. Blue Enchantress curled her lips. She also felt that the White Bird should be in a sorry state at this moment. And the fact was indeed so. On the ground, a large number of boos sounded, making Lin Ling think of a very popular sentence in his previous life. Acting tough will be struck by lightning. After that, everyone lined up in order, recorded their names and identities, and quietly waited for the examination. Large words began to appear in the sky. This examination was divided into two types. First, the examination of combat strength. Second, the examination of talent. Those who passed the two types of examinations would become the last generation's candidate disciple of the Resplendent Academy. Although there were only two types of examinations, they were definitely very difficult. This made many of the younger generation nervous. Those who want to take the examination, come out. Following the old man's voice, a large number of disciples walked out, quietly waiting for the examination of combat strength. Chapter 2385. The whole place was filled with hatred. That's Luo Lu from Only My Commandery. He's at the 4th level of World King Realm. Great God Qian from Grand Court Commandery is here too. Of course, Tang Yue from Square Commandery is here too. That's the genius from Xing and Boundary. He has been in martial god realm for 990 years. If he doesn't take part in the assessment after 1,000 years, he will lose his chance. Many people were talking about it. Their blood was boiling because it was an honor to be with those famous geniuses. Moreover, they also wanted to see the gap between them. Martial God Battalion, you've got guts. After the assessment, I'll teach you a lesson. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Yuan Yin from the Yuan Mansion. Suddenly, many people were puzzled. Who was the person from the Yuan Mansion talking to? This guy. Beside Lin Ling, D by Mo and the others' faces turned ugly because Yuan Yin was talking to Lin Ling. This trash obviously wanted to settle accounts. There were so many geniuses here, so Yuan Yin was not afraid that Lin Ling would attack him. Who is this guy? How dare he provoke Yuan Yin? Many people looked at Lin Ling. As for Yuan Yin, he smiled gloomily. His sudden shout made Lin Ling the focus of attention. Lin Ling would be under a lot of pressure. After all, there were too many people here who were stronger than Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Lin Ling didn't even look at him. His face was full of disdain. Yu Linglong and the other top geniuses were surprised by his expression. Of course, their eyes were full of disdain. They thought that Lin Ling was pretending to be calm. Lin Ling from Martial God Battalion, you'll be disgraced. You'll be eliminated. Yuan Yin roared again. Lin Ling's attitude was too calm, which made him very unhappy. Martial God Battalion. Suddenly, a doubtful voice rang out in the square. On the way to Qingzhou, did you guys see my brother, Ma Yan? A young man in a black and white robe walked out from the high platform in front of the square. He had his hands behind his back and looked down indifferently. Speak. His furious roar caused the entire plaza to tremble. Senior brother Mai Zi. Someone with sharp eyes, Ma Yan Zi Yun immediately. This man was the last disciple of Radiant Academy. Who would have thought that he knew Lin Ling? For a moment, everyone paid attention to Lin Ling. They never thought that this unknown young man would cause such a huge commotion. This is bad. D by Mo and World Ma Yan. Ma Yan had been killed by Lord Lin. My Z. Ma Yan was Ma Yan. Ma Yan had my. Was my Mu Lucas was Ma Yan my continent my runes Louis my. Although they did not know how my Z got the news, it was better for him to deny it. He's dead. Even Yu Linglong doesn't dare to provoke the last disciple of Radiant Academy. He's not even as strong as Yu Linglong. He's dead for sure. Yuan Yin did not expect things to turn out this way. Lin Ling had become a thorn in everyone's side. Senior brother Mai Zi is asking you a question. But a moment later, many of the disciples who were about to be assessed glared at Lin Ling. For them, senior brother Mai Zi was the last disciple of Radiant Academy. They needed to flatter him. If they could curry favor with him, they might get a favor. In my opinion, even if he didn't kill them, he still has something to do with it. I think we should arrest him and interrogate him. Yuan Yin said. He wanted to see the world in chaos. That bastard. Xian Yuan Ge could not help but curse. Everything was caused by that despicable person. The situation had become very troublesome. They did not know how Lin Ling would deal with it. However, trouble seemed to be coming in waves. Lin Ling from Martial God Battalion, long time no see. Step forward. Another young man slowly walked out from the high platform in front of him. He only had one arm, and at this moment, he stroked his severed arm with a ferocious expression as he coldly looked at Lin Ling. Senior brother Yi Xiao Shou. Yes. The crowd exclaimed again. This was another last disciple. Moreover, his background was not small. It was said that he was a member of the Heavenly Court. Senior brother Yi Xiao Shou, you know him? Yes. Among the crowd, White Bird also smiled. As a member of the Heavenly Court, he naturally knew Yi Xiao Shou. Senior brother Yi Xiao Shou, you mean to protect him? Yes. Even Mai Zi frowned and looked at Yi Xiao Shou. If the latter wanted to protect Lin Ling, then he would not be able to question Lin Ling domineeringly. However, no one knew that Lin Ling and Yi Xiao Shou had a 5-year agreement. Moreover, Yi Xiao Shou's severed arm was cut off by Lin Ling. Therefore, Yi Xiao Shou was not here to protect Lin Ling at all. I know him, how can I not know him? He belongs to me. No one can snatch him from me. Because I want to kill him with my own hands. Yi Xiao Shou paused for a moment before he finally spat out a cold sentence. As he spoke, his killing intent was extremely dense. The entire square was instantly like boiling water. Never had they imagined that Yi Xiao Shou did not want to protect Lin Ling but wanted to kill Lin Ling instead. Lin Ling from Martial God Battalion, how audacious of you. You trash actually dared to offend Lord Yi Xiao Shou. Kneel down. White Bird immediately shouted angrily at Lin Ling. The others were the same. All of them stared furiously at Lin Ling as if they wanted to seek justice for Yi Xiaoxiu. To them, Lin Ling was just a passerby. His life and death had nothing to do with them. Of course, if Lin Ling's death could make Yi Xiaoxiu owe them a favor, then that would be very good. Humans were selfish. In the face of benefits, who would pay attention to a passerby? A series of furious roars could be heard in the square. These guys. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others all turned pale. They had to be wary of Mai Zi alone. Now there was also Yi Xiaoxiu. It's over, it's over. Even Blue Enchantress sucked in a breath of cold air. She did not expect Lin Ling to offend so many people. She could not help but sigh. Tang Yue, what kind of guy do you know? Now, everyone wants to see a good show. Her words were filled with helplessness. If it was someone else, she might help Lin Ling out of respect for Tang Yue. However, the ones who stepped in were the last generation disciples. Last generation disciples were not on the same level as them. After all, even if they passed the assessment, they were only last generation candidates. And those who could become last generation disciples were undoubtedly existences that were revered. Thank you. However, at this moment, Lin Ling softly spat out a sentence that seemed to be directed at Blue Enchantress. Her beautiful eyes narrowed and then she shook her head. What are you thanking me for? I didn't help much. At least you want to help. It's enough that you have this thought. Lin Ling said with a faint smile. He looked very calm, which made Blue Enchantress suspect that Lin Ling was scared silly. She said, many people here want to see a good show for you. You're actually not flustered at all? Thank them for not thinking highly of me because they are also encouraging me. For them, I will also become stronger. Lin Ling turned his head to look at Blue Enchantress and revealed a brilliant smile. Chapter 2386. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave rose. Could it be that if the entire world became his enemy, he would be even happier? If he provoked even more enemies, then all of this would only cause him to become even stronger. This was a madman. Moreover, he was a martial arts maniac. Although Lin Ling's voice wasn't loud, many people clearly heard him. What shameless boasting. Where did this trash come from? He's actually so arrogant. Could it be that all of us are hostile towards him and he wants to use us as motivation to become stronger? Without a doubt, many geniuses angrily shouted out. They had never seen such an arrogant person before. What an interesting fellow. Even Yu Linglong and the others from the first camp smiled. Of course, they thought that Lin Ling was only trying to play to the gallery. After all, arrogance required capital, and this youth was only at the second level of the World King realm. He clearly didn't have that. Yi Xiaoxiu, does your arm still hurt? The 5-year battle has already begun. Do you want to fight now? Or do you want to fight after the assessment? Lin Ling didn't care about the gazes around him. Instead, he looked at Yi Xiaoxiu on the high platform. Bang! As these words fell, the entire square was thrown into an uproar. No one thought that senior apprentice brother Yi Xiaoxiu's arm would be cut off by this youth. Moreover, this youth had actually agreed to fight with Yi Xiaoxiu. He was seeking death, he was simply seeking death. Without a doubt, after Lin Ling's words, even more voices of reprimand sounded out. In their opinion, even if senior apprentice brother Yi Xiaoxiu were to give up an arm, this youth still wouldn't be his match. However, Lin Ling's words caused Yi Xiaoxiu's complexion to turn icy cold. Losing an arm was his greatest shame. Although it hadn't been 5 years yet, these past years had felt like years to him. He had bitterly and diligently cultivated in order to wash away the greatest shame of his life. For a time he coldly glared at Lin Ling. He didn't speak, but Lin Ling angrily shouted out. Speak, coward. Coward? With just you? The noise in the surroundings became even louder. The crowd didn't think that the young man would dare to ignore them and directly shout at the last generation disciple. What a coward. My arm was broken by your martial god cannon, but that doesn't mean you're strong enough to break my arm. However, I'll remember you calling me a coward. After the test is over, I'll show everyone who's the real coward. Yi Xiaoxiu finally revealed a sinister smile. Even Mai Zi, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but shudder. He felt as if Lin Ling had touched the devil's reverse scale. Of course, even though Lin Ling was going to die, he wanted to know the whereabouts of his younger brother, Mai Yan, before he died. He had the ability to resonate with his younger brother. When his younger brother died, he immediately sensed it and vaguely heard that it was the martial gods battalion. You're Lin Ling, right? Let me ask you, where did my little brother go? Who killed him? Thinking of this, Mai Zi looked at Lin Ling and said in an extremely domineering manner. Senior brother Mai Zi, we haven't seen Mai Yan. We don't know who you're talking about. Falling Blossom Flowing Water immediately spoke. Chess Boy and the others also spoke. The world is so big. Don't you think you're being too domineering by questioning us just because your little brother is missing? At this moment they naturally insisted that they hadn't seen Mai Yan. Otherwise there would be endless trouble. I want you to speak. Otherwise die. Unfortunately, Mai Zi didn't care about other reasons. He just wanted to know the result. Domineering. This was the powerful last generation disciple. Of course, the others also felt that he had a reason to be domineering. You. Falling Blossom Flowing Water and the others had unsightly expressions. The other party was too overbearing. I know where your little brother is. However, just as they were about to find another excuse, Lin Ling spoke. Speak. Mai Zi frowned. He's dead. I killed him. Lin Ling smiled coldly. His smile was evil. He didn't hide anything and directly admitted it. Bang. At this moment the entire square fell silent. It was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Mai Zi was stunned. Veins appeared on his forehead. His little brother was dead. He was killed by that young man? You're not joking? He roared angrily. His voice was mixed with shocking anger. Do you think I'm joking? Lin Ling was still smiling, but his voice became incomparably cold. This was an even more straightforward admission. This guy. Falling Blossom Flowing Water and the others smiled bitterly. Previously they were thinking of ways to avoid it. Who knew that Lin Ling would directly admit it and even counterattack in an overbearing manner? They couldn't figure out this kind of behavior that didn't play by the rules. As for Blue Enchantress, she smiled bitterly. This young man had offended all the geniuses and offended Yi Xiaoshou. That wasn't enough. He even offended Mai Zi. This enmity was irreconcilable. In fact, she didn't know that Lin Ling dared to admit it. This wasn't arrogance. With his current strength, he really didn't fear Mai Zi and Yi Xiaoshou. Since he didn't fear them, why should he be so humble? Why did you kill him? He's my only brother. Mai Zi finally reacted and let out a painful cry. His voice was distorted. Because he wanted to kill me. Lin Ling raised his head to look at the man and said fearlessly. Then why didn't you let him kill you? Mai Zi's eyes were filled with malevolence. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. His voice became cold. I have no enmity with him. He wanted to kill me because of the divine crystals. Now you're asking me why I didn't let him kill me? Let me tell you, once the test is over, I'll kill you too. His voice was filled with murderous intent. It was as if he wanted to kill the entire world. Mai Yan came to kill Lin Ling, so Lin Ling would definitely counterattack. If Mai Zi asked clearly and judged whether Lin Ling was right or wrong, Lin Ling might even apologize. But Mai Zi asked him why he didn't want to die? In this case, there was no need to keep this last generation disciple alive. After all, Mai Yan's life was a life, but was Lin Ling's life not a life? Crazy. After Lin Ling's voice, the square was in an uproar. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave had risen. No one thought that Lin Ling would be so frivolous, but they could see that Lin Ling was going to die. Master Lin Ling, you're so bold. Mo and the others smiled bitterly. Master Lin Ling had provoked two last-generation disciples at the same time, and this had caused more dissatisfaction among the geniuses in the square. What will come, it can't be avoided. Yes. Lin Ling shook his head, because even if he endured the humiliation, the other party would not let him go. Time's up, the test begins. Yes. At this time an old man's voice floated in the air, and everyone began to look up at the sky. Yi Xiaoshou and the others naturally did not dare to disturb the test, and could only wait quietly by the side. No matter what the result of the test was, they would not let Lin Ling go today. Little Princess Tang Yue, is this lord of yours really arrogant or is he just bragging? Chapter 2387. Combat Strength Assessment. Tang Yue shook her head and smiled. In truth, I can't see through him either. Then he must be bragging a lot. Blue Enchantress thought that Lin Ling would definitely sneak away after the assessment. After all, bragging could be used to scare people, but it couldn't be used to defeat an opponent. Lin Ling did not know what everyone was thinking. At this moment, his gaze was focused on the ground. The ground began to sink, revealing 10 huge platforms. A terrifying aura spread out from the platforms. On the platform there was a cage made of steel. It was covered with cloth and looked extremely mysterious. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly blew by, and the cloth outside the cage was blown away, revealing a tall giant inside the cage. This giant's skin was as tough as steel, and he was over 100 meters tall. He stood there quietly as if he was a demon king of the universe. Many people shuddered when they saw the giant because they felt extremely pressured by the giant. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully at the crowd's reaction. These people were mostly people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. When they saw that others were weaker than them, they all pretended to be fierce. But when they saw something mysterious and powerful, they were all like stray dogs. Shameful. Lin Ling said sarcastically. What did you say? Some people seemed to have heard it and glared at Lin Ling. Yuan and was among them. Take the seat yourself. Lin Ling didn't even bother to say anything. He appeared calm and collected. Even Blue Enchantress felt that compared to the others, Lin Ling was indeed very calm. However, she also stared at the platform and wondered, what the hell is this? In fact, Xian Yuange and Tang Yue were also very curious. We met not long ago. Have you forgotten? Lin Ling said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Xian Yuange's beautiful eyes lit up. Could it be the martial god giant? That's right, this was the martial god giant. He had seen it not long ago in the martial god barracks. Of course, the martial god barracks was even bigger. So it's a puppet. That makes me less nervous. Blue Enchantress had obviously heard of the martial god giant. After the others learned about it, they all let out a sigh of relief. Only Lin Ling sneered. He whispered to Xian Yuange, although this is a miniature version, don't underestimate it. All right. Xian Yuange would definitely listen to Lin Ling. Everyone looked at Lin Ling with disdain, thinking that Lin Ling was too cowardly. Meanwhile, the mysterious old man's voice resounded from the sky. One of the tests of combat strength is to fight the martial god giants. You're not allowed to utilize any weapons or treasures throughout the entire process. At first, the crowd didn't feel anything, but the second half of the sentence made many people turn pale. Forbidding the use of treasures and weapons, this was equivalent to choking off half of their strength. After all, some of them had extraordinary backgrounds and were born in a noble family. The weapons in their hands were extremely sharp, but what if they couldn't use weapons? How could they not be shocked? A bunch of good-for-nothings. Is the path of martial arts all about external weapons? At this time Yuan said contemptuously. He looked at the sky and saluted, Senior, I'll be the first to take the test. A surprised voice came from the sky. The voice seemed to want to say something, but Yuan had already jumped down from one of the platforms before the mysterious old man could answer. The first person to take the test was undoubtedly the most eye-catching. Therefore, cheers came from all around, which made Yuan smile excitedly. He was very satisfied with his choice. Idiot. Only Lin Ling shook his head. He knew that Yuan was going to suffer a lot. At the same time, the pupils of the martial god giant under the platform lit up, as if he had woken up from ancient history. A mysterious smoke also filled the air. Bang! He moved as fast as lightning. His fist was like a world. That fist instantly appeared in front of Yuan. That fist could destroy a world. Oh no. Yuan's face changed drastically. He never thought that the giant would be so terrifying. He anxiously retreated and burned his realm essence. Only then did he barely avoid the fist. However, the wind from the fist also seriously injured him. I give up. I give up. Yuan shouted anxiously. Suddenly, a light barrier fell from the sky and enveloped Yuan, protecting him. You're eliminated. At the same time, the mysterious old man's voice also floated out. Hearing that, Yuan's face instantly turned pale. He had worked hard for 100 years just for this moment. However, all his hard work was in vain because he was eliminated in an instant. The irony was that he was so proud before, mocking others as good-for-nothings. However, he was the good-for-nothing now. Then the light brought Yuan up. Lin Ling looked at him mockingly and said softly, You're just a good-for-nothing. Such words were undoubtedly rubbing salt on the wound. Yuan was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but he did not dare to do anything. Previously, it was Yuan who pushed Lin Ling into the limelight. Now Lin Ling would definitely return the favor. Soon, a lot of mocking laughter came from the surroundings. However, they also began to look at the sky. Don't underestimate the martial god giants. Although they are puppets, their combat power has reached the true immortal realm. Underestimating them is courting death. Moreover, the goal of the test is not to defeat them but to fight with them for half an hour. That's how you pass. The mysterious old man said. Hearing that, Yuanian was stunned. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was because he thought that the test was to defeat the martial god giants, who knew that he only needed to fight with them for half an hour. He was too anxious. Bang. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Yuanian fell down and fainted. A cultivator must be as calm as a mountain. I didn't even finish explaining the rules before you jumped off the platform. It's obvious how impatient you are. No wonder you were eliminated. In the sky, the mysterious old man said disdainfully, let me say one last thing. These martial god giants have participated in the Great War of the Myriad Worlds, and they have destroyed a world with a single punch. Therefore, only by knowing your enemy and yourself can you win every battle. Just like a little friend from before, he could tell that they were martial god giants at first glance. This shows that he is bold and cautious. The little friend he was talking about seemed to be Lin Ling. Many people were jealous because Lin Ling was praised by a mysterious old man. He was too lucky. As for the high platform in the distance, Yi Xiaoshou and the others had ugly expressions. They never thought that among the tens of thousands of geniuses, Lin Ling would be the first to be praised by a senior from the resplendent academy. I was just lucky. At this moment, Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the sky. This is not a fluke. Only when you know more can you be familiar with things. Little friend, you are neither arrogant nor impatient. Very good, very good. I think you will pass. Chapter 2388. Terrifying martial god giants. Immediately, more and more eyes looked towards Lin Ling mixed with envy. Even Yu Linglong, Blue Enchantress and the others were the same. As for the Moonlight Swordsman and the other geniuses in the first row, besides envy, there was also jealousy and anger in their eyes. Alright, I've said what needs to be said. 10 platforms, begin the combat strength assessment. The cages on the platforms opened and the death god giants walked out, their cold eyes looking towards the platforms. Immediately many people shivered. Those eyes were emotionless, cold, and filled with a steely killing intent. Then the participating disciples leapt off the platforms. Since they were here, they might as well give it a try. However, as they landed on the platforms, they realized that the aura of the platforms was even more terrifying. 3 people's legs were already shaking. This was an extremely shameful situation. There was even one person whose pants were wet. The smell of urine wafted out, causing many people above to laugh out loud. The assessment hadn't even begun yet and these people had already lost the strength to fight. They were destined to fail. Of course, their reactions were normal to ordinary people. After all, facing a true divinity realm powerhouse, no one could remain calm. And this was indeed the case. One of them had been killed by a single fist of the martial god giant, turning into a bloody pulp. It was an extremely cruel and brutal scene. The main reason was that facing the martial god giant's fist, he had been scared witless. If he didn't move then he would have undoubtedly died. Another person shouted out that he forfeited and was finally saved. But one of them managed to escape from the platform. Your reaction speed is quite fast. Unfortunately, you left the platform so you were eliminated. The mysterious old man lightly said. In truth, the remaining 7 people weren't much better off. They cried out again and again, constantly dodging the attacks of the martial god giant. Their cultivations were at the 2nd level of the World King realm and their movement martial arts weren't too strong. They were soon overtaken by the martial god giant. As for a head-on collision, there was no need to mention that. This was simply impossible. They began to be eliminated one by one. Not bad, you managed to last for 10 moves. Unfortunately, there's still a bit of time left before an incense stick of time. You're eliminated. Just a bit more. You were too pleased with yourself before and ended up failing. Remember, on the road of martial arts, don't think you've won until the final moment. In the end, out of the 10 people, only 1 passed. From this, one could see how difficult the test was. Those who failed could only go back and cultivate bitterly. Then, they would have to wait for another 100 years before they could try again. Sir Lin Ling, how can we possibly pass? Especially since I'm not proficient in movement techniques. If we go down, we'll definitely die. On the platform, Go Boy looked at Lin Ling helplessly. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword also shook his head. Even if I'm good at agility martial arts, the martial god giant's speed is so fast that I can't beat him. I estimate that I can only hold on for half an hour at most. They had all lost their confidence. Hearing this, Lin Ling's gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Shen Yuangu. You might be able to pass. What? Everyone cried out in alarm. The blue enchantress thought that Lin Ling was bragging again. She could tell that Xian Yuan-ge didn't have much combat experience. As for his talent, she couldn't tell. However, the probability of him passing the test was probably lower than Falling Flower's Flowing Water Sword and the others. You're fooling us. In the end, the blue enchantress frowned. In fact, the others also thought so, but they didn't dare to say it. Xian Yuan-ge, go to platform 7. Anyway, there's no one going there now. Lin Ling shook his head and didn't explain. Instead, he looked at Xian Yuan-ge and said. Xian Yuan-ge frowned slightly, but revealed a beautiful smile. Okay. Although she didn't think that she could hold on for half an hour, she believed in Lin Ling's words. Then she jumped down to platform 7. Many people exclaimed. They didn't expect that little demoness to be so bold. The blue enchantress and the others opened their mouths wide. They wanted to say something, but they couldn't say anything. They could only say that Lin Ling had killed Xian Yuan-ge. Some people are really vicious. They even harm their own people. Maybe he wants others to test the waters for him. At this time, a sarcastic voice sounded out. The one who spoke was a youth wearing a white robe with maple leaves embroidered on it. Lin Ling had seen this person before. He seemed to be called the Moonlight Swordsman. And he seemed to be one of the top geniuses in this examination. Of course, he had the strength of a 5th-stage world king. This strength was enough to be proud of. However, Lin Ling was puzzled. He didn't have any interactions with this person, so why did he speak with such sarcasm? Suddenly, he saw someone beside the Moonlight Swordsman. It was Yuan Yan. That disgraceful fellow had woken up again. Moreover, on the other side of the Moonlight Swordsman, there were a few people who were familiar with him. Lin Ling had heard of 2 of them before. One was Luo Lu from the Only Commandery, and the other was Master Qian, the #1 swordsman in the Tating Commandery. These 2 commanderies always had a grudge against Lin Ling, so they must be fanning the flames. Despicable. After the Moonlight Swordsman spoke, another person spoke out. It was White Bird. These top geniuses were supposed to be the most dazzling, but now the most dazzling one was Lin Ling. They definitely didn't like him. Those fellows from the Martial God Battalion are all despicable. They like to stab others in the back. This Lin Ling is even more so. Now that Yuan Yin had a powerhouse by his side, he felt a lot more confident. When he saw Lin Ling looking at him gloomily, he immediately smiled and said, "You're angry because I exposed your plot, right? Haha Gong Yang Jiang, if you follow him, sooner or later you'll be killed by him." His words could be said to be sowing discord. However, Lin Ling quickly revealed a disdainful smile and said, "You said that I'm harming her. Well then let's have a bet. If she passes safely, then you, Yuan Yan, will fight with me after the assessment? A battle of life and death. Do you dare?" Lin Ling's voice was loud and clear as he challenged Yuan Yan again. In this way he had already challenged 3 people. No one had expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He had simply ignored all the other geniuses. For a moment, many people were even more displeased with Lin Ling. Of course, the self-righteous people didn't realize that they had disliked Lin Ling from the beginning. Therefore, there was no need for Lin Ling to show them any respect. "Do you dare?" Lin Ling shouted angrily again. Yuan Yan's face was pale. He had fought with Lin Ling before. How could he be a match for Lin Ling? At this moment he was undoubtedly furious, but he couldn't vent his anger. One could imagine how he felt. "If you don't dare, then I'll only use one hand. Do you dare?" However, Lin Ling was aggressive. He wanted to humiliate Yuan Yan even more. Only use one hand. This guy is courting death. Hearing this, many geniuses said disdainfully. They thought that Lin Ling was simply overestimating himself. Just when they thought that Yuan Yan would agree, however, Yuan Yan's body trembled as if he was hesitating about something. In the end, he remained silent. Chapter 2389. You don't deserve it. Lin Ling was used to Yuan Yan's reaction. In the vast universe there were many people like Yuan Yan. They were the type of people who sowed discord. When it came to a real battle, they were more cowardly than anyone else. Strength was the best way to deal with such people. The surrounding people were also looking at Yuan Yan. Based on their understanding of him, this genius from the Great Yuan Mansion was not weak. Although he was not as strong as the first and second geniuses, he was still ranked in the middle among the crowd. However, Yuan Yan did not dare to fight even when the other party was giving him a handicap of one arm. This was too disappointing. Coward. Many people looked at Yuan Yan, and their expressions changed. In the world of martial arts, being afraid of a battle was undoubtedly the most shameful thing. The surrounding gazes made Yuanian tremble, and his eyes became gloomier. I actually don't have much enmity with you. If you and I both take a step back, then we'll mind our own business. However, you're being aggressive. Let me tell you, you want to play with me? You're not worthy. Bang. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were cold, and he spat out a sentence coldly. The moment he beat the Ask the Heavens war drum, he knew that if he wanted to wash away the shame of the past, he had to move forward bravely. Eliminate. Everyone was eliminated. Therefore Lin Ling had to be more determined. You don't deserve it. Bang. The whole square was filled with Lin Ling's voice, which was as tyrannical as endless thunder. I don't deserve it. Bang. Yuanian muttered to himself. He raised his sinister eyes and stared at Lin Ling. However, he lowered his head in the end. He did not know why, but he still did not dare to fight with Lin Ling. Is it fun to bully a coward? If I play with you, do I deserve it? Bang. Suddenly a cold voice sounded. It was White Bird. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. How dare he be so arrogant in front of them? Ah! Bang. Lin Ling laughed loudly. In fact, he wasn't surprised that these people were targeting him. After all, compared to Yi Xiaoshu and the other two last-generation disciples, anyone would side with Yi Xiaoshu. However, in Lin Ling's opinion, if he was afraid of these geniuses, then how could he seek revenge against Tian Liuli? Moreover, in front of Li Xiaoyao, no one had the right to call themselves a genius. You're not worthy either. Lin Ling sneered and spat out another sentence. Every word struck at the heart. I'm not worthy either. White Bird froze. He coldly glared at Lin Ling. He was a genius at the 5th level of the World King realm and also one of the top geniuses. He thought that even if Lin Ling didn't fear him, Lin Ling would still consider him a formidable opponent. However, this was all his wishful thinking. Lin Ling said that he was not worthy. Are you saying that only senior brother Yi Xiaoshu and the others are worthy? Another voice sounded. It was the Moonlight Swordsman. He seemed to be unhappy too. You are only on the same level as Yuan Ian. Lin Ling nodded, directly admitting to this. This fellow? The entire square was stirred up once more. Everyone narrowed their eyes. If even the Moonlight Swordsman and the others weren't worthy of being Lin Ling's opponent, then there was no need to mention anyone else. This meant that Lin Ling was telling everyone that he was the #1 person in this examination? This sort of arrogance was enough to stand above 10,000 worlds. What an arrogant youth. At this time in the skies, the mysterious old man was hidden in the clouds, his face filled with surprise. This was because the geniuses of 10,000 worlds and the geniuses of Martial God World had gathered in this examination. If an ordinary genius were to encounter such a scene, how could they dare to be arrogant? Only a genius with absolute confidence in themselves would dare. Thus, he didn't know if Lin Ling was being arrogant or if he had absolute confidence in himself. However, he could see that Lin Ling's temperament was filled with arrogance. Ancestor Dragon Granny, is this the genius you recommended? He is indeed different from ordinary people. Then the old man looked to the side and said. There was an old woman standing on top of a huge golden carp. She nodded slightly. She was Ancestor Dragon Granny. This little fellow actually dares to challenge the last generation disciples. I'm looking forward to it. Ancestor Dragon Granny smiled faintly. All these years she had been paying attention to Lin Ling, so when Lin Ling came to the Resplendent Academy she personally came. In fact, the mysterious old man was also looking forward to it. After all, the Resplendent Academy was a place to recruit geniuses. As long as you had the strength, the Resplendent Academy would also focus on nurturing you. They would even give up some last-generation disciples for some geniuses. Although the rules were somewhat cruel in this world, the strong preyed on the weak, there was no fairness. Compared to their thoughts, the entire square was filled with countless complaints. Bastard. Yes. If senior brother Yi Xiaoshu hadn't threatened to kill him, I would have definitely taken action. Yes. Let him be arrogant, he might not even pass the examination. Yes. Many people shouted angrily, their anger soaring to the sky. Your mouth is very powerful, but let's talk after you pass the examination. The white bird's eyes had a strange light, like the eyes of a divine eagle, but he still swallowed his anger. Because he guessed that Lin Ling knew he was going to die, so he was provoking him, making him violate the Resplendent Academy's rules and attack. He definitely wouldn't fall for this kind of provocation. Wait until you are eliminated. At that time, you will discover that your current declaration is actually equivalent to slapping your own face. The Moonlight Swordsman had almost attacked, but at this moment he also put his sword back into the scabbard. You say my mouth is powerful, but aren't you all the same? If you have the ability, then fight now. If you don't dare, then shut up. Lin Ling mocked, retracted his gaze and looked below the platform. That fearless appearance undoubtedly made everyone's faces turn sinister again. However, right now they could only wait. Look, that's the Three Realms Ghost Emperor. Hey! At this moment, someone pointed at one of the platforms and let out a cry of surprise. The Three Realms Ghost Emperor, his name was very resounding. In fact, he was a very young youth. This person had a small reputation in the Western Kingdom. He was the master of 3 realms, meaning that he controlled 3 realms. Bang bang bang. However, facing the martial god giant, the 3 realms Ghost Emperor also failed. He was stomped into meat paste by the martial god giant. He died extremely miserably. Even the 3 realms Ghost Emperor was defeated. This combat strength test is so difficult. Many people's faces were ashen. Suddenly, someone laughed sinisterly. That little beauty is going to die. She is very close to Lin Ling. Once this was said, many people rejoiced in other people's misfortune. Because on platform number 7, Xian Yuan was in the middle of the test. Her situation is getting more and more dangerous. At this moment, the blue enchantress couldn't bear to watch any longer, and she spoke from Lin Ling's side. Because Xian Yuan had been forced into a corner by the martial god giant, and a single punch was all it would take to destroy her. If it was any other time, the blue enchantress would definitely curse Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's strong resistance against the geniuses made her somewhat afraid of Lin Ling. This is the martial god giant. Yes. Lin Ling ignored the blue enchantress. He stood at the edge of the platform and looked down indifferently. Whoosh. On the platform below, Xian Yuan was in a sorry state. As she breathed, her full breast swayed. However, she saw the youth above. The youth's face was very calm, and his eyes were filled with confidence. Chapter 2390. Xian Yuan had passed. Giant martial god? What is Lin Ling trying to say? Xian Yuan's eyes flickered. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly, and then she revealed a beautiful smile. Lin Ling had told her that the giant martial god was a puppet, so she understood what Lin Ling meant. Almost at the same time, a huge fist blasted over, mixed with the aura of the sun, moon and stars. Haha, to be able to see a beauty die, this is not bad. Even the Ghost Emperor of the 3 realms died, how can she be an exception? Many perverted people licked their lips as they spoke. As for Tang Yue and the others, they cried out in alarm and became even more worried. Only Lin Ling was still confident. But at this moment, Xian Yuan made her move. A strand of colorful flames appeared. She raised it and smashed it at the giant martial god. This method was somewhat immature, causing many people to laugh at it because it could not hurt the giant martial god at all. And the truth was indeed so. The mysterious flame did not hit the giant martial god at all. Instead, it floated to the ground and emitted crackling sounds. Trash's woman is also trash. Seeing this, the white bird could not help but mock. However, something strange happened. The giant martial god actually retracted his fist and pounced on the mysterious flame, extinguishing it with a punch. However, just as the flame was extinguished, another flame rose up. This time it was on the other side, and it swayed as if it was declaring war on the giant martial god. The giant martial god was provoked. He let out a furious roar and chased after the flame. He extinguished the flame with a punch, but at this moment, more flames appeared around him, causing the platform to become gorgeous. Boom, boom. The giant martial god immediately attacked the flames crazily, as if he wanted to destroy all the flames. What happened? This giant martial god seems to have gone crazy. Seeing this scene, many people opened their mouths wide. It was too strange. Xian Yuan was almost defeated, but at the critical moment, the giant martial god seemed to have gone crazy, allowing her to escape. This was earth-shattering. Damn it. Yuani, and spat out a sentence. He was very unhappy. This was because he was the first to be eliminated. However, Lin Ling's woman was still alive. This kind of treatment made him seethe with anger. At this time, the martial god giant let out another roar. An ancient aura spread out and actually extinguished all the flames on the platform. At this moment, many people finally let out a sigh of relief. That beautiful girl deserved to die. The combat strength assessment is over. Xian Yuan has passed. However, at this moment, a majestic voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone to be stunned. Then veins popped out on their foreheads. He passed. That beautiful girl was about to die in the next moment. Who would have thought that she would survive this ordeal? This was too inconceivable. Moreover, they could all see that the beautiful young girl didn't have much combat experience. She was ranked at the bottom among all the geniuses. Yeah. At this moment, Xian Yuange let out a cheerful sound. Although the sound was pleasant to the ears, it was undoubtedly ironic when it fell into the ears of the crowd. Then a ray of light immediately brought Xian Yuange away from the platform. Amazing. Xian Yuange, how did you do it? Falling flowers, flowing water, and sword all laughed. They were happy for Xian Yuange. Xian Yuange looked at Lin Ling gratefully and said with a smile, "Ask him." At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling, especially the chess boy and the others. Their eyes were full of enthusiasm. Was Master Lin Ling really that amazing? As for the people around them, they were all like ducks who had been grabbed by the neck. Their faces were as ugly as eggplants because they still couldn't understand how the beautiful young girl passed. Could it be that the martial god giant saw a beautiful girl and held back? This seemed to be impossible. Lin Ling, what did you do? Yuanian's face was gloomy and he couldn't help but shout angrily. That was because he had failed. However, Lin Ling's woman had succeeded. He couldn't stand such a stark contrast. Didn't you say that she was trash? Now that she has passed, don't you think that you're worse than trash? Lin Ling said without looking at Yuanian. In fact, his words were directed at all the people who had mocked Xian Yuange. They were worse than trash. The anger in the square suddenly became more vigorous. Lin Ling's words had scolded everyone. Damn it. Others are taking the test and you're gloating. Did you come here to see others fall? If you're in such a mood, why don't you pay more attention to the test? At this time, the mysterious old man reprimanded, causing many people to hold their breaths and finally become silent. Lin Ling looked at Yuanian disdainfully, then whispered to falling flowers, flowing water, and sword. Their eyes gradually lit up. Senior, I want to take the test. They started to get restless and came out to take the test one by one. At this moment, those who didn't have a certain level of confidence didn't dare to take the test on the 10 platforms. Their appearance undoubtedly attracted countless eyes. Because these people who were about to take the test were Lin Ling's friends. They must die. Regardless of whether it was jealousy or jealousy, many people said coldly. What a joke. This test only allowed 1 out of 10 people to pass. Sometimes all 10 people would be defeated. However, Lin Ling's friends wanted to pass all of them. That was a dream. Therefore, all the geniuses were waiting for a good show, including the Moonlight Swordsman. What a strange guy. His friend's cultivation isn't high at all. Unless they have great talent, they won't be able to pass at all. But why did he let his friends take the test? Yu Linglong, who had been silent, also spoke. At first, she disdained to look at Lin Ling, but now she couldn't help but look at him in the eye. Of course, even Blue Vixen was the same. Most importantly, Tang Yue had also taken the test. She wanted to stop her, but Tang Yue seemed to be very confident. Now she could only wait and see. On the platform, Luo Hua Lushui and the others landed and looked at the martial god giants solemnly. The martial god giants attacked, and their aura shook the heavens and earth. It was certain that if these martial god giants were placed in the sacred rainforest, they could destroy it with one punch, and countless people would be buried with them. Go to hell. Quietly staring at the platform, someone couldn't help but roar. However, something strange happened. Luo Hua Lushui and the others didn't use their unique skills. Instead, they were all dancing and even the chess boy was making faces. As for Tang Yue, she was jumping up and down. Seeing this, the square was silent. What were those guys doing? Kill them. More people roared, but the martial god giants weren't controlled by them. Instead, they stood there quietly, and their cold eyes flickered as if they were thinking about something. Time passed bit by bit just like that. Finally, a martial god giant moved and rushed forward. However, Mo, who was below the platform, threw a gong and drum. It hit the ground and made a clanging sound which made everyone even more puzzled. Chapter 2391. All of them passed the test bang. However, soon, everyone saw what the gongs and drums were for. Mo, who had given up on the platform, chased after the gongs and drums and smashed them with a punch. Clang. However, as soon as the gongs and drums were smashed, other people recognized them, causing the platform to ring continuously. For a time, those martial god giants chased after the sound. Time passed faster and faster. While everyone was dumbfounded, a voice suddenly rang out, 30 minutes have passed, they have passed the test. Boom. The voice was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. That was because all of Lin Ling's friends had passed the test. At this time all the geniuses in the square were so angry that smoke came out of their heads. That was because those who had passed the test were not at a high level. How could they have passed the test? Senior, they cheated. Someone shouted. It was Yuanian. In fact, he was the most unwilling. Why do you say that? A voice came from the sky. Those martial god giants did not attack them at all. They must have done something. Senior, please eliminate them. Yuanian raised his head and said. His words were also what everyone was thinking. Treasures and weapons are not allowed in this test, but do you think gongs and drums are weapons? The voice from the sky was sarcastic as it floated down. That's not it. Yuanian did not understand what those gongs and drums were for, but he was sure that they were not treasures. I know that you are unwilling, but I have said before the test that you should know your enemy and yourself. That is the only way to pass the combat strength test. You should think about who your opponents are and then think about how they passed the test. The old man's voice carried a hint of reprimand. Of course, he also looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Then he smiled and said, Ancestor Dragon Granny, this kid that you recommended is very careful and has sharp eyes. I did not expect him to use this method. The Ancestor Dragon Granny said with a smile. To be praised by the old man meant that her vision was extremely good. Lin Ling was indeed a good seedling. At this moment, everyone in the square was still puzzled. Suddenly someone exclaimed, Puppets, is this the reason? Puppets aren't humans nor are they divine beasts. Sometimes they can't tell the difference between an enemy and an inanimate object, so they can be treated as toys. This is also the reason why Tang Yue and the others threw gongs and drums, made funny faces and jumped up and down. Just because they are playing with the puppets. Someone else spoke up. They seemed to have understood something. In the end, the puppet was still controlled by the person. If no one was controlling it, the puppet would not be able to differentiate between friend and foe. Therefore it was very easy to deceive them. The geniuses in the previous test were all fighting the geniuses and had fought young geniuses. At this time the whole square was dead. Everyone looked at Lin Ling in shock. They did not expect Lin Ling to come up with such a plan. His eyesight was too sharp. Because through Lin Ling's calm analysis, he was more familiar with the martial god giant than any of the geniuses. Tang Yue and the others looked at Lin Ling with admiration because Lin Ling had reminded them of this. It was no wonder that Xinyuan Gura was the first to pass the test. Because Xinyuan Gura was like a little she-devil, and she was the best at playing tricks on others. So, she was the first to understand the meaning of the test. So that's how it is. Envious. I'm so jealous. They all passed. Unfair. That's too unfair. If we knew this information we could pass too. Then many people said unwillingly. Their voices were mixed with disdain. Lin Ling looked at the crowd and said with even more disdain, Do you think there are ifs on the path of martial arts? As soon as he said this, no one in the square could refute him. There were no ifs on the path of martial arts. They saw that Lin Ling did it simply, but without Lin Ling how could they do it? Moreover, if there were ifs, then there wouldn't be so many people dying in this merciless world. For instance, take Lin Ling. If he knew that Tian Liuli would harm him, why would he have helped her that day? Thus, there were no ifs on the path of martial arts. No one could refute Lin Ling's words, but they were even angrier. After all, they were all geniuses of their respective worlds and were proud and arrogant. When had they ever been trampled on by others? And most importantly, the one who had trampled on their dignity was only a second-level world king. Humph, no matter what, it's enough that we can pass. At this time, someone coldly snorted and leapt off the platform. Seeing this, Lin Ling sneered. He lightly said, The first person to eat the crab can obtain a good harvest, but the second person might not. After many people leapt off the platform, they discovered that Lin Ling's trick didn't work. This was because although the puppet's intelligence wasn't high, it wasn't dead. It could be tricked once or twice, but it wouldn't be tricked a third time. In fact, because they had been tricked before, those martial god giants were enraged. Their auras became even more terrifying. Those that participated in the test were immediately annihilated. In the skies, the mysterious old man sneered. These fellows were forever impatient, they deserved it. As for the geniuses in the square, they were all stunned. Then they flew into a rage out of humiliation. They discovered that throughout the entire test process, they had been completely controlled by Lin Ling. What a bunch of trash. But at this time, An indifferent voice floated out. The Moonlight Swordsman had attacked. Relying on unorthodox methods, you won't be able to go far. Some people shouldn't be arrogant and complacent just because they are a little clever. He had 2 swords hanging from his waist. He walked out and walked towards the platform. Hearing this, Lin Ling revealed a stunned expression. Was he arrogant and complacent? He had only helped Tang Yue and the others pass. He hadn't even spoken much during the entire process. However, he was too lazy to explain anything. Moonlight Swordsman, let them see how fierce you are. Seeing the Moonlight Swordsman about to take the test, many geniuses immediately shouted out. They hoped that the Moonlight Swordsman could smoothly pass the combat strength test. The Moonlight Swordsman didn't say much. He leapt off the platform. At this time the martial god giant was in a berserk state. But the Moonlight Swordsman didn't evade. Instead he used his sword to resist. Maple leaves fluttered out in a gorgeous manner. The platform turned into a world of maple leaves. It was beautiful. Clang. As the sword slashed out, a terrifying world essence roared. The Moonlight Swordsman was at the 5th level of the World King realm. In addition to his sword Dao and talent, he was locked in a fierce battle with the martial god giant. Fierce, he is indeed worthy of being ranked as the number 1 genius. Everyone cheered again and again. It was as if they were elated. Before, many of them hadn't been able to pass. Only Lin Ling's side had passed. Thus, they had been suppressing their anger. But now, the Moonlight Swordsman had helped them vent their anger. Moreover, he hadn't relied on any unorthodox methods but true strength. Pass. Chapter 2392. A madman who had lost all reason. Thank you for letting me win. The Moonlight Swordsman elegantly put away his sword and then leapt off the platform. Although he was a bit out of breath and his face was a bit pale, this didn't prevent the entire square from being filled with sounds of worship. The main reason was that up until now, the Moonlight Swordsman was the only one that had been able to meet the martial god giant head-on. Lin Ling, did you see that? Without your crooked methods, someone from our side still managed to pass. Yuanian proudly said to Lin Ling as he felt his entire body relax. Lin Ling faintly smiled. He shook his head and said, "You didn't pass, so why are you so happy for others? Moreover, did I say that others couldn't pass?" As these words fell, Yuanian was left speechless, unable to refute. Yes, he was thinking of suppressing Lin Ling's arrogance, but he didn't think that he himself wouldn't pass either. Then why was he so happy? The crowd also fell silent. They thought that Lin Ling would fly into a rage out of humiliation, but Lin Ling's response was too calm, as if he already knew that someone would pass. This made them feel as if they had used all of their strength but had only hit cotton. And with the Moonlight Swordsman's dazzling attack, everyone else's confidence seemed to rise. One after another they went to take the test. Of course there were still many that failed and few that passed. Gradually the first row of powerful geniuses stepped forward. These geniuses were also at the 5th level of the World King realm. Placed in the myriad worlds, they were equal to divine existences. Of course, facing mortals they were like gods. But facing those that were on par with them, they were still humans. They would have emotions, unwillingness and anger. This was the limit of one's vision. Yu Linglong was the second to meet the martial god giant and also proudly pass. Next was White Bird. Even Blue Enchantress went to take the test. Although she didn't meet force with force, she still barely passed. Like this, geniuses and mediocre geniuses were separated. Of course this was normal. When the geniuses of the myriad worlds met the native geniuses of martial god world, they didn't have the qualifications to shine. The geniuses of martial god world were naturally much better than them. They could be called proud sons of heaven. When will we also have such strength? When that time comes, we will be able to bring glory to our ancestors and return home. The geniuses in the first row all passed the combat strength assessment. I'm so jealous. That's nothing. They were the only ones who could resist the martial god giant, and the geniuses in the second row relied on dodging and stalling for time to pass. As for the others who just barely passed, there's no need to even mention them. Part of it was luck. Luck is also a part of one's strength. In any case, as long as one can pass, we will be envious. Voices rang out from the square, making those who passed even more dazzling. Lin something, didn't you say that we're not worthy? Do you still dare to say it now? At this moment, an arrogant voice interrupted the shouts. It was White Bird. He had his hands behind his back and was looking at Lin Ling like a king. And the person he was talking about was naturally Lin Ling. Ironically, he didn't even bother to know Lin Ling's name. This showed how arrogant he was. That's right. Didn't he proudly say that he wasn't worthy? Now, it seems like he doesn't even dare to participate in the test. The martial god giant has become much more cunning. His tricks are no longer useful. How pitiful. He helped his friend pass, but now he's in danger. Many people looked at Lin Ling with strange smiles. In their opinion, Lin Ling was only at the second level of the World King realm. If he wanted to pass with this level of strength, that was nothing but a fool's dream. The focus of the square fell onto Lin Ling once more. Lin Ling shook his head. He really couldn't understand why these people had so much free time to pay attention to him. It was just as that mysterious old man had said. Rather than wasting time watching others fall into dire straits, it was better to spend more time bitterly cultivating. Only then would others look at you with eyes of worship. Perhaps this was also the reason why they were so weak. As for these voices, Lin Ling was too lazy to bother with them. He looked up into the skies and said, "Senior, I want to go to Platform 7 for the test." "Platform 7, are you sure?" The old man in the skies was a bit surprised. After all, there were some loopholes in the combat strength test. For instance, the more people there were, the more damaged the martial god giant would be, making it easier to pass. But the martial god giant on Platform 7 was in its peak condition. Going there to take the test was extremely unwise. "I'm sure." Lin Ling nodded, his voice thick with confidence. The old man was silent. This was because he could see that Lin Ling was only at the second level of the World King realm. He didn't know where this confidence came from, but he still nodded. "Wah, going to Platform 7? Is this fellow looking to die?" Without any suspense, cries of alarm rang out from the square. In their opinion, Lin Ling was definitely looking to die. He would definitely be in a difficult situation. "Tang Yue, he seems to have lost his reason. Aren't you going to persuade him?" Blue Enchantress's lips moved. She pulled on Tang Yue's sleeve, but Tang Yue shook her head. "If he wants to die, then I'll just watch him lose face." In truth, although her words were fierce, she was actually bitterly smiling in her heart. This was because she knew that it was impossible for her to persuade Lin Ling. As for the Moonlight Swordsman and the others, they crossed their arms across their chests, watching from afar. "This fellow seems to have lost his reason. Even I don't dare to meet the martial god giant on Platform 7 head-on." Those martial god giants are formed from cosmic meteorite copper. They can resist the powerful strength of world essence. Moreover, these giants have countless enchantments carved into them. Unless one is a true divinity realm powerhouse, if one wishes to defeat these martial god giants, they will have to rely on a world enchantment master. I'm actually worried that if that boy dies on the platform, then senior apprentice brother Yi Xiaoshu will be enraged. They casually spoke as if they could already see Lin Ling's fate. At this time Lin Ling arrived at the platform. He looked over and saw a giant standing in the distance. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Standing there, he was like an ancient martial artist that split the heavens and earth apart. An ancient aura spread out from the platform. However, Lin Ling's expression was calm, like an ancient well without any ripples. It was as if the one in front of him was not a giant but a doll, a docile kitten. This boldness left many people secretly surprised. He moved. At this time someone shouted. The martial god giant took a step forward and attacked like a whirlwind. His fist seemed to carry the sun, moon and stars. His steps seemed to tread on the universe, his aura rising steadily. Voila! That fist was unstoppable. The martial god giant was famous for his powerful defense, but even so, his fist was not something that a World King realm powerhouse could block. Just as everyone thought that Lin Ling would escape in a sorry state, Lin Ling also moved. He took a heavy step forward, as immovable as a mountain. His palm shook and the aura of divinity and demons spread out, turning into a palm that fiercely resisted that fist. From afar, one was a giant fist and the other was a thin and weak palm. The two were not on the same level at all. Bang! The terrifying attacks collided, causing the platform to shake. Lin Ling's complexion changed. His palm turned into a fist and he ruthlessly punched out. Everyone felt as if his arm was a dragon, crazily sweeping out. This fellow. Shit. At this time, everyone was looking at Platform 7. Their faces were filled with surprise. This was because they never thought that Lin Ling would choose to meet the martial god giant head-on. This fellow was simply a madman. Chapter 2393. violent destruction of the war god, he is courting death. Yes. The Moonlight Swordsman narrowed his eyes. But this was indeed the case. Because in the next moment, a figure was sent flying backwards, smashing into the stone walls and causing rocks to fall down like rain. Lin Ling had been sent flying backwards. He had collided with the giant war god. This result was already foreseen by everyone. Awesome. Awesome. However, from the rubble, a loud roar sounded out. Then a figure shot out like a cannonball. A surging fist came crashing down. This fist contained the strength of 5,000 universes. This was the limit of Lin Ling's divinity and demon body. He was well aware that the giant war god's defensive capabilities were extremely strong and didn't fear world essence attacks. Thus, physical attacks were undoubtedly more effective. Rumble, rumble, rumble. They collided once more. Dust exploded from the platform like a tornado. But Lin Ling was still sent flying backwards. Moreover, he was likely severely wounded. This caused the corners of many people's mouths to curve into sneers. However, what they didn't know was that even though the giant war god's defensive capabilities were strong, how could Lin Ling's be weak? Die. Die. The people above clenched their fists, shouting out loud in their hearts. But in the next moment, another figure shot out from the dust. Was Lin Ling. Bang. Seeing this, many people's hearts thundered. They had never seen such a freakish madman before. Could it be that he wanted to defeat the giant war god? This was simply something that could only be discussed in the middle of the night. The Moonlight Swordsman and the others had ugly complexions. Although they were the only ones that dared to clash with the giant war god, everyone could see that not only was Lin Ling doing so, but he was also suppressing the giant war god. Who in the World King realm would dare to do such a thing? At this time, Lin Ling's entire body was relaxed. This was the first time he had met an opponent with a strength of 5,000. He almost couldn't help but roar out loud. Of course, in these repeated collisions, he had also been heavily wounded. But his fighting spirit boiled over even more. This was also because he discovered that his first dantian was beginning to quietly revolve. He was getting closer and closer to the third stage of the World King realm. Again. Roar. Roars came from the platform as if two indomitable giants were confronting each other. Their fists and palms broke through the sky. Rocks continued to fall and dust continued to spread. The entire platform was almost covered by dust. The old man and ancestor dragon granny in the sky were also shocked. However, they also discovered that Lin Ling's advantage was his physical body. In fact, with this advantage, Lin Ling could definitely pass the assessment. What a strange fellow, entering the Tao with his fleshly body. The old man exclaimed in admiration. Boom, boom. The time it took for an incense stick to burn seemed very short, but at this moment, it felt as long as a century. After a long time, the sound finally stopped. However, the square was completely silent. Countless people stared at the dusty platform. They were somewhat nervous and wanted to know the final result. He must be dead. Yuanian muttered to himself. He didn't realize that his palms were already full of sweat. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame us for killing you. Tang Yue and the others immediately counterattacked, seething with killing intent. But their eyes were filled with worry. They couldn't understand why Lord Lin Ling would crazily clash with the martial god giant. However, the platform was covered in dust. When they looked down, they couldn't see anything. Someone came out. Someone? Finally, someone cried out in alarm. From the dust, a black shadow shot out. Moreover, it came closer and closer until it finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Was Lin Ling. At this time, his clothes were in tatters and his body was covered in blood. But he stood there like a pine tree, like an invincible god of war. Chi-chi. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This fellow hadn't died? Lin Ling, congratulations on passing and becoming the person with the best score in the combat strength assessment. The old man's voice floated out from the sky, a trace of shock in his voice. What? He has the best score in the combat strength assessment? Based on what? We also clashed with the martial god giant. Moreover, we weren't as distressed as him. White Bird immediately said, unwilling to accept this. But in fact, everyone could see that Lin Ling was suppressing the martial god giant, while they were defending and clashing head-on. The two concepts were different. May I ask, how many moves have you exchanged with the martial god giant? At this time the old man asked. I have 30 moves. I have 50 moves. Yes. White Bird and the others immediately spoke. They puffed out their chests and looked extremely proud. He has exchanged 500 moves and 300 of them were launched by him. The voice in the sky sounded again, but it was like a bomb, causing the square to wriggle. The expressions of White Bird and the others changed drastically. That madman. After all, the assessment was considered to have passed by enduring the time. Generally speaking, after they exchanged a move, they would have to rest for a few breaths of time. In the end, they would only exchange 20 to 30 moves. However, Lin Ling had exchanged 500 moves, and the time he had spent was only the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. It was terrifying just thinking about it. This meant that Lin Ling had not rested at all and had fought head-on to the end. This is a battle between men. Yes. Hearing these words, some young girls looked at Lin Ling in amazement. At this time, Lin Ling's image was infinitely magnified in their hearts. Even so, what use is that? After exchanging 500 moves, he was beaten to the point of vomiting blood? As for us, we were completely unscathed. It's clear who is more distressed. The Moonlight Swordsman said, still unwilling to accept this. To lose to a second-level World King Jr., he would never do that. That's right, being distressed is losing face. White Bird echoed. But just as they finished speaking, the old man in the sky lightly said, "Is that so? Then please look towards the platform." At this time, the dust on Platform 7 had already dispersed. As everyone looked over, they were immediately shocked to the extreme. They saw that there was no longer a martial god giant on the platform, only a pile of scrap iron. Moreover, it was dazzling to the eye and there were even clear fist marks on the copper and iron. Lin Ling, he had actually defeated the martial god giant. In that instant, everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. This was simply unprecedented. This was because Lin Ling had actually defeated a true divinity realm martial god giant. This freak. It was as if a pebble had been thrown into a calm ancient lake. Endless ripples spread out. The Moonlight Swordsman's pupils widened. Before, Lin Ling had said that they weren't worthy, and now it seemed that they really weren't worthy. Impossible, you are only at the second level of the World King realm. After a moment of silence, White Bird couldn't accept this reality. He glared at Lin Ling and said, "Speak, how did you defeat the martial god giant?" His attitude was aggressive, as if he wanted Lin Ling to speak. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyebrows furrowed together. But soon he sneered, "I punched him 500 times, that's all. I punched him 500 times, that's all." The entire square echoed with Lin Ling's heroic voice. That's all? That's all? As for the others, let alone 100 punches, they might not even be able to punch once. Moreover, even if they were lucky enough to punch out 100 times, could they be as crazy as Lin Ling and punch out 500 times in a row? Chapter 2394. Talent Assessment. In the beginning, many people disdained Lin Ling because they felt that Lin Ling was too ordinary. Since his strength was ordinary, he should keep a low profile. But now they realized that this unknown youth was indeed extraordinary. Although this did not mean that Lin Ling was stronger than all the geniuses, at least he was not mediocre. This guy is actually a world spiritist. As for the mysterious old man in the sky, he said in astonishment. Only he saw how Lin Ling destroyed the martial god giant. Otherwise, how could he destroy the martial god giant? On the side, Ancestor Longpa smiled faintly. They could naturally see that Lin Ling could not destroy the martial god giant with his strength. However, Lin Ling was a world spiritist. His 500 punches seemed useless, but in reality, every single one of them had landed on some spirit formation. In the end, he had destroyed the spirit formation with brute force. That was how he had destroyed the martial god giant. It could be said that if Lin Ling was not a world spiritist, he would definitely not have been able to do that. From the looks of it, he is at least a green-robed world spiritist. The Resplendent Academy cannot miss such a genius. After that, the old man said excitedly. As for Yi Xiaoshou and Mai Zi, who were watching from afar, their expressions were somewhat gloomy. They had never imagined that Lin Ling would be able to blossom with such brilliance among tens of thousands of geniuses. Not only had Lin Ling passed the battle power assessment, he had even become number one. This was disadvantageous to them because if Lin Ling was too dazzling, he would be valued by the seniors of the academy. There is still one more assessment. If he fails, he will definitely be eliminated. Yi Xiaoshou said indifferently. I wonder what level his talent is. Mai Zi's eyes were also cold. The plaza was still filled with discussions and was extremely lively. The topic of discussion was undoubtedly about Lin Ling. No one had expected that Lin Ling would suppress all the geniuses in the manner of an overlord. This guy broke through the martial god realm with brute force. The blue enchantress looked at Lin Ling in horror. She thought that the lord above Tang Yue's head was only SOSO, but now she realized that she had once again underestimated Lin Ling. It was no wonder that the mischievous Tang Yue would submit to Lin Ling. Awesome. My lord, watching your fist shatter the martial god giant made my blood boil. Falling flowers flowing water sword said with incomparable admiration. That won't be easy. I just want to see what this martial god giant is made of. Lin Ling changed into a clean robe and shook his head with a smile. The main reason why Lin Ling had destroyed the martial god giant was because he wanted to see how strong the barrier of the martial god giant was. It would also be helpful to him. Pervert. Is that why you tore that thing apart? The chess boy and the others trembled and shook their heads helplessly. If Lin Ling was interested in the resplendent academy one day, wouldn't he tear down this ancient academy as well? Their lord was really a freak with a unique way of doing things. While they were talking, on the other side, the Moonlight Swordsman and the others had gloomy expressions. They, the first row of geniuses, were now being trampled under Lin Ling's feet. However, there's still one more test. At this moment, they only had one last chance because they didn't want to be trampled on by Lin Ling. In fact, they didn't know that with Lin Ling's current strength, he had no interest in bullying them because Lin Ling disdained it. Everything was caused by their self-righteousness. Disciples who have passed the previous test, prepare for the final talent test. After resting for a moment, a dignified voice came from the sky. Moreover, a middle-aged man wearing a standard robe appeared out of thin air. He had 2 strands of beard on his face and looked wise and mighty. A pair of sword-like eyebrows were currently looking indifferently at the square. For the sake of fairness, the 2 tests were presided over by different people. Let me remind you, don't think that passing the combat strength test means that you've completely passed. Regardless of the result of the combat strength test, if you fail the talent test, you'll return to the round. Someone shouldn't get carried away. His voice was low, but he seemed to be talking about Lin Ling. Because in the combat strength test, Lin Ling was the most dazzling. It's Senior Jiang. Yi Xiaoxiu immediately started laughing from the distant spectator stands. Senior Jiang had a strange temper and he was the hardest to please. Yi Xiaoxiu had suffered quite a bit of trouble when he just entered the academy, but Senior Jiang didn't make things difficult for him anymore after he gave Yi Xiaoxiu a huge amount of divine crystals. Lin Ling had been so dazzling before. Based on Senior Jiang's eccentric personality, he would definitely make fun of Lin Ling unless Lin Ling gave away divine crystals to curry favor with him. In fact, many young geniuses had secretly given away divine crystals for this test. Of course, the young geniuses who gave away divine crystals were all local geniuses of the martial god realm. They had their own connections. If the geniuses of other realms wanted to give gifts, they wouldn't be able to find anyone. Moreover, if the gifts were too cheap, Senior Jiang wouldn't be interested in them. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression didn't change. He looked indifferently at the sky. He also knew that the middle-aged man seemed to be talking about him. When the middle-aged man saw that Lin Ling was neither arrogant nor humble, he frowned slightly and secretly cursed, "What an untactful brat." Because after he spoke, Lin Ling should have immediately flattered him and secretly told him that he, Lin Ling, had already understood the meaning behind his words. After the test, the treasures would be delivered to his door. However, Lin Ling's reaction was very calm. Therefore, he knew that the young man wouldn't give him any treasures. Senior is right. We will definitely listen to Senior's instructions. Compared to Lin Ling's lack of tact, the Moonlight Swordsman and the others understood and flattered each other. The middle-aged man secretly nodded. The test this time is the 3 lotus. If you want to pass, you must cultivate on the 3 lotus for the time it takes 3 incense sticks to burn. The middle-aged man's voice floated out. The square was silent and then there was an uproar. It was actually the 3 lotus. This was a test of talent. Lin Ling, what is the 3 lotus? Xian Yuan said nervously. Lin Ling smiled and explained, before we came, didn't we see an old man cultivating on a lotus? That was the 3 lotus. This lotus was born in the chaos of the universe. It was the same as the martial god tree. The difference was that it could continuously provide spiritual energy in the universe, increasing the speed of one's cultivation. However, there was a prerequisite, and that was that one's talent must be high enough. Otherwise, it would be easy to go berserk. Hearing this, Xian Yuan nodded in understanding. You mean if one's talent isn't high enough, they won't be able to last 3 incense sticks and will be eliminated? Yes. However, if one's talent is high enough, they can use this lotus to break through to the next realm. Lin Ling revealed an interested expression. because he could use this opportunity to break through to the next realm. If only this little ambition? Everyone who comes to Resplendent Academy has great ambitions. Some people come to take the test to break through to the next realm. This martial path won't go far. As if he heard Lin Ling's words, the middle-aged man sneered and narrowed his eyes at Lin Ling. He, Senior Jiang, maybe some people's talent is very ordinary. If he is going to be eliminated, then he must be taking advantage of the academy and borrowing treasures to cultivate. Chapter 2395. Fight for first place. Embarrassing. He thought that Lin Ling was going to be eliminated, but he took the opportunity to break through to the next level. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was going to be eliminated. I think his talent is at most a 5th grade Shen body. A 5th grade Shen body can barely pass. However, if his state of mind isn't good, he might not be able to last 3 hours. Let's see how arrogant he can be in this round. White Bird and the others also let out a cold laugh as if they were elated. Lin Ling didn't refute. After all, words were useless. Only strength could prove everything. As for talent, he had too many. His godly demon body was 5th grade, the spacetime flame was 9th grade, and as for the 1,000 elephant demonic eyes, he was too embarrassed to use it because it would be too much of a blow to the geniuses around him. Since it's the final assessment, why don't we have a bet to see who will be first in the talent assessment? Then let's start a bet. At this moment Yuan and suddenly smiled and looked at the middle-aged man in the sky. The middle-aged man nodded secretly. A bet would definitely bring in divine crystals. Naturally, he wouldn't stop it. Up to you. However, for the sake of fairness, I'll be the banker. The middle-aged man said faintly. After pondering for a while, he announced the bet. Moonlight Swordsman 1. 1 White Bird 1. 1 Yuling Long 1. 1 Guru Qian 1. 2 Luo 1 Sierra Leonean Leone. 2 Blue Enchantress 1. 2. Everyone could see that the geniuses in the first row were 1. 1 because they had the highest chance of winning and the lowest odds. Of course there were risks. For example, Moonlight Swordsman, White Bird, Yuling Long, etc. Who would be first would depend on luck. As for the geniuses in the second row, their odds were higher. Next were the other geniuses who had passed. Among them Lin Ling's odds were 130. It could be seen that Senior Jiang didn't think highly of him. Of course, under such circumstances, no one would bet that Lin Ling would be first. As for Senior Jiang, he would definitely win unless a dark horse appeared. Of course, such a thing was extremely unlikely. Therefore he smiled with satisfaction. No expert would complain about having too many divine crystals. After all, it was related to one's strength, and even he was no exception. After that, the square became more and more lively. Regardless of whether they were going to be assessed or eliminated, they all placed their bets. To those young geniuses who'd been eliminated, even though they'd been eliminated, their trip wouldn't have been in vain if they'd won some divine crystals. Right at this moment, a tender voice suddenly resounded, "I'll buy Lin Ling for 200,000 divine crystals." This voice was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples because there was actually someone betting on Lin Ling. Instantly, everyone looked over and realized that it was Shen Yuangur. In fact, it was all the divine crystals that Lin Ling had obtained from the martial god barracks. Wow, this beautiful girl is crazy. Many people cried out in surprise. 200,000 divine crystals wasn't a small amount. This was practically gifting money to Senior Jiang. I'll also buy Lin Ling for 200,000 deity crystals. This time it was Tang Yue. As the little princess of Square Commandery, she was not short of money. The crowd was in an even greater uproar. The middle-aged man secretly smiled. In the blink of an eye, he'd received 400,000 divine crystals. Not bad at all. Playing with money, haha, I'm not afraid of anyone. I'll bet on Lin Ling for first place, 1 million divine crystals. However, before the first wave had subsided, another wave arose. Gong Yangjiang, who'd been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth. He wasn't strong and had only come to join in the fun. However, at this moment he finally shone with dazzling brilliance. 1 million. There was no one who wasn't shocked, no one who wasn't moved. Even the middle-aged man couldn't help but laugh. He said indifferently, "Do you have so many divine crystals?" "I'm Gong Yangjiang, the son of a branch of Fuxing House in Qingzhou. You tell me whether I have it or not. If you don't believe me, you can take my name to Fuxing House and ask. I think it's worth at least 10 million divine crystals." Gong Yangjiang raised his chin and said proudly. In terms of strength he was inferior to others, but in terms of wealth he wasn't afraid of anyone. Hearing this, many people instantly became envious. If they had the money, their strength would have been greatly improved. Unfortunately, Gong Yangjiang was a good for nothing. He had a mountain of treasures but didn't know how to use it. Okay, then you can place your bet. Senior Zhang was overjoyed and nodded lightly. We'll also bet on Lin Ling. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others spoke one after another. Although they didn't have much money, they would still support their lord. What a bunch of idiots. Betting on themselves is more like betting on Lin Ling. They have a lot of money. Let them be. They'll cry later. Many geniuses sneered. They could already see Lin Ling being eliminated and going bankrupt. Of course, senior brother Yi Xiaoxiu was also waiting for Lin Ling. Therefore, it was extremely good for Lin Ling to hand over the divine crystals before his death. Among everyone, only Lin Ling's friends were betting on Lin Ling. However, the bet couldn't be underestimated. It had reached more than 1 million divine crystals. As for Ancestor Dragon Granny and the others in the sky, they were somewhat unhappy. Zhang Wen was very snobbish. As long as he presided over the assessment, it would definitely be related to the divine crystals. However, this didn't violate the rules of the assessment, so they couldn't do anything about it. Ancestor Dragon Granny, that little guy called Lin Ling, what grade is his talent? I took a look before. It seems to be a 5th grade Shen body. His talent is in the body refining Dao. A 5th grade Shen body. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to get first place. The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. Lin Ling had many mysterious aspects, but his talent was obviously his weakness. Okay, everyone get ready. At this moment, Senior Zhang saw that the situation was about right. He gently waved his right hand and suddenly, a large number of lotuses floated out. These lotuses were antiques and extremely precious. They belonged to the Resplendent Academy. Thousands of lotus flowers floated to the ground, turning the square into a world of thousands of lotus flowers. Beautiful clouds and mist quietly drifted out. These 3 lotus flowers were connected to the primal chaos of the universe, and they could continuously absorb the primal chaos of the universe. Seeing the treasure, many people became excited. They couldn't wait to cultivate on the 3 lotus. After all, this kind of opportunity was extremely rare. Lin something, you said that we weren't worthy before. After that, your performance in the combat strength assessment was indeed not bad. But now, do you still dare to say that we're not worthy? When walking towards the 3 lotus, White Bird looked indifferently at Lin Ling. We should be the ones saying that he's not worthy. At the side, the Moonlight Swordsman smiled disdainfully. Then he looked at White Bird and said, you'd better not be distracted by external things. Be careful, I'll beat you. Then let's see who's more powerful. White Bird immediately retracted her gaze and retorted without showing any weakness. Obviously, the two of them had already disregarded Lin Ling. Although they didn't know Lin Ling's specific talent, they could guess that Lin Ling had a 5th grade Shen body. Most people only had one type of talent. Those who had 2 types of talent were the top 10 geniuses in the Azure province. At the very least, they wouldn't appear in this square. Chapter 2396. Talent Assessment. Tang Yue, why did you bet on him? Blue Enchantress asked Tang Yue as she stared at the 1,000 lotuses in front of her. Although she thought that Lin Ling was very powerful, talent was not a miracle. It was fixed and could not be changed in a short period of time. Therefore she thought that Tang Yue was too stupid. Previously, when she saw Tang Yue betting, she almost became impulsive, but in the end, her reason prevailed over her impulse. I can't let my lord lose face. If I lose money, then I lose money. Anyway, I can't lose my momentum. Tang Yue shrugged her shoulders and said. Her words seemed lazy, but in fact she was standing on Lin Ling's side. Lin Ling did not hear the two whispering. His eyes suddenly flashed as if he thought of something. He quickly asked Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword to come over and whispered to them. That's fine too. Listening to Lin Ling's whisper, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and the others suddenly cried out in alarm. This was because Lin Ling had taught them a set of martial arts. Although this martial art would not allow them to become first place, it would not be difficult for them to last for 3 incense sticks of time. Go. Go. Lin Ling did not explain much and waved his hand with a smile. He only needed to ensure that Shen Yuange passed the assessment. Then Lin Ling's eyes began to burn. The 3 Lotus assessment this time was very rare. His main goal was to break through the realm. As for first place? With those bets, he was determined to get it. After the assessment disciples sat on the three lotus, the square was even more like a fairyland. Colorful ribbons waved, making the assessment disciples look more elegant. As for the eliminated disciples, they looked at the scene with envy. If they passed the combat strength assessment, it would mean that they could also appear on the dazzling martial stage. Boom. At this moment, a deafening roar sounded. The square changed. Everyone saw that they were in the world of the universe. Their surroundings were pitch black and there were only specks of light in the distance. And this was the chaos of the universe. Some geniuses were even able to see their hometown. Is this the power of the three lotus? The exclamations gradually increased. Then they saw thousands of lotus flowers floating in the starry sky. It was incomparably dazzling. Streaks of dragon-shaped chi revolved around the lotus flower. They were of various colors and were extremely colorful. The three-Tao lotus was able to match a martial artist's talent and provide a corresponding amount of spiritual energy. However, the spiritual energy came from the primal chaos of the universe, so it was enormous. Those without talent would find it difficult to support it. Someone coughed out blood and opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. That was because he couldn't withstand the powerful chi. He was going to be eliminated. I must persevere. The young genius roared, but reality had defeated him. With a boom, the three Tao lotuses erupted with a terrifying shockwave that blasted the young genius out of the lotus. Eliminated. The first genius youth to be eliminated was born. Many people sighed when they saw this. That genius young man passed the combat strength test, but he lost in the talent test. Third grade Shen body, no wonder. In a distant place, the mysterious old man indifferently said. As if there was a beginning, more and more geniuses were eliminated. In the blink of an eye, 100 people had been eliminated. A few devastatingly beautiful girls directly cried out after being eliminated. Pear blossoms with tears, it was truly moving. However, no one laughed at them. Because to be able to sit on the three Tao lotus, they were prouder than many others. Whoosh. At this moment, Lin Ling was on a lotus flower in the distance. The lotus flower was sacred and had mysterious ribbons curling around him. It caused his slender eyelashes to flutter slightly. However, his chiseled face was still as calm as an ancient well. An endless stream of spiritual energy flowed into Lin Ling's body. This spiritual energy was the most ancient spiritual energy in the universe. It was extremely pure. At this moment, Lin Ling heard the sound of all things. He heard the breathing of the world. Tao. The primal chaos of the universe. This was a martial comprehension that was even more profound than the laws of heaven and earth. In the past, Li Xiaoyao also pursued this comprehension. Unfortunately, he didn't have the opportunity to cultivate the three Tao lotus. It was a huge regret. At this time, Lin Ling's Omega Sword Tao also quietly rose. And within his Dantian, the world spirit began to rumble, as if a new world was being born. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Moreover, it didn't last for long. The third great world essence power was born. Third stage of the World King realm. Lin Ling was overjoyed. But he also felt that everything was happening naturally. This was because he wasn't too far away from breaking through to begin with. He suppressed the aura of his breakthrough and continued to cultivate, making it so that those in the distance didn't notice him. This was because this was an opportunity that couldn't be missed. What he needed to do next was increase his Omega Flame Tao. Omega. This was a boundary of martial arts that could give birth to the power of chaos. He already had the Omega Sword Tao and it was at the microscopic boundary. But the Omega Flame Tao hadn't been born yet. And with this boundary, a martial artist's martial arts would be slightly stronger than an ordinary person's. It would increase their strength by at least 30%. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this time, Lin Ling's second Dantian began to rumble. This was a fire attribute world spirit Dantian. But the Omega Flame Tao was born at this time. No one saw that the three Tao lotus beneath him had quietly changed. The spiritual energy that flowed out was multicolored. His second Dantian was also crazily rising. However, no one noticed any of this. Everyone's eyes were focused on the others. This was because the time limit of 3 incense sticks was approaching. That can't be right? Those friends of Lin Ling's haven't been eliminated. Yuan Yan's gaze was fixed on the 1,000 Tao lotuses. At this time he cursed out in jealousy. He constantly shouted in his heart, "Fail, fail, fail." Because he had failed, he didn't want others to pass as well. This sort of jealousy could be called twisted and abnormal. However, in reality Tang Yue and the others who were sitting cross-legged on the three Tao lotus were still as motionless as a mountain. Their talent was also quietly revealed. Falling Flower Water Sword was a 5th grade profound body. Tang Yue was a 6th grade profound body. The others were also in the 5th grade range. With a profound body of this level, as long as they were careful, they could still pass. In addition, with Lin Ling's previous cultivation method, their chances of passing were even higher. Look at that beautiful girl over there. Suddenly, someone let out a cry of horror. This was because someone saw that Xian Yuanger's talent was displayed. It was a 7th grade profound body, and it looked like her potential was not weak. Tiske, I don't know what kind of talent this is, but I'm sure that she's definitely a good seedling. Fire talent? Is it the wind and cloud phoenix flame? Or is it the ancient orchid cloud-breaking flame? At the same time, the ancestor dragon granny and the mysterious old man laughed in surprise. No matter what, they were sure that the girl's talent was definitely not weak. It seems like we've underestimated her. Many geniuses also exclaimed, and their eyes were filled with admiration. From their perspective, mediocre people were not worthy of attention. For example, Lin Ling's talent was not strong, but his arrogance was high. That would only make the crowd attack him. However, if he displayed great talent, then he would be admired and worshipped. Now Xian Yuanger had clearly convinced them. Chapter 2397. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. The first row of geniuses was tit for tat. Haha, what a disgrace. Not long ago he ranked first in the combat strength assessment. Now he has ended up like this. How sad. Even his girlfriend is more powerful than him. I wonder if he has any sense of shame? He is not worthy of that little beauty. Based on my experience, it won't be long before his little beauty falls into the hands of someone else. Then he will be even more miserable. Many people laughed at his misfortune. In reality, such things had happened many times. Couples who were originally in love with each other would have a meteoric rise because of one party's strength. As long as the woman was snobbish, she would abandon her original lover and pursue a more arrogant man. Although this was shameful, it was also human nature. Therefore, Lin Ling would definitely end up like that. Of course, the crowd soon ignored the handsome young man. It was as if the young man had fallen from the altar. In fact, they did not know that Xian Yuanger's talent was improved by Lin Ling. 3 incense sticks. Time is up. All the geniuses who are still in the 3 Tao Lotus have passed. After a while, Senior Jiang said indifferently. Without a doubt, there were sounds of envy from all around. Those who passed the talent assessment could not help but laugh. Lin Ling also passed. Moreover, none of his friends were eliminated. Seeing this, Yuan was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. His eyes were red with envy. Yeah, he passed. I can't hold on anymore. The spiritual chi from the 3 Tao Lotus is getting stronger and stronger. Enough is enough. Those geniuses who passed the test left the 3 Tao Lotus one by one. Those who stayed were those with excellent perseverance and wanted to compete for the first place. At this moment, many people's emotions were stirred. Who would take the first place? Look, Lin Ling is still persevering. I didn't expect that he would not leave even after passing the test. He is really shameless. Shameless. Suddenly, someone looked at Lin Ling who was in the corner and said, his perseverance is not bad. Unfortunately, it is useless. Many people thought that Lin Ling was still persevering because of his perseverance. This was because Lin Ling did not display any powerful talent from the beginning to the end. It seemed like he only had a 5th grade Shen body. This is also very good. Perseverance is an essential factor for a martial artist. In the distance, the ancestor dragon granny chuckled. Lin Ling, this brat, had everything a genius needed, but his talent was a little weak. However, the path of martial arts was so long, who could guarantee that Lin Ling would not be reborn in the future? He ranked first in the battle strength assessment, but his performance in the talent assessment was very ordinary. His mentality will definitely be affected. After he leaves the 3 Tao Lotus, let's comfort him. The mysterious old man said. Even if he fails, he doesn't need to be comforted, because he isn't the kind of person who easily gives up. Ancestor Dragon Granny shook her head. Obviously, both of them thought that the next stage had nothing to do with Lin Ling. They were afraid that Lin Ling would suffer a blow, so they said that. Alas, I failed. At this time, another person left the 3 Tao Lotus. They were the geniuses in the second row. Blue Enchantress was also among them. Her face was filled with helplessness. This was because the spiritual energy from the three Tao lotus was getting stronger and stronger. Wave after wave, it was like a shocking wave, making it difficult for her to persist. This Lin Ling is still persisting. Blue Enchantress came to Tang Yue's side and looked around. After discovering that one person was missing, she could not help but exclaim in surprise. Lord's perseverance is naturally not comparable to ordinary people. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and the others said solemnly. This was because they were also surprised by Lin Ling's perseverance. It's a pity that his talent is a little weak. Otherwise everything would be perfect. Blue Enchantress's beautiful eyes flickered. In her eyes, the cold blue-robed young man sat cross-legged on the ancient lotus, like an ancient well without any ripples. This made her quietly moved. Because, to be able to persist until now, there was no need to say more about his perseverance. Therefore she felt that the blue-robed young man was as indifferent as the clouds. He looked ordinary, but if you looked carefully, you would find an indescribable charm. What's the use of perseverance? However, at this moment, an untimely voice sounded. It was Yuanian. He knew very well that perseverance could only allow Lin Ling to persist for a while. In the end he would fade away. The reason why Lin Ling persisted was that he did not want to be trampled on by others. After all, not everyone could withstand such a great rise and fall from being the number one not long ago to his current decline. After he leaves the three Tao lotus, I will ask him properly why we are not compatible. Moreover, the great rise and fall would not only affect the martial artist's mentality, but the mockery and ridicule of outsiders would also be a blow to the martial artist. It was human nature to watch a good show. Therefore, many people had already begun to prepare to ridicule Lin Ling. Look over there. At this moment, someone exclaimed in shock, causing everyone's eyes to lock onto the most dazzling three Tao lotus. On one of the three Tao lotus, a young lady with an alluring aura sat cross-legged. Her black hair danced in the wind, like a fairy from the 9 heavens descending to the mortal world. Above her head, an ancient and vast universe world appeared. She was the genius in the first row, Yu Linglong. TSK, she actually stimulated the universe. Her talent is very magnificent. Senior Zhang could not help but exclaim in admiration because he knew that it was the Zhongyu Lingyu body, which had reached the terrifying 7th grade. Moreover, this talent could still be improved, but like other Shen body talents, the improvement was very slow and required luck. 7th grade talent, the strongest talent at present. Many people exclaimed in admiration. Based on this, one could tell the difference between a genius and a mediocre person. Wait, the white bird world has appeared. It's so beautiful. However, this was not the only thing that made people envious. On the other side of the three Tao lotus, countless white birds as smooth as jade flew up and circled around the three Tao lotus, sprinkling down countless diamond stars. It was very beautiful. As if it was the purest thing in the universe. Looking at the owner of the three Tao lotus, it was the heavenly court's white bird. Turning a bird into a human, the current him displayed a terrifying talent. 3000 blackbird body. 8th grade Shen body. Boom. It was like a silent thunderclap, causing the hearts of many geniuses to rumble. At this moment they had no choice but to accept it. Looks like this junior brother of mine is going to blossom in the resplendent academy. In a distant place Yi Xiaoshou nodded in admiration. 8th grade Shen body, and it had not reached its limit yet. If it reached its limit, even a true immortal realm expert would be killed. This first place, I want it. While the crowd was still in shock, the white bird opened its eyes and said indifferently, "That's right. Confidence, incomparable confidence." Even at this moment, everyone thought that he would definitely take the first place. 8th grade Shen body? Yu Linglong's origin was extraordinary, and her body was precious. At this moment she seemed to have suffered a blow. Chapter 2398. The clash between two top-notch geniuses. In the previous combat strength assessment, she wasn't number 1 and lost to an unknown youth. Now she seemed to be suppressed in the talent assessment. Master said that talent is only one of the factors. Perseverance is also very important. I still have hope. Yu Linglong clenched her teeth. Unfortunately, her perseverance was indeed good, but compared to Lin Ling, who started from scratch and had seen countless storms, her perseverance was like child's play. Therefore she was defeated not long later. She spat out a mouthful of blood and helplessly left the three Tao lotus. One of the geniuses in the first row was eliminated. It seemed like White Bird was going to be number one. White Bird, White Bird. Seeing this, voices of admiration immediately sounded out from the surroundings, especially from some young girls. Their eyes were filled with fervor as they stared at the White Bird. White Bird was too handsome. At this moment, the stage belonged to White Bird. This caused some geniuses to be ignored, and Lin Ling was one of them. Of course, at this moment, instead of looking at Lin Ling, why not look at the other genius in the first row? Because only he had the qualifications to compete with White Bird. That person was the Moonlight Swordsman. Seeing off the guests on the first night of the Xuanyang River, maple leaves and flowers rustle in autumn. Almost as soon as everyone's gazes shifted, a desolate sound drifted out from the world around them. Maple leaves sprinkled down in the world around them, forming a desolate scene like the falling leaves signifying autumn. I walk the world alone like maple leaves. Maple leaves are the great Tao of the world. Thousands of maple leaves swirled and formed a dragon dance, causing the three Tao lotus in the distance to bloom with dazzling light. The Moonlight Swordsman's talent was the immortal maple depressing physique. It was an extremely ancient talent. It was said that this talent gathered all the depressing aura in the world. The stronger the depressing aura, the stronger the power. There was once a magnificent feat of destroying the world. When the depressing aura was depressing and depressing, one sword could break the world. Another 8th grade talent. Senior Zhang exclaimed. The Moonlight Swordsman's master was one of the top 10 sword immortals of Qingzhou. Indeed, like master, like disciple. At this moment, everyone's attention was undoubtedly attracted by the two ancient lotuses. Both of them are the most dazzling geniuses of the younger generation. Who is number one? Why is it that their age is similar to ours, but their talent and strength are so much stronger than ours? I think the Moonlight Swordsman is number one. Intense voices and boiling blood flowed in each genius body, because they were the most dazzling geniuses in the world. Moonlight Swordsman. At the same time, White Bird looked at the Moonlight Swordsman calmly. His eyes were filled with battle intent. White Bird of the Heavenly Court, I have long heard of your great name. Among the younger generation in the 1,000 years of cultivation, you are one of the most important opponents for me. Come, let's fight. The Moonlight Swordsman raised his eyes and looked at White Bird. Their gazes were like intense sparks that clashed madly in the chaos of the universe. The clenching saw swordsmen matched. This was because this was their martial dais. In fact, at this moment, in the eyes of the Moonlight Swordsman, only each other was their opponent. They wanted to eliminate each other and walk into a wider world. Both of them were persevering. They wanted to see who could last longer. The spiritual energy from the three Tao lotuses was even more majestic. It was hard for the two to hold on, but they weren't willing to be the first to give up. Not only were they resisting the spiritual energy from the three Tao lotuses, but they were also using their talent auras to clash. It formed a terrifying shockwave that shocked countless people. But at this moment, a soft voice sounded. Look, there's another figure in the three Tao lotuses. The moment this was said, the entire world went silent. Countless people's eyes trembled. On the ancient lotuses, other than the two most dazzling geniuses, there was another person sitting cross-legged. He was wearing a blue robe with his long hair tied behind his head. His handsome face was filled with determination. He was Lin Ling. He hasn't failed yet? Everyone's heart was like thunder. Lin Ling's talent wasn't as good as White Bird and his background was unknown. However, he had persevered until now. This guy. Even Ancestor Dragon Granny and the others in the distance had just noticed Lin Ling previously. Their gazes had been attracted by White Bird and the others. As for Blue Enchantress and the others, they were all shocked. How embarrassing. This is a talent assessment, not perseverance. Don't disturb their competition. Senior Zhang shouted angrily. He seemed to be upholding justice, but in fact he was very unhappy with Lin Ling. If Lin Ling became first, he would lose big. Most importantly, White Bird was a member of the Heavenly Court and had a powerful background. The Moonlight Swordsman was the disciple of one of the top 10 sword immortals in the Qing province and also had a noble status. But what was Lin Ling's background? He was only a member of the martial gods camp. From a certain perspective, he couldn't compare to White Bird and the others. Because the martial gods camp was only a military camp of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, if there was really a need for help, White Bird and the others would obviously be more helpful. Lin Ling was obviously unable to help. Therefore, Senior Zhang couldn't wait for Lin Ling to disappear from his sight. If you know what's good for you, scram immediately. Although he didn't dare to disturb Lin Ling's assessment, his words were very rude. Too much. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others narrowed their eyes. It was a critical moment now. A sudden breeze could affect the results of the entire assessment, so words could naturally affect others. What a disgrace. Get lost. What's perseverance? This is a talent assessment. This Lin Ling is really a disgrace. But after a moment of silence, many geniuses also reprimanded. They wanted to see White Bird and the others compete, not Lin Ling's perseverance and support. Moreover, in their hearts, Lin Ling's background wasn't as noble as White Bird and the others. What's more, Lin Ling's silence was probably because he wanted to take advantage of the situation. His intentions were vicious. Unfortunately, the surrounding voices didn't affect Lin Ling at all. The main thing was that his ultimate flame Dao had reached a critical moment. What a tenacious cockroach. But do you want to take advantage of us? You're not worthy. At the same time, White Bird also looked at Lin Ling with disdain. He actually used the aura of his talent to suppress Lin Ling. Haha, this is first place in the combat strength assessment? I didn't expect you to be so down and out. Don't tell me you did something that angered the heavens and caused you to fall from the stage. That Moonlight Swordsman also said indifferently with a mocking look in his eyes. You want to take advantage of us? You're not worthy. Following his words, thousands of maple leaves fluttered and started to affect Lin Ling. It could be said that if it was anyone else here, they would definitely vomit blood and suffer from chi deviation. Because both of their auras were affecting Lin Ling, and with Senior Zhang's words, it could be said to be a triple attack. Chapter 2399. Lin Ling unsheathed his sword. Pop, pop, pop. 3,000 white birds and a sky full of maple leaves swept towards Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's body was affected by the aura and began to sway slightly. His expression was still calm, but there was a trace of blood flowing down from the corner of his mouth. He naturally sensed that White Bird and the others had attacked. However, he had reached a critical moment in comprehending the ultimate flame Dao, so he had to endure. In fact, he had been enduring since the beginning of the assessment. However, was it possible for Ghost Genius Li Xiaoyao to endure such humiliation? To put it bluntly, they were not worthy. However, no one knew what Lin Ling was thinking at this moment. Everyone wanted Lin Ling to give up. How tenacious. Don't you have any sense of shame? Of the two of them, one is from the heavenly court, and the other's master is the master of Qingzhou. They are fighting, but a cockroach like you wants to disturb them. Don't you think it's embarrassing? You should give up. Senior Zhang sneered and said indifferently. His words were very sinister. If one's mentality was unstable, they would definitely be affected and even feel inferior. Damn it. Seeing this, Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword shouted angrily. Was this assessment fair? Could it be that they were afraid that Lin Ling would take first place, so they joined forces to suppress Lin Ling? Zhang Wen. However, at this moment, an ancient voice sounded. The voice was mixed with anger, causing Zhang Wen's expression to change slightly. He did not speak again. Because he knew that the person who spoke was Ancestor Long Pa and the others. Obviously, he had overstepped his authority. However, although he did not speak to affect Lin Ling, White Bird and the others would not let Lin Ling off. Waves of aura once again engulfed Lin Ling. The crowd saw that Lin Ling's body was like a fallen leaf in a storm, swaying with the wind. At this moment, some girls secretly sympathized with Lin Ling. He did not have good talent, but he had perseverance. He had persevered until now with his perseverance. However, others bullied him because he did not have talent and were targeting him. Unfortunately, even though they sympathized with him, there was nothing they could do. Because this world was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. Rumble. The terrifying aura was unstoppable. In addition to the spiritual energy of the three Tao lotuses, it made people suspect that if Lin Ling didn't give up, he would be crushed to pieces. And yet, Lin Ling, who was in the middle of the tempest, finally smiled. Although his eyes were closed, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. This was because he had finally comprehended the ultimate flame Tao, and it was at the same level as the ultimate sword Tao, the arcane realm. Boom. His eyes opened, and in that instant the entire universe shook. Wave after wave of powerful aura began to spread out. The people around were still thinking that Lin Ling was about to be eliminated, but when they saw this scene, they immediately felt like ducks being held by their necks. It was because Lin Ling stood up on top of the three lotuses. His blue robes fluttered in the wind. His hands were behind his back and his long hair fluttered in the wind. It was as if he was standing in the universe looking down on the world. More importantly, the crowd realized that Lin Ling had broken through. He had reached the 3rd level of the World King realm, and it was because of the aura of his breakthrough that he was able to block Whitebird's aura. To use the 3 Tao Lotuses to break through, this was the first person to do so since the beginning of the talent assessment. This caused the entire universe to fall silent. My lord. Falling Flower Flowing Water looked at this man, his eyes filled with excitement. They were well aware that Lord Lin Ling didn't want to provoke anyone. But because of Yi Xiaoshuo and the others, Lord Lin Ling had become a thorn in everyone's side since the beginning of the talent assessment. Many people thought that Lord Lin Ling was too arrogant, and in addition to his outstanding background and talent, Lord Lin Ling had no advantage at all. Thus, everyone was dissatisfied with Lord Lin Ling. They wanted to see Lord Lin Ling put on a good show. However, facing all of this, Lord Lin Ling never gave up. In fact, the more people looked down on him, the more they mocked him. This actually encouraged Lord Lin Ling to become stronger. And now Lord Lin Ling still stood there, his back straight. He didn't admit defeat, nor did he compromise. He is so strong. Even Blue Enchantress was moved. Lin Ling. Shen Yuanger's eyes were wet with tears. This was because she knew that the geniuses around her had great backgrounds. Each one of them was a master of a world. They were all pressuring Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was still able to persist. This wasn't easy at all. I don't understand why you all oppose me at every turn. A terrifying aura emanated from Lin Ling's body. His indifferent eyes swept around and he coldly spat out these words. Wherever his eyes passed, those geniuses that mocked Lin Ling shut their mouths. They didn't know why they didn't dare to mock him, but Lin Ling's left eye was too demonic. What is your background? What is our background? What is your talent? What is our talent? Don't you know your own limits? However, the others didn't dare to speak, but Whitebird and the rest did. Whitebird of the Heavenly Court shouted angrily. In fact, he had long found Lin Ling an eyesore. Especially after Lin Ling obtained first place in the combat strength assessment, his anger towards Lin Ling had reached its peak. My background is from the martial gods camp. I can't compare to you guys, but you think you can bully and mock me just because of that? Could it be that only people with great backgrounds like you can obtain glory in this assessment, and no one else is allowed? Lin Ling looked at Whitebird and said indifferently. It seems like you still don't understand what it means. Then let me tell you. Your talent and background are inferior to us. When we bully you, you can only swallow your anger and not refute us arrogantly like before. A person who doesn't know his own limits won't be able to go far. The Moonlight Swordsman also said indifferently. Hearing that, many people shook their heads, thinking that Lin Ling was spouting nonsense. They even thought that Lin Ling was very foolish to ask such an idiotic question. If Lin Ling had powerful talent and outstanding background, who would dare to bully Lin Ling? However, Lin Ling didn't have that at all. Then Lin Ling should be humble and not make an enemy of the world and rather die than submit. However, Lin Ling's hearty laughter was soon heard from the void. To be honest, I understand your words. If you don't have strength, then you're a lowly dog. If you don't have a backer, then you're a lowly slave. However, what I don't understand is why you can bully me, mock me, and target me. Even that idiot presiding over the assessment is the same. Don't tell me that the other people's talents are better than mine? And I'm trash? Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out, causing the chaos in the universe to become even quieter. Zhang Wen's expression was extremely cold because Lin Ling was calling him an idiot. He wanted to shout angrily, but Lin Ling's voice drifted out again. However, I gradually understood that in fact you guys are just jealous. I became the focus of attention when I just came for the assessment and surpassed everyone. Therefore you guys are jealous of me. I ranked first in the combat strength assessment, so you guys are even more jealous of me. Don't you think so? Chapter 2400. The king descends. Who will be the king? The entire primal chaos was dead silent. Those geniuses wanted to reprimand Lin Ling, but they couldn't refute, because they were indeed jealous of Lin Ling. Even Whitebird and the rest had ugly expressions. Lin Ling's words hit their hearts and hit the wound deep in their hearts. But soon the Moonlight Swordsman mocked, a 5th grade mystic body. Do you think you are qualified to make us jealous? Shut up. However, Lin Ling shouted angrily, which made the Moonlight Swordsman's pupils dilate. A fifth-grade mystic body trash wanted him to shut up and even shouted at him in front of so many people? You people are really pitiful. Because of jealousy you think others are weaker than you so you bully others. But in reality you are just deceiving yourselves. How laughable. Lin Ling started to look at everyone. His aura became more and more intense, like an unsheathed sword. All along he had been enduring silently. But when he couldn't take it anymore, he would unsheath his sword. Trash, open your eyes and take a look. Lin Ling spat out another sentence. The anger that he had been suppressing since the start of the assessment had erupted at this moment, causing him to be dripping with blood. Like a swift sword, revenge. But after his words, the primal chaos of the entire universe exploded. Trash? Everyone was trash. It seemed like even Senior Jiang was scolded. At this moment, monstrous anger burned in the universe. Everyone's eyes were red and almost went crazy. White Bird and the Moonlight Swordsman's eyes turned cold and wanted to scold Lin Ling. But at this moment, a terrifying aura spread out. Flames soared into the sky and the three lotuses started to change quietly. They actually turned into colorful ancient lotuses. Lin Ling's talent also started to increase crazily. It was like a silent slap that knocked all the dissatisfied voices into their stomachs. The second Dantian's fire attribute talent shocked the world. First grade mystic body, second grade mystic body, third grade mystic body, fifth grade, sixth grade. It gradually reached eighth grade. In that instant, Lin Ling caught up to White Bird and the others in a domineering manner, causing them to open their mouths wide. Their expressions had already turned into confusion, surprise and finally fear. An eighth grade Shen body, the first generation of geniuses. Everyone was moved. If such a talent was considered trash and could be mocked, trampled and humiliated by others, then what about a fifth level profound body and a sixth level profound body? At this moment no one could refute. They realized how ridiculous it was to mock a genius who possessed an 8th rank profound body. To many people they weren't even qualified to look down on Lin Ling. Ants, you're speechless, aren't you? I can tell you that in this trial I took first place in the battle prowess trial, and then again in the talent trial. There's no need for any explanation. Under everyone's gaze Lin Ling spread out his arms. Since he had chosen to do it, then he would continue to be arrogant. Make everyone shut up. Boom. The 9th grade Shen body was a ghastly sight to behold. The colorful flames were like a sea of fire that burned the universe. On top of the 3 Tao lotus, the youth was extraordinarily handsome. With the attitude of an overlord, he commanded the wind and clouds. There was no need for any explanation when a king descended. In fact, there was indeed no need for any explanation. A 9th grade Shen body, in the 10,000 realms, was an existence that was the king of 100 realms. Among the tens of thousands of geniuses here, who could compare to Lin Ling's talent? Who else but him? A 9th grade Shen body, and it seems to be the same as Shen Yuanguer's. How could this guy have a 9th grade Shen body? In a distant place, Ancestor Dragon Granny and the old man were shocked. All of this had exceeded their understanding. Because even if it was a dual talent, under the stimulation of the 3 Tao lotus, all of their talents would be revealed. However, Lin Ling had not revealed it before. How could they know that not only did Lin Ling have dual talents, but he also had dual dantians? It was equivalent to hiding another person in his body. If he didn't activate his fire talent, how could others detect it? Moreover, Lin Ling didn't have dual talents. He also had the all-encompassing demonic eyes and the space-time divine steel. These were even more terrifying talents. However, once this talent was exposed, there would be endless trouble. Lin Ling wasn't that stupid. At this moment, in the chaos of the universe, everyone was silent for a long time. They looked at the colorful sea of fire. Other than shock, there was only shock on their faces. Was this still Lin Ling, who had overestimated himself in their eyes? It was as if they were the ones overestimating themselves. The geniuses in the first row all shook their heads, as if they were unwilling to believe the reality in front of them. Especially White Bird and the Moonlight Swordsman, they were even more so. Previously, they were the most dazzling existences fighting for the final stage. However, in the blink of an eye their light was stolen by someone else. It seemed like they couldn't even keep the stage. How could they accept such a reality? Previously you said that I had no sense of shame and didn't know my place. Now, I want to ask, who is the one with no sense of shame? At this moment Lin Ling looked at White Bird and the rest. White Bird and the rest opened their mouths but they couldn't say a word. Just as they thought, Lin Ling's talent wasn't as good as theirs, which meant that he was as cheap as a dog. However, now that Lin Ling's talent was above their heads, who was the dog? Just a little talent and you're already so arrogant. I'm afraid your future will only be so. Lin Ling put his hands behind his back and said sarcastically. The Moonlight Swordsman's eyes were red as he stared at Lin Ling. I've said it before. You guys aren't worthy to play with me. Now scram. Unfortunately, Lin Ling wasn't afraid of him. He shouted domineeringly. In fact, that was indeed the case. Throughout the entire process, Lin Ling didn't treat them as opponents. They were the ones who were being cheap and repeatedly offended Lin Ling. They were just asking for humiliation. Rumble. Following Lin Ling's voice, the monstrous flames surged. Previously, White Bird and the other Moonlight Swordsmen used their aura to suppress Lin Ling. But now Lin Ling showed them what was called aura. BFFF. White Bird and the rest were sitting cross-legged on the ancient lotus. They were originally going to resist the impact of the spirit chi from the 3 Tao lotuses. At this moment they were struck by Lin Ling's time fire. They spat out a mouthful of blood and their faces turned pale. So powerful. Previously, the two of them couldn't suppress Lin Ling even when they joined forces. But now Lin Ling alone is suppressing them. Seeing this, many people exclaimed. At this moment, they also realized the difference between Lin Ling and White Bird and the rest. White Bird and the rest were indeed not worthy to be Lin Ling's opponent. Lin Ling, you want to eliminate us? The Moonlight Swordsman gritted his teeth and let out an angry roar. Stray dog, shut up. Lin Ling looked over coldly and an even more terrifying aura swept out. A 9th-grade mystic body could suppress everything. Poopiyo. The Moonlight Swordsman and the other Moonlight Swordsmen spat out blood again. In the end, they stared at Lin Ling with resentment and left the 3 Tao lotuses in a sorry state. If they didn't leave, they would definitely suffer from chi deviation and be seriously injured. They weren't as strong as Lin Ling's physical body. In terms of defense, they were much weaker. Chapter 2401. 5 Years Promise. I'm the king. Was there anyone who wasn't convinced? At this moment, countless geniuses were breathing heavily and their eyes were filled with admiration. At the start, Lin Ling was arrogant, but his talent wasn't proven, so they were disdainful. But now the facts had proven everything. They had no choice but to be convinced. Sometimes, humans were complicated creatures. Once they felt that their opponent had surpassed them by too much, they wouldn't be jealous anymore. They would only look up. We lost. White Bird and the Moonlight Swordsmen were dispirited and seemed to have lost their minds. They were on the verge of exploding in anger. Because they had all been eliminated. They looked up at Lin Ling and were unwilling. But what could they do? The stage didn't belong to them anymore. You're not convinced, right? The test is over. Let's fight. I'll let you know where you're not worthy. Lin Ling naturally knew that they were unwilling. He spoke indifferently. Okay. I'll wait for you. White Bird and the others roared and completely lost their minds. Although Lin Ling's talent was higher than theirs, their realms were higher. Lin Ling was definitely not their opponent. Lin Ling looked at them mockingly and then ignored them. He looked up at the sky. Senior, who's first? The entire universe was filled with his voice. Who's first? That arrogant voice entered everyone's ears and made them excited. Who's first? How could they not know? Sir. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others shouted excitedly. Sir Lin Ling, even if he was against the entire world, he would never admit defeat. Now he had finally taken first place. Moreover, this was first place in 2 major tests. Lin Ling. Xian Yuanger's beautiful eyes were wet. She was proud of Lin Ling. She didn't expect that a young man from the north would make the geniuses of the myriad of worlds submit to him. This guy is so powerful. The blue enchantress stared at Lin Ling. She remembered the first time she saw Lin Ling at the inn. At that time, she was disdainful and thought that Lin Ling could make Tang Yue listen to him because of his identity. But now she realized that she was wrong, ridiculously wrong. Suddenly, she looked at Tang Yue beside her and smiled bitterly. Little princess, you've kept me in the dark. Tang Yue shook her head. To be honest, I didn't know he was so powerful either. Her words were calm, but her eyes constantly flickered. Clearly, she was happy for Lin Ling in the depths of her heart. She was proud because this was the Lord above her. At this moment, countless eyes were looking at Zhang Wen, waiting for his final decision. But in reality, this senior Zhang was bursting with anger because he had opened a bet, and Lin Ling's odds were 120. Moreover, more than 1 million divine crystals had been placed on Lin Ling. So, he would have to pay 20 million divine crystals. Even though he was a senior of the Resplendent Academy, he couldn't take out so many divine crystals at once. Even if he did, how could he bear to part with them? What did you do? Jiang Wen's eyes were cold as he suddenly shouted angrily. Now, even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't admit Lin Ling. However, just as his voice fell, a voice that seemed to come from the distant starry sky arrived. He's number one. The ancestral dragon Granny spoke. Jiang Wen, this matter is obvious to all. Don't tell me you dare to violate the Academy's rules. The mysterious old man said coldly. Previously, Jiang Wen's words had affected Lin Ling, and they were already unhappy. Now Jiang Wen still dared to be arrogant? All of you. Jiang Wen stared at the distant sky. His face turned pale and he became dispirited and angry. He never expected that because of an unknown young man he would lose all face today. Moreover, he would probably have to spit out all the treasures he had stolen over the years. Lin Ling, number one in the talent assessment. In the end, he gritted his teeth and spat out a sentence. He had no choice but to admit it. Hearing that sentence, Lin Ling finally smiled, and it was an extremely bright smile. In his previous life, he had swept through the clouds and defeated countless geniuses in the martial god realm. How could he fail miserably today? Lord Lin Ling, congratulations. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others immediately said excitedly. As for the other geniuses, they looked at Lin Ling with only one sentence in their hearts. What a proud young man. Without a doubt, today's stage belonged to Lin Ling. Whoosh. At the same time, the entire universe disappeared like a receding tide. Everyone found that they were still in the square. This change made them feel like they were in a dream. However, the blue-robed young man in the square let them know that this was not a dream. Congratulations to everyone for becoming a disciple of the Resplendent Academy. Almost at the same time, the mysterious old man finally appeared. He was wearing a Taoist robe with 8 trigrams. He had a kind face, white hair, and a youthful complexion. He gave off a very good feeling. At least compared to the snobbish senior Zhang, he gave off a better impression. Lin Ling, congratulations on becoming the first in 2 tests. The mysterious old man looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Thank you, senior. The other party was very polite, so Lin Ling naturally did not dare to be negligent. He bowed slightly. Lin Ling was neither haughty nor humble, neither arrogant nor rash. Without a doubt, the mysterious elder nodded again. Others who had obtained first place in 2 major examinations would be incomparably arrogant. However, Lin Ling had quickly returned to his normal self and was not affected by external factors. His martial arts heart was very steady. Beside the mysterious old man, Jiang Wen's eyes were filled with resentment. At this time, Gong Yangjiang said with a smile, Senior Zhang, don't tell me you don't want to give up the bet? These words were like pouring salt on the wound, causing Jiang Wen's heart to tremble. I can tell you that for other matters, Qing Province's Fuxing Manor will not step in for me. However, when it comes to money, then no one will give you face. You can try not to. Gong Yangjiang opened his mouth again. He, who was usually carefree, had become cold and indifferent. Sure enough, when it came to money, this guy became a little more imposing. Of course, he had used the Qing State Fortune Manor's money to place the bet before, so it was the Qing State Fortune Manor that was collecting the debt now. Qing State Fortune Manor. Jiang Wen's eyes flashed. He knew that he couldn't go back on his word because he now owed money to the Fortune Manor, and no one could go back on their word when they owed money to that place. Lin Ling, it's all because of you. With that thought, Jiang Wen's gaze became even more resentful. However, Lin Ling did not even look at him. His gaze fell on the front stage at the side of the square. Yi Xiaoshou, genius member of the Heavenly Court, the 5-year agreement is here. His voice drifted out, causing the square to fall silent. Lin Ling challenged him to a battle. This guy really dares to fight? Many geniuses' eyes trembled fiercely. At first, when Lin Ling said he wanted to fight, they thought it was just a joke, but who knew that Lin Ling really wanted to fight? Although Lin Ling's test results were not bad, that was only a test, and it did not represent one's strength. Chapter 2402. In the void battlefield, 1 person lived and 1 person died. Do you think you are a match for senior brother Yi? White Bird didn't expect Lin Ling to really dare to fight. He snorted. Stray dog, shut up. I know you want to fight me, but let me tell you, after I fight Yi Xiaoshou, I welcome you to fight me. Now you are not worthy. Lin Ling looked at White Bird indifferently and shouted angrily. The other party was a member of the Heavenly Court, so he didn't need to give face. You are not worthy again. This kind of arrogance had appeared a few times today, but now they didn't feel that Lin Ling was arrogant because in the previous assessment, Lin Ling had already proven many things. White Bird's face became even gloomier, but he endured it. He really didn't have the right to speak now. However, the Moonlight Swordsman seemed to be unwilling. He wanted to speak, but Lin Ling was faster than him. You shut up too because you are also not worthy. The Moonlight Swordsman's gentle features were distorted from anger at this moment. He was also not worthy. Could it be that only the last generation disciples were worthy? Fine, I will watch you die. The two didn't speak anymore and obediently shut up. Lin Ling's gaze also started to look at the high platform. He saw Yi Xiaoshu caressing his broken arm with an extremely cold expression. He said indifferently, "You really surprised me. You actually became number 1 in 2 assessments and even have a 9th grade mystic body. Compared to the first time we met, you have grown a lot. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, you are really my greatest enemy in life. However, let me give you a word of advice. Don't be arrogant and complacent. Sometimes if you are too confident, you will die prematurely." Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Thank you for the reminder, but I think that the person who can make me die prematurely isn't you." His battle intent began to boil at that instant. He, Lin Ling, had accepted the challenge of the 5-year agreement. In the past, when Lin Ling went to collect debts from the market of Weimar Commandery, this matter had nothing to do with Yi Xiaoshu. However, Yi Xiaoshu's sister interrupted him and even humiliated Yu. Yi Xiaoshu wanted to kill Lin Ling, so Lin Ling naturally resisted with all his might. The two of them, who originally had no grudges against each other, suddenly became mortal enemies. To put it bluntly, it was because Yi Xiaoshu saw that Lin Ling was weak and wanted to decide Lin Ling's life and death. I don't play around with childish battles. If you want to fight, then fight to the death. If you dare to come, then I'll open the void battleground. Yi Xiaoshu stretched out his other arm, his clothes fluttering in the wind as his aura surged. All right. Lin Ling nodded and strode towards the spectator stands. At this moment, Ancestor Dragon Granny and the others looked at each other. Then they formed complicated hand seals and sealed the spectator stands in the distance. Void battleground. This was also Radiant Academy's life or death arena. If there was a conflict between martial artists that couldn't be resolved, then it would be decided by life or death. Upon stepping onto the life or death arena, only one person could live and one person could die. Yi Xiaoshu, kill him. Jianghu glared at the void battleground, his eyes icy cold. Of course, White Bird and the others were also like this. They wanted to see Lin Ling die in front of them. And this was the first time in the history of Radiant Academy that someone who had just become a last-generation disciple had challenged a last-generation disciple. This could be called unprecedented. As if they were affected by Lin Ling's unyielding fighting spirit, countless people felt their blood boil over. However, there were also many people who thought that Lin Ling was seeking death. After all, although Lin Ling had a 9th grade profound body, he was only at the 3rd level of the World King realm. Moreover, he had just broken through. His boundary was unstable and his martial arts background wasn't strong. As for Yi Xiaoshu, although he was only at the 5th level of the World King realm, his background was extremely deep and his martial arts were formidable. Although his talent wasn't as high as Lin Ling's, defeating Lin Ling wasn't difficult at all. Some people even knew that as long as Yi Xiaoshu's boundary rose by another 10%, he would have the qualifications to compete for the 3rd-generation disciple position. Even White Bird and the others didn't have the confidence to last 3 moves against him. In this battle, the strong and the weak were clear. There was no suspense at all. In the void battleground, 2 figures appeared, standing far away. I, Yi Xiaoshu, have studied martial arts for 1,500 years. 500 years ago, I became famous throughout the martial god world. 1,000 years ago, I entered Radiant Academy and defeated countless geniuses. But the only one who can break my arm is you. Yi Xiaoshu's voice was fierce, as if he were saying that for an ant like Lin Ling to be able to break his arm, this was simply a miracle. Senior apprentice brother Yi Xiaoshu has been in Radiant Academy for 500 years. Many people cried out in alarm. They didn't think that Yi Xiaoshu would be so fierce. Lin Ling looked at Yi Xiaoshu with a sneer on his face. Yi Xiaoshu's words were, in fact, just to elevate himself. However, compared to Li Xiaoyao, Yi Xiaoshu couldn't even be considered mediocre. You don't know how I've spent these past 5 years. You also don't know that I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Now, I'll let you experience what hell is. Yi Xiaoshuo's eyes turned red as his terrifying innate talent erupted. Xiao Yu's king physique was a mysterious innate talent. It turned the void into night and rain continued to fall. Under this rain, the opponent's strength would be suppressed by 30% while Yi Xiaoshuo could increase his strength by 30%. This innate talent was truly heaven-defying. Yi Xiaoshuo used his innate talent so quickly. I'm afraid he's going to use his true strength and directly crush Lin Ling. It wasn't hard for people to guess Yi Xiaoshuo's intentions. The latter not only wanted to wash away his shame, he also wanted to prove his strength in front of everyone. He wanted to let everyone know that the last generation disciples were not people they could offend. I know your innate talent is a 9th grade Shen physique. Come, I'll let you have one move. Yi Xiaoshuo sneered as he stretched out one hand. He had the demeanor of an expert because if he wanted to win, he had to win beautifully. Seeing this, Lin Ling's expression didn't change. He stretched out his left hand and multicolored flames engulfed his body, turning him into a flame god. He moved. Lin Ling pounced towards Yi Xiaoshuo. It was as if he was holding a taboo flame, surging in the rain. The rain under the night sky did indeed affect Lin Ling. It slowed down his speed and weakened his attack power by a lot. However, Lin Ling's strength wasn't suppressed by 30%. It was at most 10%. The reason for this was because Lin Ling's defense was too strong. If White Bird and the others were here, they would have been affected by 50%. Space-time flame. Lin Ling quickly appeared in front of Yi Xiaoshuo and heavily slapped out a wisp of flame. You've disappointed me. I've waited for you for 5 years and this is all you've got. Yi Xiaoshuo stretched out one hand and endless black light condensed, forming a huge circular world in front of him. An ancient and majestic aura also erupted. Bang! The space-time flame collided with the black world and let out an explosive sound. Whoosh! The surrounding rain seemed to be blown away. The entire void battlefield was shaken. Yi Xiaoshuo's eyes flashed. A 9th grade Shen physique was indeed powerful. It actually gave him a feeling of heavenly might. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's cultivation was too low and couldn't unleash the power of a 9th grade Shen physique. As a martial artist, you have powerful innate talent but only know how to use it to suppress others. Your martial arts foundation is too weak. After blocking Lin Ling's space-time flame, Yi Xiaoshuo's single arm pulled the void and a black spear appeared, causing the void to tremble. Yi! Yi! A low roar accompanied the thrust of the spear. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.